Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference. We shall be starting shortly. Thank you so much for keeping time. Thank you so much for looking good. Thank you for looking bright and early. You are clearly not typical Africans who wear very expensive watches that they can't read. At least you read your watches. Thank you. So we should be starting within the next 15, 20 minutes. We also do have an online audience that we don't want to keep waiting. We also don't want to keep you waiting. You are very, very important. And the conversations that we're going to be having in the next 2 days, you are in the right place. You are part and parcel of making history. You are part and parcel of having key discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, these conferences, these gatherings would not mean anything if you do not network. Network, 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 network. So, within the next 15 minutes, I want to encourage us that it is the moment to go to another table, say hello to the person there, get to know who they are, get to know what they do, get to know how you can support them, and probably how they can support you, because that is what these gatherings are about. At the end of the day, we need to be able to walk away better and wealthier, because your network is your net worth. Your network is your net worth. So please take the next 15 minutes, find somebody you've not spoken to, say hello, greet them, get to know what they do, get to know why they do it, you know. And let me give you a hint. The easiest thing to do is when you meet someone, start with a compliment. Start with a compliment. That is free of charge without school fees. Why? Because it usually opens doors. Once you get them to smile and to feel and to start, you know, blushing, then they will feel good and they'll open up to you. So please, let's do some networking within these 15 minutes. And while we do that, the media team is going to run for us a couple of videos. I hope we are ready with them that are for information purposes, so that at the end of it all, we are more informed from this. But thank you for coming and thank you for keeping time.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
Uganda is a vibrant, colorful, electric country. Join me as I journey to see how Stanbic Bank Uganda and its clients are transforming the country's agriculture and trade sectors, impacting lives from small-scale farmers right through to corporates. What I've witnessed so far has been just incredible. Watch the full story on the Stanbic Bank Uganda YouTube channel.
how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy, your answer please.
Flexible, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean Flexible does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800-251-251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals for a sustainable future. Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals for a sustainable future. In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
Uganda is a vibrant, colorful, electric country. Join me as I journey to see how Stanbic Bank Uganda and its clients are transforming the country's agriculture and trade sectors, impacting lives from small-scale farmers right through to corporates. What I've witnessed so far has been just incredible. Watch the full story on the Stanbic Bank Uganda YouTube channel.
for a sustainable future.
Hello? What's the situation?
Boss, it's all gone. The entire shipment is lost.
Here you go again. Another shipment lost at sea. Millions lost in an instant. Another big hit that your business can't afford to take. But it didn't have to be this way. And it doesn't have to be anymore. With local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance, you can rest easy knowing that you are protected from financial loss resulting from the damage or loss of your incoming goods. Totiaros! Get local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance to import your goods without the stress whether they're coming in by water, air, or land. Visit uia.co.ug, click on the Marine Cargo portal, and follow the prompts to get your cover. You can also contact your licensed insurer or intermediary. Effective 1st February 2025, importers are required to have local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance for all incoming goods. This message is brought to you by the Uganda Insurers Association.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference 2025. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Humphrey Asimwe. You can clap now. Clap. Very good. Fabulous. I'm Humphrey Asimwe. I'm Chief Executive of Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, and I shall be co-MC to the main MC today, Madame Jackie. Give her a hand while she comes. You're very welcome. Nice to see you, please. So thank you so much for coming, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you are looking forward to hearing the lovely voice of our MC today.
Thank you. First of all, I'm thrilled to be sharing the stage with the man that speaks very passionately about the energy sector. Why are you shying away? You're blushing, is it? All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, captains of the industry, government leaders, and development partners. It is really our honor to welcome you to the second Regional Industrial Conference, proudly convened by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. My name is Jackie Tahakanizwa. I come from the space of public relations, and I'm very passionate about the manufacturing sector. And we are really delighted to have you this morning. And today's theme is enhancing policy advocacy for sustainable regional industrial growth. This theme really invites us to move from conversations to coordinated action. And I know that it's going to be an action-packed day today. But before we get into details, can we have the anthems?
Jackie, would you want to lead us in an opening prayer while we are still standing?
I shall do that. Looks like I'm the holiest person in the room this morning. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Lord Father, we thank you for yet a new day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of our beautiful nation, Uganda, and the ESC in general, Father, as we get to discuss matters trade, matters industrialization, matters regional development. May you fill the room with your Holy Spirit, and may you give us wisdom. And to all the speakers, give them wisdom and knowledge to share that something that is practical for the good and the development, for the good of our nation as well as of our region. I pray all this through your mighty name, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Very good. You may take your seats, and while you take your seats, hopefully you've said hello to your neighbor, or you know who your neighbor is. Maybe you've exchanged that business card. It's very important that when we come to these events, you network, network, network. Your next deal, your next job, your next business idea may be seated right next to you, just like mine is standing right next to me. So with us today are very, very important people. And I don't know if I am even able to recognize some of the names on the list that we have today, because we have captains of industry, we have business leaders, we have political leaders, we have regional leaders. And so to start us off, we are going to invite somebody who probably knows them better and will let us know who is in the room. But even before we do that, we just want to let you know that if you want to maximize your time in these 2 days, please participate in these discussions. We are part of making history here. discussing key policy issues. But also beyond that, there is an exhibition that you should be able to visit. Jackie, have you visited the exhibition?
Yes, I'm here to visit that, and I would like to thank our generous sponsors and supporters. I'll start with AGRA, Trademark Africa. Please clap for them. Conferences like this cannot be organized without support from sponsors and
Very
supporters.
true.
Yes. Stanbic Bank
Bank.
is here. Yes. A big round of applause, MTN Uganda, and so many others that we'll be recognizing in the course of the conversation. But for now, I think we need to invite the man himself,
The one and only.
Mr. Stephen Asimwe. We've been in the PR trenches with Asimwe. He's into policy. He's literally everywhere. Stephen.
Our host for today, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Stephen Asimwe to moderate this first session. Put your hands together, together. Aha, very good. Otherwise, the man may say no lunch, so please.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap to our fantastic moderators for today, MCs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I ask the coffee people to really push some energy here, but allow me in very, very special terms to welcome all of you. The room is full of a lot of heavy protocol, but allow me to, of course, recognize our Deputy Secretary General, in charge of Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs, Madam Annette Semuemba Mutawe. Please give her a hand clap. As she's sitting, I want to recognize her also in the context that she was once a member of PSFU. And once you come through PSFU, the sky is no longer the limit. So Annette, welcome back home, away from home. Allow me to welcome our board, led by our vice chair, who's standing in for our chairman, Madam Sarah Kajingo. Please stand for recognition. Allow me in the same breath to welcome Mr. Jimmy Mugerwa, representing the projects, programs department and policy committee at PSFU. In the same breath, allow me to recognize our Chair of Agriculture, Agribusiness and Forestry, Honorable Victoria Sekitoleko. You all know her. She's a former Minister of Agriculture, and that's the quality she brings to the table. In the same breath, allow me to welcome our EABC top people. Please stand for recognition. They are here in the room. EABC chair, please recognize them. The EABC is the PSFU of the whole region, so they are the apex of our region. I want also to recognize Mr. Abel Kagumire, representing the Commissioner General of URA. My brother, Dr. Ezra, the CEO of Uganda Manufacturers Association. But in a very, very special way, I had skipped that, but apologies, I beg your pardon, Mr. David Wazemba, the Country Director of Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, the chief sponsor of this event. Please stand for recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting the Minister, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary of the Treasury to come, but very, very specially welcome all of you for coming. Our sponsors, our delegates, the business people, will be recognizing you more, but we are slightly behind time because of trying to get as much presence and traction in the room. So I'll just stop there for now with the introductions. My colleagues Humphrey and Jackie will bring in the necessary recognitions later. Now, for purposes of this meeting, I want to welcome all of you most sincerely for coming, and those of you online for coming here. And to set the stage, I want to just put some footnotes on why we are here. We are here for the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference. And this conference brings together people from policy, industry, innovation, business, and the entire spectrum of the private sector. Last year, we held the first conference, and it was very, very successful because we were able to discuss pertinent issues regarding industry. Now, we stand at a very pivotal time, ladies and gentlemen, where we have been joined by the 8th country in the East African community, Somalia. The original ESC was made up of Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. We were then joined by Rwanda and Burundi, and subsequently joined by South Sudan. We were joined by the DRC and Somalia. I know, Annette, where you sit, there are more applications. I think Ethiopia is in the pipe, and it should be in the pipeline very soon. But that's very good news for us. We are easily anywhere between 300 to 400 million people. Some countries touch the coast. Others, like us, are land-linked. But for the first time, the Indian Ocean has touched the Atlantic, and that's good news for us. Now, in the room here are people who make business, who manufacture products, who sell goods and services. We have facilitators. And if you look at the spectrum of the people who have graciously supported by giving us sponsorship for this conference, are people looking to make a difference, to create jobs, to create products and services, and to ensure that this region becomes a top economy in the context of the growing dynamics. But secondly, we are living at a time when political positions are changing the landscape of economy. I don't want to deal very much in political matters, but you all know what is happening around the global business dynamics. And it's very, very important that as East Africans, we create a narrative, we create a dynamic that ensures that we have a safe and an enabling environment. Now, the PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, is the apex body of the private sector in Uganda. We comprise of over 340 business associations and corporate companies, which encapsulate about 4 million businesses. But more importantly, we shape the narrative of the entire spectrum of people here. And therefore, this conference is premised on a couple of standpoints. Number one is to foster collaboration, to ensure that the private sector and the government come and speak on issues that align and see and create an enabling environment for policy harmonization. When you have a population the size of East Africa and the challenges that are happening globally, the moment you do not create a harmonious policy position, then you are in place for a recipe for challenges. So we want to come up with ideas, with policies that will enhance trade, investment, but more importantly, competitiveness. Competitiveness in the sense of standards, in the sense of creating that shared value proposition that will ensure that we grow. The third, of course, is that from a business perspective, nothing prospers unless it is showcased, unless it is case opportunities, to highlight emerging opportunities in our, especially manufacturing sector. Dr. Ezra, this room is beyond UMA. This is East Africa. So we want to see how do we market what you produce at UMA to ensure that these products are getting there. The other bit, of course, is technology. And we share ideas with a lot of valuable industrialization. We are entering the emerging green days. I think you've seen challenges of climate change. South Africa has been lately, but you see what happens will come to us. Of course, very important a small on that, in terms of it, how we then, of course, we're looking at what we do once, and we have a team will also form and next again we are going to prepare a package of processes that will then inform what is going to happen at the PSC, at the East African Legislative Assembly, etc., etc., and of course the African Union. Now, I'll run through into the importance of regional integration, which is obvious and will come out, the need for economic transformation, the need for global competitiveness. We want to address challenges. We want to look at innovation. And then, of course, we want to strengthen partnerships, the reason we exist. And then the commitments that we shall have come up with will then inform what sort of actions the government plays and some of the elements. Now, in this room are big players, the top guys, but we also have medium enterprises. We have small enterprises. We also have micro. So this conference is inclusive in the context that we don't want to leave anyone behind. But also, we want to suggest that in this room, if there are areas that we could have left out, we'd have follow-up mechanisms to ensure that this is not just a standalone event. It should be an event that encourages even smaller commitments. So, call to action as I conclude. Number one, I see many people on phones. Put those phones down. I'm concluding. So number one, I want you people, in the spirit of the conference, to engage actively. Let us participate with action. Let us share insights. Let us commit to practical steps that will advance the ESC's industrialization agenda. On behalf of the board and management of PSFU, and on behalf of the private sector, and on behalf of the EABC, where we are members, we pledge to work with all the regional partners to transform ESC. We are here to make money, to create jobs, to make a difference, and to make East Africa a place to be proud of and to live in. We want to create a vibrant, inclusive industrial hub that brings our people back and cherish their innate transformational initiatives. And above all, I pray that the Lord, the good Lord, will bless this conference, will quicken the footsteps of the people behind, will open people's hearts and minds, and of course, we work towards a shared economic and prosperous region. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening to me and wish all of you fruitful and fantastic deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, those were my opening remarks in the context of creating a stage. Yes. Okay, I've been guided that the other important opening remarks will be made when the principals arrive. And so it's, I'll just make some slight changes. We have a very important player in the room, the representative of the CEO of Stanbic Bank, one of our chief sponsors. Stanbic Bank is one of the top banks in the country. We had to amend the speaking on this particular area because, I don't know, is Mr. Paul Muganwa here? Mr. Paul Muganwa? Fantastic. Mr. Paul Muganwa, I'd like to welcome you here on the podium to come and make your remarks in the context of the financial landscape. Stanbic Bank is a regional bank, you all know that, and obviously they have very good insights to ensure that they drive the industrialization agenda, especially in the context of the region. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Paul Mugambwa as he makes his way up to the podium to give us some remarks about his presentation. Thank you very much.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Observe all protocol. Stephen, allow me to make a small correction. My introductory comments are not about the financial landscape. I was asked by your team to be exceptionally brief and give some very, very short opening remarks because we have to make up some time. So just to manage expectations of the audience, I thought I would clarify that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to have the opportunity to engage you this morning. And I thank the organizers for putting this together. I think it's very timely and a very significant topic. When it was first brought to me by William and Kathy, I thought it was very ambitious because it's covering a couple of things. But it's fantastic to see how it has evolved and shaped up to be something meaningful, and it's obviously attracted an audience, which is great. Before I get into my statements, allow me to share a small story. I was reflecting this morning on industrialization, and as an experience last week came to mind. I have a 3-year-old son, and he's been my continuous reference point on wisdom and life experiences that are relevant across the board. Wednesday last week, he woke up with a very clear idea in his mind. He wanted to go swimming. And it was a Wednesday. I was going to work. His mother had plans, so we negotiated and agreed that we would swim on Saturday morning. Every day thereafter, until Saturday morning, he reminded me of the need for swimming, and he needed a commitment from me that swimming was going to happen on Saturday. Very early on Saturday morning, he woke up and he started issuing instructions on getting ready to go to the pool. He organized his breakfast, he brushed his teeth, he insisted on wearing his swimming costume before leaving the house. And then his last effort was to try and wake up his father so that he could make it there in time. We eventually made it to the pool, and we were the first people at the pool. He jumped into the swimming pool and started enjoying the little baby pool on his own. At some point, about 20 minutes into his swim, 2 other boys joined him and interrupted his enjoyment of the full pool. But when he realized there's nothing he could do about it, he decided to join those boys, and they played together. Eventually, the playing got a little bit rough, and the lifeguard stepped in and asked that these boys all stay in little bits and pieces of the pool, separate themselves so that there is safety. And that changed the mood completely, and at some point, all children were crying because they just were not being given the liberty to do what they needed to do. So when I reflect on industrialization and the objective of this conference today, I find there are aspects of that experience that are very relevant. The first was my son organizing himself and taking initiative to get ready for the pool. And that really, for me, represents entrepreneurs. There is no lack of entrepreneurship in East Africa, particularly in Uganda. Entrepreneurs take initiative, and they take risks, and they take chances. And often they organize themselves and get ready. And when they get into the marketplace, they find competition. The little boys that he bumped into at the pool. But they always, if you leave entrepreneurs to do what they need to do, limited regulation allows for entrepreneurs to figure out what they need to figure out and play together. I think the lifeguard represents government's attempts to introduce some order. Tariffs, government policy, all very well-intentioned, sometimes can kill the entrepreneurial spirit and can create limitations to the free flow of trade. I think we can define success for this conference if we can meaningfully engage in those issues and have a robust and real conversation about the factors that will allow industrialization to materialize meaningfully across East Africa. And now to my prepared remarks. It is an honor to speak at this conference under the theme of policy advocacy for sustainable regional industrial growth. Given our purpose at Stanbic, driving Uganda's growth and by extension, fueling the growth of East Africa, lines very well with what is at the heart of this conference. Achieving sustainable regional industrialization remains elusive. Across East Africa, we face two interconnected barriers. Misaligned regional policies, despite frameworks in the EAC and in AFTA, inconsistent custom protocols, diverging regulatory standards, and fragmented trade rules stifle cross-border value chains, creating uncertainty for investors and slowing down industrial scale-up. In addition, Africa today faces a staggering financing shortfall to meet its development ambitions. The African Development Bank estimates annual infrastructure financing gap at 130 to 170 billion, costing the continent up to 2% of growth annually. Likewise, the UN Economic Commission for Africa states that bridging the SDG goals by 2030 requires up to 194 billion per year, yet Africa mobilizes just about half of that. SMEs, the very engine of job creation, face a separate multi-$100 billion financing gap, which is Africa's largest estimate at $421 billion. There is the added challenge of illicit trade, including smuggling, counterfeit goods, and illicit financial flows that drain capital, undermine enterprise competitiveness, and distort market signals across borders. What is needed is a coordinated policy, market, and finance approach. Policy alignment and regulatory harmonization across East Africa member states, enabling seamless trade corridors, unified compliance standards, and a transparent trade enforcement. Innovative financing mechanisms, such as blended finance, public-private partnerships, green bonds, diaspora bonds, and project preparation facilities tailored to the industrial scale projects. Domestic capital mobilization. Institutional investors like pension funds, sovereign wealth, and commercial banks need to invest in long-term infrastructure and industrial ventures. The African Finance Corporation reports that Africa holds $4 trillion in domestic capital that should be deployed into endeavors that promote industrialization. By integrating policy and financing tools, we can unlock real catalytic change. Stanbic Uganda, backed by the Standard Bank Group, is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. We've got a large and strong balance sheet, decades of experience in solving for infrastructure and manufacturing. We have an integrated operation that tries to support seamless integration of regions. Our team of trusted bankers and investment professionals, including experienced project finance and corporate finance bankers, are available to support investors in industrial projects of scale. Colleagues, as we debate and craft commitments for this conference, I urge us to anchor our ambition in pragmatic finance-driven solutions, aligned across borders and built for sustainability. Stanbic is committed to mobilizing in-country and regional capital, building institutional gaps in project preparation and advisory, offering world-class financial structuring skills aligned with the needs of East Africa. We believe that finance is not just capital, it is a catalyst. When policy coherence meets capital flows and industrial ambition meets financial expertise, we unlock the transformative power of industry. Let us partner, policymakers, financial institutions, development partners, private investors, to build a resilient, inclusive, and lawful economy for Uganda and East Africa. Together, we will drive growth, foster industrial leadership, and unlock opportunities, boldly, sustainably, and regionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Paul. And I know that you have a flight to catch, but you presented a very good paper about finance and the fact that it's not just capital. It's a facilitator. And so we have your presence makes a very positive impact here. But clearly also we have very many other banks in the room that are here to speak into that opportunity of facilitating industry. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite a very important person here, Mr. David Wazemba, but as he prepares to come, allow me to introduce and recognize Madam Shirley Kongai. She's our board member in charge of policy at the PSFU. Please stand for recognition. Please give her a good round of applause. She's the reason we are here. She's in charge of policy, and allow me to thank and recognize our policy team led by Dr. Julius Biarhanga. Julius, where are you? Stand and wave. That's the guy who runs policy. Where is the policy team? PSFU. I think let's the entire PSFU team stand. Our secretariat, please stand for recognition. And thank you for bringing to us a good, infrastructure here. So David, as you come, David is the country director for the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. It's known as AGRA. And he's our chief sponsor, a big supporter of PSFU, a big supporter of agriculture, a big supporter of agro-industrialization, a friend, a partner, and a big pillar for East Africa. Please welcome with me David to give his opening remarks. Let's recognize him, please.
Possibly I need to start from what is critical for me. Without making these remarks, I possibly have no job. First things first, these opening remarks were meant to be made by the president of AGRA. We have a president, and she's a Ugandan, Madame Alice Rueza. Unfortunately, she's right now in Tunisia on the youth conference for the African continent. Therefore, she sends apologies, but also requested me, hopefully, to stand in her shoes, which are too big, but I'll try as much to put a little bit of context of what she wanted to say. Having said, protocols observed. David Wazemba is my name. I lead the country office in Uganda. I want to make it clear that this is something that is so passionate to AGRA. The agro-industrialization or industrialization per se, and from a regional perspective, is critical from a point of AGRA's mission. And AGRA's mission is around how we transform agri-food systems across Africa. And recognizing the critical aspects of agri-food systems, industrialization is critical. So we believe that without investing in the right aspects that drive the economy, we're possibly making no headway. So on that note, this is not far away from what our vision, but also it is anchored on our strategic direction for the next 5 years. So make no mistake, Stephen, we'll work with you. We started this last year, and we're part of the process to drive this agenda. I want again to clearly indicate that I am here as a country director, but also highlight that I chair the Agricultural Development Partners Group, And we are 32 as part of that development partners group, and I chair that group I've been chairing for the last 2 years. Therefore, it's my pleasure to deliver these few remarks. I would like to thank the organizers, specifically Private Sector Foundation, but also recognize the other partners who have been part of this process. In last year's discussions I had with the team, I said we have to be patient. This will trigger others to think a little deeper. And I'm happy that this year we're seeing the fruits of the patience. It's going to be painful, but we all believe that we can transform the sector. It's not far away from what we're working on under the National Development Plan 4. I'm happy to clearly indicate that I sit on a number of committees within the agro-industrialization component, which is hosted under MAIV, but also sits within other ministries as a representative. So I sit on a number of forums that clearly discuss this agenda. And I'm passionate about it because it has the relevance that we all want to drive forward. And we're going to drive the agenda to the next level. This second annual focuses on enhancing advocacy to drive sustainable regional agro-industrial growth in East Africa. It highlights the critical role of agriculture as the backbone of the East African economies, but also the potential to transform the agro-industrialization to achieve the vision of 2050 as anchored in the ESC protocol. Recognize that we're talking about the East African agenda. Allow me point out the role of agriculture. And the reason I'm trying to separate agriculture and also point out industrialization is because they sit close to each other, but they need to be unpacked in order to see how, the relevance of each. Agriculture is central to the livelihoods and the economies of the East African state partners. These partners have been highlighted, and the East African Business Council is here to point to that. And this contributes significantly to the GDP, and this ranges between 25 to 40, depending on the level where the country is, but also recognize the level of the employment that it brings. The 80% of the population across East Africa, on average, are employed in agriculture. So the sector is predominantly smallholder mixed farming, with food major crops being those that maize, rice, bananas, and other cash crops, tea, cassava, coffee, and cotton. Livestock critical, and fisheries important, notwithstanding. So we recognize the importance of agriculture as an input into the industrialization agenda. Without recognizing that, then we'll be falling short of appreciating where our competitive agenda lies as nations and as Uganda. I want to point out that across the region, there have been key strategies to drive this agenda around modernizing agricultural practices, through mechanization, and we are proud as Agro to be part of that system, improved seed systems, fertilizer, irrigation, and other aspects that drive the agenda, promoting the agro-processing industries to add value and reduce the post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses are possibly one of the key barriers to competitive trade. And those losses are not only anchored around the quality, but also anchored around aspects that hinder, the level at which the farmers can be competitive at the farm level. Recognizing that we emphasize the sustainable land and water management alongside climate-smart agriculture, we also need to enhance market access via efficient transport corridors and policies that support intra-regional trade. I was sitting on a table and colleagues were highlighting the intra-regional trade barriers, and possibly those relate to the non-trade barriers. I was speaking to the chair of the East African Business Council of the articles that appeared yesterday in the East African, for those that read the East African, and they were pointing clearly to the indicators of how the region is not going to actually break through these barriers if we don't appreciate the need for us collaborating. And this forum, possibly you'll try and point out some of those areas that limit the trade relations. So by 2050, the sector's GDP is significantly meant to reduce. The reason why the contribution to GDP will reduce is because there will be growth in the contribution coming from the industrialization component. I think that's the reverse of what we're looking out for. Therefore, industrialization and value addition are critical as the core for Vision 2050, with the industrial share of GDP projected to increase from 16 to 40 by 2050. This is across the region. Why does that matter? Because we're all talking about value addition. How do we become more competitive as a region, as a country? And the strategies around expanding the agro-industries to process agricultural products into high-value goods, developing industrial parks, and we're happy that the government and those that are in government are here, and we're part of the government, to recognize how this has evolved, and the special economic zones. I speak to a number of colleagues who are handling this. Strengthening value chains for key commodities like coffee, tea, and horticulture, promoting innovations, technology transfer, and creating conducive environment for foreign direct investment, enhancing public-private partnerships to mobilize resources and expertise. These efforts aim to position the East African region as a global manufacturing hub for leveraging regional resources and market access. If we don't drive these two agendas, then our competitive advantage will be nullified. Notwithstanding the challenges that come with it, and these challenges are part of what we need to dialogue and come up with solutions. We continue to appreciate the limited access to modernized technologies for smallholder farmers. This is a barrier to increase productivity and production. Of course, with these limited technologies, we're leading to, I mentioned, low productivity, and therefore the yield levels are continuously low. Climate change continues to be a threat. Suffocated low electricity penetration. I happen to have had a quick discussion with the World Bank team, the colleagues who actually funded the agricultural cluster program. And one of the biggest challenges that some of the technologies that we wanted to push in the rural areas to drive value addition, they ended up being idle because there was low penetration. Even where there is electricity or energy, we were not able to harness the power of those investments that we're making in the rural areas. So we continue to appeal for this to happen if we're going to drive agro-industrialization. High and unreliable costs, we know this of electricity, poor transport infrastructure, and the consequences of high costs of transport. I bear this in mind for those that deal in fertilizer. The critical aspect around fertilizer is the cost of transporting fertilizer from Mombasa. The landing cost is 50 in Mombasa. By the time it reaches here, you pay twice that. And therefore, the cost of fertilizer here will not go down if the cost of transport that we're using continues to be the same challenge, and you can bear truth of that. We've done a number of studies around it, and we can prove to that effect. The more emerging policy tools that needs to be harnessed, and I mentioned this conference is about reflecting on policy advocacy and how do we use this to drive the agenda. So development of electricity with low tariffs for large industries continues to be an instrument that could be used to say, yes, how do we drive this to incentivize the investment in that sector, expansion and upgrading of transport infrastructure, including roads, and the rest aspects around policy that needs to be looked into, targeted tax incentives and exemptions for large investors, export leverages aimed at stimulating domestic value addition, protective import tariffs favoring established industries, again, provision of free or subsidized land in the industrial parks. I think that sits well with what Uganda Investment Authority is trying to do. Public investment and subsidized credit via strategic financial institutions. We happen as a country to have some of those in the country's strategic investment in the tools that we're trying to drive that. Colleagues, generally, let's stop from just dialoguing to we want to move towards delivery. And to achieve this transformation, the following actions are proposed. Focus, support, and protections. Again, this paper reflects on how we can look at concrete support on priority industrial sectors. What are those priority sectors? And we know we have highlighted them in our NDP4. We have reviewed them and reflected on the potential to drive change. But what is those investments that we're making to make sure that they drive those sectors, even when we have prioritized them? We make private sector incentives conditional on investing in a value addition. I happen to have been one of those that have really pushed, and we started with colleagues in the Ministry of Finance to reflect on those incentives that will drive, the private sector to invest. And we should be proud to reflect on where are those nodes that we need to unpack those incentives to be able to transform this system. And if we don't do that, we will be falling short of our role. If we make them blanket, we'll possibly not transform this. Reform trade regimes to favor domestic industries and high value activity. Then reserve the most glorious industry policy support for top priority sectors. Second, enhance support to priority sectors, allocate resources for dedicated infrastructure and services in the industrial parks, in the free zones, including utility, waste management, and others. Foster technical leadership through joint ventures, international expertise access, and collaborative skills. Skills levels are quite low in Uganda or across the region. How would we actually push that? We're looking at performance pressure and selective support in terms of ensuring there is foreign direct investments targeted in binding constraints, such as capital, skills, and technology and market linkages. Maximizing spillovers for foreign direct investment via joint ventures and knowledge transfer, introducing competition among pioneer firms, and be willing to cull losers to incentivize competitiveness. Again, let's reflect on the regional industrial development approach as one of the areas to pick up, upgrading production standards in the agro-based industries for regional and global market access. Build the regional value chains, leveraging Uganda's strategic location and inland markets. Invest in regional linkage transport and trade infrastructure and broker regional industrial ventures. Promote regional collaboration on industrial policies, peace, stability, and import tariffs. policies to protect infant industries and catalyze the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, this comprehensive approach underscores the EAC ambition to transform its agricultural base into a diverse, industrialized economy, fostering sustainable growth, job creation, and food security in the region. For God and my country, thank you.
A big hand clap for Mr. David Wazemba for a fantastic paper that delves deeply into this strategic theme that has brought us today. I was taking a lot of notes, which I don't want to go to, but I'm going to suggest that our team, our comms team, can upload this speech and the subsequent papers that are going to be delivered on our website so that we have some follow-through continuity. But clearly, one of the things he said that I underlined is the need to go beyond the dialogue and delve deeply into delivery. I think that's the purpose, the essence why we're here. And thank you, David, for that and for being a very good. Now, I just need we follow through with the other panel? Okay, excellent. So we need to catch up on time. So I'm going to invite quickly the next of the first panel discussion, because we've had to make some jigsaw changes on the program in the context of our guest of honor coming in a little bit later. I'm going to invite, as part of our discussion here, a regional team of players, and we're going to discuss how the EAC member state policies can be harmonized in the context of facilitating regional economic growth. We're going to look at opportunities, we're going to look at barriers to industrialization, and then come up with a synthesis that will inform how we drive this industrialization agenda for the region. So without much ado, I'm going to invite a distinguished panelist. He's the chairman of the East African Business Council, the EABC, which is the apex body of all the regional private sector players, Honorable John Luwal Akol. Please come to the podium and let's give him a hand clap as he comes. Let's recognize him in the standard private sector way. I'll also invite a colleague, a friend, an industrialist, a big player in Uganda's industry space, Mr. Rwabogo Businje. Mr. Rwabogo Businje is representing the CEO of Mukwano Group. Mukwano is a Bantu word for meaning friendship, but it also means unity, it means love, and you can see Mr. Rwabogo loves this country very well, and he's going to take his place. I don't know, I may need to be informed whether the head of KEPSA is here. Has she made it? No. The head of the Rwanda private sector, are you here? Or is he online? Mr. Stephen Luzibiza, is he here? He's online. Excellent. So can we get some feedback? IT comms, let's see if we can get a heads up on that. And then Mr. Raphael Maganga. I don't know whether Mr. Maganga is online or is available. Okay, so I think we have a two-man panel. We're expecting Carol Kariuki to balance the boat, but she's not here. So you're welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, Honorable. Welcome, Mr. Businge, to this panel. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Honorable Luwal Akol. So you're welcome. You can give us 30 seconds of what you do, And then we'll also ask Mr. Businge to introduce himself and basically just give us, just in brief, what you do, and then we'll just jump in there. Karibu.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm really excited to be here in Uganda. It's my second home. I want to tell you I love Uganda. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is John Luala Kolakol, and that name means the sun, because that is my traditional names, go back to my ancestry. I'm the chair of EABC, East Africa Business Council, and I'm the vice chair of South Sudan Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a CEO of Istihad Group of the companies. It's dealing in automobile and also dealing in petroleum, insurance, and other subsidiaries companies I own. So thank you for me to be here as a panelist. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Mr. Rwabogo Businge, quick introduction of yourself and what you do for the audience to appreciate.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Businge Rwabogo. I work with Mkwano Industries. I hope every Ugandan, every East African knows what Mkwano Industries is. We engage in agribusiness, mainly in this country in Uganda, in the north of Uganda, supporting farmers in growth of soya, sunflower, and we have our brand on the market called Sunseed. So also grow soya, and the soya now is on the market and well accepted as soy seed. We also do maize, as Mkwano maize flour is also on the market. On the other side, we are known for vegetable manufacturing, vegetable oils like Rocky, Mkwano vegetable oil, and we do laundry soap, detergent, liquid soap, and all house of household plastics. We're also in tea, we're in properties, we're in banking. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rwabogo, for that intro. Clearly, you're a big player in this space, and so we'll be delving into that. I don't know whether Mr. Zibiza is on now. Comms is not on yet. Okay, we'll get him later at some point. Thank you. So let's quickly jump into the discussion. I'll start with you, Mr. Rwabogo. You're just given us a very fantastic profile of what you do in the business. You're in finance, and I can see you've been expanding for the last couple of years. In your view, what does the East African community space offer? What sort of opportunities are there? How have you been able to grow? What has made you grow, and what sort of expansion opportunities are there, especially with all these big countries coming and joining us and creating a bigger market? Just take us through what's happening from where you stand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simwe. On behalf of other industrialists who also engage in other businesses, the groundwork, or what I would call the base, is simply the same. Like the first speakers did present in this forum, that we all need an enabling environment. So every industrialist will need good and not actually cheap, I would call it, but a good financing mechanism. Policies, both regional. Now we're looking at the regional market. And the theme today of harmonizing the policies in the region, in as far as industrial revolution is concerned in the region, is good. If it's not done, we can kill even the small industries we have in our own countries. When the onset of ESC came into play, we, the manufacturers, were happy because we all knew now we are going to have a bigger market. Yes, I can ably say, in the first 5 years, we saw some growth. We did some expansion. And we also tried to do backward integration and say, okay, instead of importing a lot of raw materials, let's try to see where we can invest our energy and make sure we source our raw materials regionally. During that time, if I can give some simple examples, that's when we started looking at agriculture as a sector. And we went into sunflower growth, soybean, maize, and maybe in future looking at cassava. So we looked for a region. And in no time, the productivity was growing. We started with about 2,000 farmers. We can ably say now we support about 150,000 farmers, of which we've worked closely with the support of PSFU through the MasterCard issues, and it's doing very well. But now, in terms of regional market, that's where we find constraints. A lot of issues which we may not have to finish today. For example, when there is state of applications, some of the raw materials we grow locally, some people are able to get the same material in countries, let's say Ukraine, if I took, for example, sunflower. Now, if we grow sunflower here, we support the farmers, and therefore that adds on our GDP. So we are looking at the regional market to begin with, and since this is a crop originally grown here, would look that we can sell without any duties across the field. But now if a partner state asks for stay of application and imports crude sunflower from Ukraine, then that is direct competition. So that's where the problem is. So we find this theme of today, harmonizing regional policies, is very important. So it might be affecting only my sunflower, which I'm giving as an example. It goes to soybean, it goes to steel, it goes to every other raw material that other industries are also doing. Now, also, if you look at the region, the partner states now you said we are going to 8. Now, regionally, if we also don't apportion who does what in the region, and it is led to everybody to do whatever he wants, even internal competition is not very good. It's healthy, but it must also be regulated. We have also a regime of incentives. You find players who have been on the market for 20 years, engaged in production in the same industry. A new entrant comes and is given a bunch of incentives. For what? What new thing is he bringing on the market? He's only going to kill those who have been in place. So harmonizing policies actually should be looked in a very broader way, not only financing, even the way the industries are set, electricity tariffs, even where I am in Uganda, different manufacturers enjoy different electricity tariffs. But we're selling on the same market, paying the same taxes at the end of the day. So what I can say as the challenge we find is there is no harmonization of the general policies affecting we industrialists. We've now come to see, when we're in manufacturing, some of these policy issues, we have no members of staff employed to deal in them seriously, to understand what is going to affect us. We only see the market shrinking. Then we sit in the boardroom with the board of directors and says, what's happening? No, ABC has changed place in Kenya. This has changed place in Rwanda. How is it going to affect our investment? You'll find the big players now, what they've opted to do is you have one industry in Tanzania, you have another industry in Rwanda, you have another industry in Uganda, you're planning to open up an industry in Sudan. That itself becomes very complicated. Uganda to Rwanda is 500 kilometers. Uganda to Nairobi is 400 kilometers. Uganda to Sudan is 400 kilometers. You can supply anybody in this market having your station in Uganda. Why should you have another enterprise in Tanzania, another enterprise in Kenya, to make sure that you survive? Because each partner state is coming up with its own policies. So there is an issue, I cannot call it protectionism, but inward looking. So if really we're talking about the region, we should look at harmonizing regional policies, and especially if industry is going to be the growth of the region, the industries must be thought in through, and the policies, all policies, leaving behind nothing, must be harmonized. That's all I can say, Mr. Chairman.
Let's clap for Mr. Wawogo. Mr. Wawogo is speaking firsthand. He's an industrialist. He has regional footprints, and clearly he has talked about the fantastic opportunities. But as the opportunities are emerging, there are bottlenecks, and clearly he has mentioned them, especially the underlying inward-lookingness of these players. Now, thank you. That's why I started with you, Mr. Wawogo, from the context that you are a player. But the reason we have institutions like the East African Community and the East African Legislative Assembly, those are institutions that are helping with governance and policy. But the EABC, the East African Business Council, is actually the parliament, the focus point of the private sector in Arusha. And clearly, the presence of Honorable Akol is close testament that the private sector is in dire need of harmonization of these policies and enablers of this business environment. From where you sit as chair and vice chair, if you like, hearing Mr. Wabogo, what are you doing? What can we do, and how can we help to harmonize so that we make East Africa the best place to do business in the context of the question that is here? Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. That is a very interesting point. When you look into the region, especially the East Africa, it's a blessed region that has almost 420 million population. It is highly populated, it's more than another region in the Africa. And we are very proud for our resources that we have in East Africa. If you see, like DRC is rich of resources and rich of minerals. And also South Sudan, which is also the big oil exporter in the region, followed by the other country. You look to the Uganda industrialization, and the hubs of this business here is growing, as we can see. It's a very busy city in the East Africa. You see also Kenya, which is also growing very fast. What is lacking here is regulation, which is contradicting from country to country. When we go back to the common market, of East Africa, so there is no country that has implemented, has stipulated in the protocol of the East Africa. So there are so many contradictions depending on the national interest. So it is affecting the progress in the East Africa. Recently, we have received the very sad news that's degrading the East Africa progress from our partners, Tanzania. And also the same are done by Kenya. So this one is undermining the opportunity that we have been developing in East Africa community. So the East Africa Business Council is trying the best to to advocate for the businesses and to advocate to the removal of the non-trade tariffs, which cannot let us to go ahead. So when you see, go back to the outlooks of the economics last year, 2024, we had a growth of 3.2%, which we are expecting this year to increase 3.5%, which is not to be targeted. The target of the ESC is to target of 25% of the year. Now, we are so far from that one to achieve. Because the ESC has been challenged of regulation and national, I can't say protectionism, but the people, they put it in a very smart way, you know, because when you make the regulation that preventing the other members to enjoy what you have, so we consider that you are trying to protect your national companies, which is not our aim in East Africa. So there are a lot of challenges. First, we have the electricity, which is a big challenge in the region. And I can say back in my country, when we have a challenge of electricity, all the companies who are operating in South Sudan, they have to depend on the diesel generator, which is mostly very costly. In some part of Kenya and Burundi, they are black out the same in the rural area, which are also a big challenges for the industrial growth in Africa, in East Africa. So we need to have a uniform regulation, and we need to follow the common market of East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for our Honorable call for that, quick summary of the enabling standpoints for the harmonization of policies. I'm informed that Mr. Zubiza is online, but we're also running out of time. So, Steve, are you there?
I'm good, thank you, Steve. Thank you so much.
Excellent. That's my colleague from the Rwanda Private Sector Federation. Steve, you're welcome. We started a little bit later than we should have in the context of time, but in 30 seconds, you can give a brief of who you are, what you do, but follow through also, what are those things that you think can support the need for our region to support harmonization of member states' policies, one or two economic challenges, but how do we get out of it? I know I've given you quick wrap-up questions, but just in the context of those, I trust your capacity to deliver, so just walk us through those few things I have suggested. I hope you've heard me. Thank you.
I have heard you, Stephen. Thank you so much. First of all, allow me to thank you for organizing this industrial conference. As you asked me to tell people in the audience briefly who I am, we don't only share names, but also we share the mandates, the equivalent of the PSFU in Uganda. So in Rwanda, I'm the CEO of Rwanda Private Sector Federation, and I'm a staff of the business community and a servant of the politicians, because we are the intermediaries between the business community and the government's decision makers. So what can be done? I think we need to start within the abilities that we have as business community. If the business community themselves don't work as one speak with one voice, move with one effort, then it becomes difficult even for governments to hear all of us. Sometimes we contradict each other as business members. I liked Ruabogo's point of view that you'll find one industry manufacturing company is set up in Uganda, is set up in Kenya, is set up across all the member states of the EAC, which is also, to some extent, the use of necessary resources unnecessarily. So if we could specialize in the region, because all member states have different capacities in terms of human capital, in terms of natural resources, in terms of enabling environment, rules and regulations are different. So basically each country has its own strategic goals, but that is fine. Those goals should not work to contradict the welfare of the people, because the Treaty of EAC focuses much on the the member states, citizens' empowerment and the interest of the people. So I think for us to convince the government, we need to work as private sector as one block. Industrial revolution was moved by industrialists. Changes globally, you have seen global changes have come about because of the one voice. EU is same. If you go to Asia Tiger, it's the same. So business community need to claim their position, but also come with substance, not competing each other unnecessarily and distorting the markets. Secondly, there are some decisions which have been made. There are some policies which have been invoked, but we have not seen them coming forward to achieve their goals or their purposes. And the question is, if the developers of the policies, the regulations have not come forward with the achieved goals, who should hold them accountable? And to me, I believe the private sector should put the government to task and show that the government has come short on some of their expectations. You speak of NTBs. Today, NTBs are part and parcel of human movement. The business community, when they're doing their financial budgets, in the audience, they may not tell you, but also they find a way of creating a miscellaneous budget for NTBs along the corridors, and that is an additional cost to the business. So if that money was used for diversifying businesses, for building the capital of the workers, Lastly, I believe we need to work in terms of partnerships where business communities within the EAC member countries can partner. Today we have big infrastructure projects going on across the countries, but you'll find very few local companies doing it. I'm not against foreign direct investment, because that is at the decision of the government, but I believe we must have at least a share of the projects that are going on. And in that way, we reduce on some of the burdens that are coming up. Thank you, Steve. I think I may stop here for the moment.
Fantastic. Let's give my namesake a big hand clap for that. Clearly, you have articulated the issues at hand. I sit in the same space with Steve, and we meet a lot in forums. One of the things that are clear, especially on the issue of policies and the need for harmonization, is that there's a very strong hand of the executive. Now, about 4 years ago, we met in Nairobi as CEOs of the private sector apex bodies, and we took a stand on the fact that there is that annual summit of heads of states, which meets on the sidelines of any one of the hosts. And we suggested this, that before the heads of state summit meets, can we as private sector come up with a harmonized or close to harmonized position on the need for the executive to stamp their authority on creating that enabling environment that supports the private sector. You all know that close to 95% of the earnings or the income that comes in the form of taxes and levies is from the private sector, and we are the players. We are the ones who generate it. We create 95% of the jobs. So for us to be able to do that very well, it's from an illustrative point, you must feed the cow well, that gives you the milk, that gives you the earnings. So that is what we bring on the table as apex bodies of the private sector. And we do this under the auspices of the East African Business Council. So this is part of an accountability. This conference is intended in part to give an account of what we do as apex bodies under the, of course, the leadership of the EABC, but also then engaging with the East African community and all the other bodies that provide that secretarial or secretariat support for that. I'll give the audience a chance to ask quickly, and then we'll go into our break. I know we badly need the coffee, but if there are any questions from the audience, I'll ask, and I'll be, there's a gentleman with a helmet. I don't know whether you have come to protect the harmony of, and then there's a hand up there. I need to balance gender. Any ladies in the room? Yes, the lady in red. I hope, Secretariat, you can see them. We'll take that quick questions. Don't give a lecture. Yes, my brother here at the front. So pass the mics quickly. I'll give a minute for each of you. Max, there and there. Okay, just quickly.
Thank you very much for the annual Regional Industrialization Conference.
Speak louder. What?
Thank you very much for this conference. My name is Owini Hakim. We're in the industry of electric bicycles. We make electric bicycle for last mile industrial businesses commuting, because we know nothing can take place, no industrialization can take place without mobility. So we bridge the last mile gaps. My question is, we in East Africa, we have a very good, we are very intended in making policies, and we come up with very good policies and at institutional level, but we have a very terrible strategy of domesticating this policy to the required implementing bodies in the region. And there's always, when you talk about harmonization, that's what we actually mean. You find like bodies like PFU will press the politician, they come up with policy, but they don't trickle down. How do we bridge those gaps? And the other body is, most of our agriculture, this is depending on the paper I found being represented, most of our agriculture are subsistence farming. How do we include those 90% subsistence farming into this process so that we widen out and also build the capacity in the region by empowering those people? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hakim, and thank you for being practical. You've come in a helmet, and clearly you are the money in the house. Thank you. Next, I think that, Honorable, you might answer that, if you got it well. Yes, another question there. I think there was a hand up there, and the lady in red after that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Waswa. First of all, I want to dispense protocol by appreciating the presence of high-profile people in this conference. Creating businesses is influenced by the environment and the system of incentives offered by foreign investment and domestic policies. But the administrative process and laws in many developing countries are so complicated. And on top of that, the administrative process or the laws are so high, and the compliance costs are so high, which actually hinder the development of a productive economy. What's your take on this within that context? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mildred Barunji are my names. I'm coming from Uganda Development Corporation. Thank you, the panelists, for the key takeaway messages. My biggest concern is on the practical actions that can be taken. For example, it was noted that electricity outages and voltage fluctuations are a big problem. It was mentioned by the Honorable from Sudan, and indeed, we have recently undertaken a value chain of the iron and steel study in Uganda, and we found that because of power fluctuations, companies were losing a lot of their materials in the production process. But what is missing from this meeting is then what is supposed to be done by the governments to address this problem. Similar to the ununiform incentives, Uganda relates like any other countries. I think actually it was pointed out by Rabogo from Mukwano Industries. You're operating in the same space, the incentives are not uniform across, and yet you go to sell in the same market. The question comes to us, who is perpetuating these ununiform incentives? Why can't we harmonize them once and for all? I would be glad to hear from that. And the last one, I'm seeking clarification from Stephen Ruzibiza on specialization. I did not quite get that. What kind of specialization in particular commodities, in particular nodes of the value chain, and if it's farms that you're talking about, if Mukwano, for example, they are into manufacturing oil seeds, should they not be at the farming level and only specialize at value addition? And yeah, I need some bit of clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can move. Okay, maybe quickly. There's a flurry of hands here. There's a big hand up here from the CEO of Uganda Bati.
Okay, thank you. My name is George Arodi. I'm the CEO of Uganda Bati Limited. This one goes to the chairman of the East African Business Council. I think the issue which we have in the ESC, ESC trade penetration has been more hinging on the issues around the NTBs, non-tariff barriers. And we expect that those sitting in Arusha, and we have so many bodies there, EABC, which can be able to help in that regard, in terms of reconciling the private sector positions. We also have the East African Legislative Assembly, and also we also have the EABC, we have the ESC itself, Secretariat, sitting also in Arusha. But what I do see is that these bodies that we look into for the resolutions of the NTBs are also crying. So I think the question which I want to raise to you, and especially the fact that you are sitting with these people, but I think basically in the same building, what mechanisms are you having in terms of invoking the provisions of the trade dispute resolutions to be able to resolve the issues which are emerging and affecting the penetration within the ESC? I think that's the area that we need to get from you, because if everybody is crying, then really who's going to bail the cat? Thank you.
Thank you, George. I think we just have one hand and then we close. Huh? I'm managing time.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Lino Krialichila. And this goes to Mr. Rabongo. We have a problem of balance of trade, and there is need for import substitution. And I think what would help us is this industrialization aspect, and then, of course, agriculture combined. So what do you think can be done for us to effectively do import substitution in the region? And the other one can go to Bwana Call or Mr. Stephen. The issue of integration of the ESC. We are having a problem of the non-tariff barriers, and then, of course, non-compliance with the treaties. What can be done for partner states to adhere to the provisions of the treaties? Maybe if I could add, I'm glad that I am taking over from Stephen, the chairmanship of the public-private partner dialogues in the Northern Corridor. So now I represent the partner states, the 6 partner states in the board of the Northern Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lino. I think we'll stop there. Just for your information and good comfort, we are going to have government talking later. We are going to have we are represented here by the East African community, Annette. Some of the issues being asked, I think you'll address them. We're going to have many players in the space of policy and advocacy. We have Ministry of Energy coming. We have Ministry of Transport coming. We have Ministry of Trade. I think I've seen a commissioner here. So some of those things will be discussed in the conference. So I'm going to guide like this. I'll start with Steve, my counterpart from Rwanda. I think there are some aspects for you can wrap up, but also in the context of the questions asked, if you feel there are areas you can give some clarity on, you'll do that. Then Mr. Rwabogo, Mr. Businge, as a player, you also see some of these things, and maybe you can add a clarion call on some of the issues that you feel need to be addressed. And then Honorable Akol, you will conclude in brief, but also suggest because you are our representative at the EABC. I know your office in Arusha. You have a direct eye at the ESC. I did business at the ESC for 10 years, so I know the corridors. I hope they haven't changed, or if they have, for the better. We used to pound on those doors a lot when I was in the private players space, but also, it's a place that is full of engagement, but we need that when those policies are made, how do they trickle down and how they infect positively the growth of business. So Steve quickly, and then Mr. Businge, and then Honorable Akol will conclude, and then we'll go for a break. Thank you. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Let me start off with the questions addressed to me, specialization. Let's start from in-house. Sometimes we have manufacturers who are in processing, but also are in retailership and wholesalership. That one also itself needs to be evaluated. If you process, it is best if you can have distributors that can take over your products and you don't engage much in detailed trading. 2, specialization, I mean in the region. Each country has, let me pick, for example, Uganda may be good in terms of current land availability, so they can do much agricultural production. But if there is a country that has good machinery, efficient electricity, cheap labor, then that country in the region should be able to take on the processing, and they acquire the raw materials, either cereals or whichever agro products that are being produced for processing in their countries. That is the other one. But what I was trying to complement was Rwabogo's point of view that you are having companies scattered across the region with even difficulties in accessing the working culture of the countries that they are setting, and on almost every day changing the policies and regulations, and that affected the planning of the manufacturers and the subsequent growth of those companies. There was a question from my colleague about integration. This is a very difficult question, to be honest. What can be done? I have been in PSA for 10 years. I found there a list of NTBs. I have failed to first address or overcome the backlog of NTBs I found. For the 10 years, more NTBs have come, and all that is a backlog of NTBs. And when you're talking about politicians, they promise you something, then they either they are removed from office, or for whatever reasons, they leave without addressing the NTBs. Now, non-compliance NTBs, whatever, anything that is hindering businesses is an NTB, and NTB are costing manufacturing, are costing trade. If you factor their cost implications, you may find they are taking over 20% of the working capital of the companies. Reason being the day itself, the loans payment, the cost you give, kitu kidogo, all these are costs that are impacting the business. So what can be done? This is what I started with. Private sector has to come forward in one effort, one voice. Put the government on task, not to remove some of the things and then they bring them the next day. We must be one in unison, and we really stand and put up our position that whatever is happening is affecting the business across the region. I believe that is one. Two, Steve, you mentioned something, the decision that was taken in Nairobi. Sometimes government policy makers sit and think and even act on behalf of private sector members without consulting private sector. And this has a bigger impact. That's why some of the policies to be implemented becomes a challenge, because the people who are going to implement it were not on the table when these policies were being discussed. So I believe institutions like EABC must have a permanent seat, either at the summit level, ministerial level, so that they can bring forward the position of the private sector. And these NTBs, I believe that's when they can be addressed. I think about incentives, maybe let me end here and I let my colleagues to intervene where necessary. Thank you once again. I really thank you for organizing this event. Please keep it up, and let's make it at least twice a year if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Let's clap for him for that summary. Steve, you remember we were together in Nairobi when we took that decision to engage the executive before they sit for their big things, but I'll have a last word on that one. Thank you very much. Mr. Businge, quickly, a minute.
In interest of time, I will not repeat what has been said, but as my opening, we in industrialists, when the region came up, now we are going to 8 countries, we looked at the opportunities. The one, I will not go into details, was increased trade, economic diversification. So you look at your partner states and you also place yourself properly. Then we looked at investment opportunities. Different regions had different investment opportunities. We looked at economies of scale. You know what I mean. When you produce larger for a bigger market, your costs come down, your profitability increases. We looked at a regional infrastructure development, and you all know what is happening within the region. Then we also looked at innovation and technology transfer. Like if you look in some countries like Kenya, we're so much developed in the industrial side, so they have a bigger workforce, so you could even get technology across than going to India and elsewhere. Then we looked at job creation. We have a lot of youth who are jobless, so we knew if all these things are put into perspective, then everybody would have a job for himself here than sending our people to Saudi Arabia. Then on the side of barriers, which I believe that should be looked into seriously, non-tariff barrier, everybody here knows that song. They keep mutating every day. We look at infrastructure deficiencies. If you look like a country like Uganda, we still have no rail. Rail is the cheapest means of transport, so that should be considered. How do you expect me to compete with a person in Tanzania and Kenya moving his raw materials on a cheap mode of transport, and they don't have that? So that's key. Limited structural complementaries, lack of awareness and capacity. There are a lot of agreements. Even on EAC, we industrialists don't have that capacity to make sure that we are aware of each and every trade agreement signed by our country or within partner states. A lot of overlapping agreements. We don't have that time. We look at raw material, our labor, and all that. So we need help as private sector to make sure that information comes to us in a mode that we can consume it. Lack of finance, that is needless to say, and regulatory disparities within the different regions. So if all this can be addressed, we believe we industries will do what we do best and to make sure that we steer our country and the region ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A big hand clap for Bwana Kubwa, Mr. Businge, for that. Talking from experience, hands on the ground, boots in the field from private sector. We conclude with you, Honorable Akol. Quickly, you've heard the sentiments of the private sector. You're a player yourself, and obviously they need to push for that policy environment to flatten the barriers. Really, non-tariff barriers are many, and some of them are caused by ourselves. Even private sector are part of the barriers. What do we do? How do you help us represent where Annette sits so that we create a fantastic regional business environment that will make all of us rich and happy? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Stephen, and my listeners. It's very important for the region to come up with some regulators and rules and laws that are governed by East Africa community. Because for us as a business community, you know, I feel like nothing is united us. The business community from Uganda, from Kenya, from Burundi, to Somalia. You know, it is that we have to come under the EABC, the apex body of the East Africa. That is, we feel like as a business community, that is our parliament, that is our voice, that is the voice we can send the message to any government of the state. And that is the voice can be heard regionally and internationally. So let's remove the perspective of the third world country. You know, if we go back to the politics and when we talk about the third world country, all in Africa we fail, and some country in Asia we fail that in that level. But what is killing us here, because we don't take our responsibility and we don't do what we have been asked for. I'm talking to say about the integration of East Africa, you know, and I want to bring you back about the South Sudan. South Sudan in 1820, it was called the closed area of Sudan. Nobody knows about this. And the British, the colonial, told us that we belong to East Africa. And the then government of Sudan, run by the Egyptian and British, not to cross to South Sudan. It's a land that belongs to East Africa. Nobody knows here. So we originally East African region. The idea of East Africa was in South Sudan before everybody also come up to claim the East Africanism. So the founders countries, Tanzania and Uganda and Kenya, they are the one now to encourage the region to come up with the regulation, and we stick with the idea of East Africa to share the resources of the region. Now, when we say, what can we do to integrate? Integration is very simple. If I marry from Uganda and you marry from another country, that is integration. We are integrating those two countries, and they form one that can be called, it belongs to this country and to that country. So integration is the will of any government in the region. If we remove that feeling that you need to protect your interests, and we protect as a holistics for the region, that we are integration. And it's very simple for us to integrate into East Africa under the EAC. All the mechanisms need to be devolved. That can allow us to come up and we integrate. All about this thing is about the non-tariffs barriers and the trade barriers. We have to differentiate between the trade barriers and the non-tariff barriers. Now, if you see the trade barriers have been restricted by the member state of the East Africa, and a country restricted some rules into import. So it means it's protecting something belongs to him. So also, the non-tariff barriers is now coming up. It's become very many. Even I have seen from the newspapers that Uganda also introduced the non-tariffs on the products, the import products in Uganda here, 10%. That is also, it's not good for the countries like Congo, South Sudan, who are the consumers taking from Uganda. So that is very dangerous. You see also that Tanzania has bring the very many items that can be not to be done by the foreign country, but foreign citizen who are in Tanzania. So it is also harming the integration of the East Africa. So where are we going? So let me say, we need to focus for the integration, and we need to remove all these things that preventing the citizen of the East Africa country to enjoy the resources from those countries. All of us, we need to enjoy the resources that are in South Sudan, that are in Kenya, that are in Uganda. We need to enjoy. Why are you preventing us? You know? So the step that has been taken by Tanzania, in our view, is discouraging the region. And we need to, let me suggest something to be done in East Africa. We need to develop the power plants, okay, that belong to the region, because now we are facing the power in East Africa. So we need to have the joint power plant in East Africa. And second thing also, we need to harmonize the conformity assessment for the Bureau standards of all the region, so we can have only one certificate that can be used in the region. Okay, instead of one country have its own certificate that need to impose on the other country. That one cannot work. It gives us to delay our movement on the borders. So we need to do that. Again, for us to have the larger bull's head in the East Africa, we need also to have or to be given the special status in the Yala, which can encourage the private sector in East Africa.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap to Honorable Cole. I gave him an extra minute. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have started very well. And you've heard from the various speakers here already. This conference is already proving that we are going to have a rich menu. And I hope that the Secretariat, our Secretariat, is capturing the views. These are going to inform the next steps for our both political but also the strategic players in the region in the context of enhancing policy advocacy and sustainable regional industrial growth. I must thank all of you for participating very, very well. There's more to come. We could have had more, but I'll at this point invite our MCs to come and take over. We badly need a coffee. Steve, thank you. I think let's take a quick picture. My colleague from Rwanda can't be here, but we shall take a picture from there and do some Photoshop. So over to you, Jackie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephen, and the entire panel. We really appreciate your submissions. A very big round of applause to our panel as we invite our chairperson, PSFU, to join this picture. Ms. Sarah, please come forward and we take this photo. I think the production team can do something for Stephen, because we are talking about regional integration. Can we just put his photo on the screen? I mean the Stephen who is across the border. If we can do that, that will be really great. Yes, the PSFU board members, Jimmy, I am sure you're supposed to be here. And the policy lead from the board. Okay, let's take this picture real quick so then we can have our break. Our break is powered by KCB Bank. All right, looks like we cannot project Stephen from the other side. So we'll take this photo real quickly and then we proceed. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've been seated for quite some time and we need to stretch a little bit now. And before we do that, I'd like to recognize KCB Bank. I don't know whether KCB Uganda is here. If they are not, at least they have facilitated our breakfast. We thank you so much. Thanks a lot for supporting this conference. Now we're going to have a very, very brief break. We will take just about 15 minutes of our break because we really, really ran out of time. And so we need to catch up with our time. So, but as we go for our break, there's one statement that the managing director, CEO of Uganda Bati mentioned, that if everybody is crying, who is going to save us? But I'm sure that by the end of this conversation, we'll have an answer. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's move to the exhibition booth. That's where our break is served. And as we're enjoying our break, we can move around and get to understand how other players are handling industrialization, and so we can as well move around the booth to kind of best understand and appreciate what different players are doing. Can we just stand up and stretch? Looks like we still want to be here, right? Okay, so let's have a break real quick. We don't want to lose you. We still have quite a lot to cover.
Kagadi District, Muhoro Sub-County, lives a prominent businesswoman who deals in general merchandise of groceries. Tusingwire Allen opened shop 15 years.
Ndio mushubuzi ineduka ya bulijo amwe na produce nizo business zanje zinkora. Business ezo nsitandikira hati ngiyo mu myaka 15. Niyo kutandika kuwanje nkatandikanisa capital y'emitwaro 3. Niyo capital inatandikanisa business yanje. Abo hati n'abakozi mukaga.
Allen got encouraged to get the grow loan due to the attractive low percentage of paying back. She did all the required procedures and got 30 million to boost her business with more grocery stock and agricultural produce, expanding her farming activities and putting more workers in operations.
Echampambize kuronda loan ya grow kunahulire akapasenti kanshemeza. Nkanyo mushubuzi namanya kunda funa kasenta konkonde.
In Kagadi District, Muhoro Sub-County, lives a prominent businesswoman who deals in general merchandise of groceries. Tusingwire Allen opened shop 15 years.
Ndio mushubuzi ineduka ya bulijo amwe na produce nizo business zanje zinkora. Business ezo nsitandikira hati ngiyo mu myaka 15. Niyo kutandika kuwanje nkatandikanisa capital y'emitwaro 3. Niyo capital inatandikanisa business yanje. Abo hati n'abakozi mukaga.
Allen got encouraged to get the grow loan due to the attractive low percentage of paying back. She did all the required procedures and got 30 million to boost her business with more grocery stock and agricultural produce, expanding her farming activities and putting more workers in operations.
Echampambize kuronda loan ya grow kunahulire akapasenti kanshemeza. Nkanyo mushubuzi namanya kunda funa kasenta konkonjeramu nikaza kunyamba kutera utambo kunagirizeho naikaho nakora process narajya yangu akasente nakafuna nije natopinga mu business yanje kahurira guroba kujigambaho muri banywane banje kunagihurire nari bakige kitiso kirungi bangambira ngo zo mu post bank obas nanga centenary bank yono okabuza kunagiye mu post bank bangambe mitende inkubasa kurabamu ngafuna sente kubajingambire nanye mitende ejo nazitamburaho bangabanyine kuba no musimbo ize cyapa nyonka ino musimbo buryo mu mazina ganje bija bandambura kubandambwire bagarukayo buye kubwara be bagambizira ryanje gabire mu bampa sente. Nafune sente ezo za goro nabasafuna obusobozi bwo konjeho mu business yanje ahabwa hati nyonjeho mu duka yanje nayonjeho mu produce nayonja no mu misiri yanje kandi nashanga n'abakozi nyonjeho kusikira intase nkutasamu nashanga ino obusobozi bwo kwaki bwo kubashashura omezi bwanje enyaka yimazire omu business enyaka 15 kanta kajya gahorone rone ya goro niye soche mu omezi bwanje. Bitu kuna huryo buhezo we nabwegomba nagamba kanjezoho bukoze se bitu kuna bukoze bwankorera.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
Wachibombo, Central Ward, Nakasongola District, is a one resilient farmer who practices poultry, piggery, and food crops farming. Annette started with only poultry farming just 3 years ago.
I started rearing birds 3 years ago with 7 birds. I was dealing in local only.
On hearing about the grow loan, she was supported by the husband through all process and accessed up to 9 million shillings from the Grow Fund.
Last year, I heard about Grow on the TV, so I went to Post Bank because it is near us here. I inquired from the manager. They requested me to bring a land agreement, and good enough I had it. So I took it. When I took it, they requested me to go to my spouse so that he can sign for me. He can consent. So I took the forms from bank. I brought them here. My husband signed for me. I took them back. After taking them back, it took us some time to get the money because they told us the money is not there, it is finished, something of the kind. So it was in December, they called me and told me, get prepared. We are going to give you money. Because they had already approved the loan, but it took some time to give it to me. So they gave me the loan, 9 million in December last year. And I requested to be paying that loan in quarters. That's, I pay after 3 months. And as I talk now, I've so far paid 2 installments.
This boosted her expansion plans just at the back of their house. As profits came in, it enabled her to start piggery and plant food crops on bigger space.
So when I got the loan, I started bringing these birds, the breeders and the croilers. As I talk now, I have 1,000 and above, 800 breeders, 300 croilers, and 300 local chicks.
Annette has also been able to support her husband in home affairs like paying school fees.
Of course, since I got the grow loan, after selling the birds, you get some profits. I've been able to pay school fees. We have been able to pay school fees for our children, and they are in boarding section now. So when I started the
her husband in home affairs like paying school fees.
Of course, since I got the grow loan, after selling the birds, you get some profits. I've been able to pay school fees. We have been able to pay school fees for our children. I also added on piggery. They are there. I've also started rearing piglets. I have cassava. I have the bananas plantation here. Those leftovers I get from the birds, I use them in my plantation here. Most of the maize I use on my farm. I plant them, I do it myself. So I do agriculture to reduce on the cost of the feeds. When I paid my second installment, I went back to Post Bank. I told them immediately when I finished this loan in December, I want to get another one because it's interested, it is friendly. I'm planning to add on the croilers, even the breeders. I want to expand on the market. I still have the local market, it is enough for the ones I have. But when I expand, like if you get someone from Kampala to take like 500 and you remain with 500 for the local people.
In the heart of Changwali refugee camp, about 80 kilometers from Hoima Oil City, lives Awan Angwech Catherine. She runs a restaurant in Kasonga refugee town that makes very tasty food for the last 7 years that has earned itself the nickname Serena Hotel of Changwali.
This is the 7th year I'm running this business.
Angwechi's story is a vivid testimony of transformation. Upon receiving the grow loan, she expanded from an improper structure to a neater and bigger space that was offered to her by the government. She was also able to hire more workers who have also benefited from her growth.
Because of grow loan, I managed to get more workers. I employed 14 workers at first. I used to have less than 6 workers. And also I expanded, and the government gave me the common user facility where I am seated. It's built by the government.
Hello. Hello, members. May I request that we make our way to the conference room?
It has helped me also to serve more clients.
May I request that we make our way back to the conference room, ladies and gentlemen? We're really running out of time.
To keep running.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your kind attention? Ladies and gentlemen, may we please make our way to the conference room? We are running out of time.
The profits from her expansion have enabled her to afford land and expand into agriculture to grow maize, beans, potatoes, and others that she commercially sells while supplying the rest to her restaurant.
I also do invest in agriculture. I have my gardens. I bought my land some time back. I also farmed my maize, my beans. I do agriculture. And when I get that food from the garden, I bring back into my business. Yes, I don't sell it out. I bring it in my business in the restaurant. I'm very happy and I'm proud of being a Ugandan as well. And I thank the government of Uganda for supporting us women. Actually, we were down with these small loans, was overstressing us. They put a high interest. Even if you have paid the money, they tell you, your loan is still balanced. So when I heard about grow, I was very happy. And I had to apply for it, so I'm very happy.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented.
Ladies and gentlemen, members, we are waiting for you. Please make your way to the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting.
to the light in your eyes, like a moth to a flame. The sound of your voice in the night, such a sweet serenade, a sweet serenade. A sweet serenade. I remember it all so very vividly, my sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry, my sweet serenade, sweet serenade.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. Empowered to harvest, to create, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
Hello? Aveno? Hello, madam. I am Mr. Longido, the roof control officer from the district.
I've never heard of you before.
Trust me, it's a real job that you don't have to Google. Now, please, tell me about your roof sheets and don't leave out any details, eh?
These roof sheets are called Orientile from Uganda Bati, and we've had them for quite a while. They come in many colors. For us, we chose this color. They are very wide. So we used less sheets, which saved us a lot of money.
Wonderful. We'll be reaching out to you with a report in a week, eh? Okay? Bye!
Crown your home with Orientile, the widest steel roof sheets in Uganda from Uganda Bati.
Engineer, Uganda Bati. Genjagala, go!
Uganda Bati, Uganda's most trusted building solutions partner.
Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome back from the break. I don't want to say it was a short break because it was really a long break given by yourselves. We gave you a short break. You decided to extend it, but that's fine. It's part of industrial growth. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on really swiftly because we are out of time. I would like to invite the board chairperson or the board chairman of PSFU to give her remarks. But before she comes, I would like to remind us that we are live online, and I would like us to get to look at the hashtag for some of us who are in the room and are a little bit, I think everybody is comfortable using their phones. If you can use your phone to text, that means you can use your phone to update about where you are and what you are doing, especially seeing that we are discussing matters of national importance. So our hashtag is right there. You can update your people, your family, your people at home, and everyone as well as the Wi-Fi code. All right, so while we were away, having our break, we were joined by the representative of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Dr. Joshua Mutambi. A big round of applause for Doctor. Thank you so much for joining this very important conversation, and therefore our conference can start officially. That said, I would like to invite the board chairman, Madam Sarah Kajingo, somebody who is really, really very close to industry, who loves green energy, who loves sustainable industrialization. Sarah, as she comes, please clap. You know, ladies need a bit of reinforcement. Welcome, Sarah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, represented by Commissioner Dr. Joshua Mutambi, the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, and esteemed alumna of Private Sector Foundation, Annette Semwemba, board members and chair of the East African Business Council, board members of PSFU, CEOs of private sector apex bodies of East Africa represented, the CEO of PSFU, the country director of TradeBack, my friend Anna, financial institutions, and all of you, industry leaders, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Kajingo, and I'm here to represent our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who sends his warm regards and his wishes for a productive meeting. I welcome you once again to the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference, And we are delighted as PSFU for leading the private sector as the apex body for 30 years since 1995. We've been at the forefront of advocating for a vibrant, competitive, and sustainable private sector, fostering economic growth, jobs, and innovation across Uganda and beyond. We are a trusted partner of the government of the Republic of Uganda, and currently we co-implement GROW, Generating Growth Opportunities and Productivity for Women Enterprises project, which is funded by the World Bank to scale women's businesses. We are also about to roll out Invite, a project which we co-implement again with government and funded by the World Bank to provide financing to manufacturing and export sectors. This conference, themed Enhancing Policy Advocacy for Sustainable Regional Industrial Growth, is a testament to our collective resolve to walk the industrialization journey as the East African community. Industrialization is not just a national pursuit, but a regional imperative. The EAC, as you shall hear from the Deputy Secretary General, has a vibrant market of over 330 million people, a combined GDP exceeding US $300 billion, abundant resources, and it holds immense potential to become a hub for manufacturing, innovation, and trade. However, realizing this potential demands that we move in lockstep, governments, private sector bodies, and regional institutions toward a shared goal of sustainable industrial transformation. As a region, the EAC faces both opportunities and challenges. Our markets are interconnected, our resources complementary, and our aspirations aligned. Yet, fragmented policies, as you've heard from the panel this morning, regulatory barriers, NTBs, and uneven industrial capacities often hinder our progress. And in 2023, PSFU commissioned a study supported by MasterCard Foundation in collaboration with Uganda Manufacturers Association, and I see the ED here, and the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, to understand the capacity utilization of manufacturing plants in Uganda. The study revealed that the plants operate at 54% of their capacity. And one of the key reasons is lack of effective demand for the manufactured products, followed by competition and products imported from elsewhere in the world. And the reason I'm citing this example is to demonstrate to you that we will soon saturate our market as a country and as individual countries of the East African community. So it therefore does not make business sense to engage in protectionism. As a region, our markets, as I have emphasized, should be interlinked, and which is why at PSFU we have collaborated with the government of the Republic of Uganda and sister private sector bodies to integrate the market, to penetrate the African Continental Free Trade Area. But, you know, we usually speak to the population and say the African continent has over 1 billion people. What we have learned from Uganda is that now the government is extending capital for production at the parish level, which is one of the smallest units of production of the country. The reason government does that and we support it, is to try and build the purchasing power of Uganda's population. And for that matter, this should really be the case elsewhere in East Africa and around the continent. Otherwise, we will keep talking, and you know we like to speak English. We come into these conferences, speak, but there's no action. We have lent our good heads and English to advancing the interests of the private sector. Unfortunately, Chief Guest, we are at the mercy of governments, of EAC. Many a time, the private sector is at the receiving end. So we need to walk the industrial journey together, which means leveraging our collective strengths. Kenya's technological advancements, Tanzania's vast mineral resources, Rwanda's business-friendly reforms, Uganda's agricultural and energy growth, and the unique contributions of Burundi, South Sudan, Somalia, and the DRC. By harmonizing our efforts, we can create a seamless ecosystem that attracts investment, fosters innovation, and drives inclusive growth. Central to this journey, as you've heard from the industry players at the panel, is policy harmonization. Disparities in trade regulations, tax regimes, and industrial standards across EAC member states create inefficiencies that stifle growth. Harmonized policies will facilitate smoother cross-border trade, reduce transactional costs, and create a level playing field for businesses. For instance, aligning standards for manufacturing and quality assurance can ensure that products made in Uganda are competitive in Kenya. Products made in Tanzania are competitive in Uganda. Similarly, unified investment incentives can attract FDI to the region, create jobs, and boost industrial output. At PSFU, we are committed to advocating for policies that promote regional integration, streamline trade processes, and enhance the competitiveness of East African industries. Recently, I had a conversation with colleagues at PSFU, and following a discussion we had come across where some Ugandan businessmen had taken issue with a country in Northern Africa from which we import products, and you know, we then experience imbalance of trade. And I said to colleagues, I said, you know, when we sign these trade agreements, the cornerstone of these agreements is mutuality, which is why after the signing, we address media and say, this is going to be mutually beneficial to our countries. What that means, therefore, is that you open each other's markets to your products. However, these agreements favor those who are ready. So as a community, as the EAC, we really need to be ready. We need to ensure standards, phytosanitary standards across the EAC so that our products are competitive, even in the rest of the world. So even as we try to penetrate the African Continental Free Trade Area, you do not simply arrive and say, here are my products, buy. You really must ensure that they are compliant to the standards, and in the context of international trade, that should be more emphasized. At PSFU, we recognize that no single country or organization can achieve industrialization alone, which is why we are proud to work hand in hand with the EABC, the East African Community Secretariat, and other regional private sector apex bodies. And I would like to use this opportunity to extend our gratitude to the ESC, to the Secretary General, and to you, the Deputy Secretary General, for your open door policy. We really do not have to make appointments. It's a call, and the next day we are engaging. Thank you very much. The EABC, as the voice of the private sector in the ESC, plays a pivotal role in articulating the needs of businesses and fostering dialogue with policymakers. The Secretariat, on the other hand, provides the institutional framework to translate our shared vision into actionable policies. Alongside private sector bodies, KEPSA, Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, Rwanda's, and others, we are building a robust network to champion industrialization across the region. PSFU is fully committed to supporting this journey, and we are actively engaging with the EABC to advocate for policies that enhance intra-regional trade and investments. And as we embark on this conference, we need to reflect on the opportunities before us. The global economy is shifting with increasing demand for sustainability and locally produced products. And I would like to rally you around ESG. These are fast becoming global standards around the world, and partners, capital does not need our permission to look into our businesses to understand whether we are really treating our people right, whether we are not dumping waste in lakes. So we really are going to have to scale that discussion with Uganda Manufacturers Association and across the ESC. I urge you all, governments, private sector players, development partners, and the civil society to commit to practical steps, to stop merely talking and take action, prioritize policy harmonization, invest in infrastructure, this goes to government, and advance innovation-driven industries. We need to really empower young people. Last year, we held the PSFU Next Gen and brought to this very room legendary entrepreneurs who have weathered the storms for so many decades, and we are overwhelmed by the number of young people who are looking to understand how these legends really navigated the pitfalls, how they started, and how they have maintained the businesses. So this is a call to you all, private sector bodies and industry captains, to really understand that our population in ESC is largely of young people, and we need to handhold them. In closing, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our partners and sponsors and our teams for this second annual Regional Industrialization Conference, as well as the EABC, the ESC Secretariat, and all regional private sector bodies. Your dedication to this cause inspires us all. To the delegates that have made it here today, thank you for bringing your expertise, passion, and vision to this platform. We are all sure that united in purpose and action, we can transform the East African community into a beacon of industrial excellence. But perhaps before I take my seat, at PSFU and in collaboration with governments, there are risks we are really looking out for and watching in order to future-proof our businesses. Climate change risks, global economic shocks, information and disinformation, which really dents the perception and how we are perceived as a community internationally, as well as regional volatility, which fortunately is being addressed. And once again, I welcome you to Uganda, those of you who have traveled from the partner states, and I wish you a productive conference for God and our community. Thank you. It's now my distinct honor to invite the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, Annette Semwemba, to address us.
Good afternoon to you. Surely we had coffee. Good afternoon to you. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, represented by Dr. Joshua Mutambi, government officials present, board members and management of PSFU led by the Executive Director, distinguished guests, private sector business leaders, development partners, partners from the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from Honorable Veronica Nduva, the Secretary General of the ESC. I'm honored to be a part of this important forum. This conference offers us a valuable opportunity to reflect and engage on matters central to our region's economic transformation. In preparing for this conference, I reflected deeply on the theme, and I will emphasize some of the key words: advocacy and sustainable industrial growth. But I also wondered, because I've been a part of advocacy efforts many, many years back, and I continue to be a part of different advocacy efforts. So I posed a number of questions to myself. How much more advocacy is needed? Are we going to quantify that during this conference? Is our advocacy based on evidence? Because I've heard a number of statements that have been thrown around, and they're not backed by numbers, they're not backed by figures. So the credibility of what we say sometimes is doubted during these advocacy efforts. Are we speaking to each other? Do we have the right voices and the right people in the room? And I looked around to try and identify the different stakeholders that would be relevant to this conversation. The government officials, the ministers, they need to hear, but do we have them in the room? We have their representatives, but sometimes the message gets lost in translation. By the time it reaches the final point, it has changed. Nevertheless, we must continue these conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that from where I sit at the ESC, we are witnessing encouraging signs of progress. For the last many years, the ESC retains its place as the most integrated regional economic community. Now, that might be surprising for you, taking into account all the challenges that you have had in this room. But I want to assure you, there are many things we're doing very well. There are many things we're doing much, much better than any other regional economic community. And I want to applaud ourselves. That's a very positive message. And turning to the industrial sector, I would like to quote some important statistics. In Kenya, for example, the industrial sector contributes 18% of GDP, with manufacturing at 7.3%. The government, through the 20 by 30 agenda and country aggregation and industrial parks, is working to grow manufacturing GDP share to 20% by 2030, and they are on track. In the United Republic of Tanzania, the Integrated Industrial Development Strategy of 2025 has propelled manufacturing from 9% of GDP in 2010 to 23.2% in 2022. This demonstrates what long-term policy consistency can achieve. In Uganda, we are ahead of the target, having grown manufacturing GDP share from 8.3% in 2018 to 16.5%, supported by strategic value chains in agro-industry, steel, engineering, mobility, beauty and cosmetics, and digital technology. Overall, the industrial sector now contributes 27.4% of GDP and 35% of total government revenue. In Rwanda, industry contributes 21% of GDP with a 10% growth rate in 2024, led by dynamic subsectors such as metals, chemicals, textiles, and construction. These figures show that with the right policy mix and enabling environment, our ambitions can be achieved. Despite our progress, I want to specifically highlight some of the challenges, especially in the manufacturing sector. Manufactured goods account for less than 30% of total exports and are still concentrated in low-tech products such as cement, textiles, and basic chemicals. At the same time, raw agricultural commodities continue to dominate our export basket, offering limited value addition and few opportunities for decent job creation. Let us consider the cotton to textile value chain in Uganda. In 2024, Uganda exported raw cotton worth 19.6 million, primarily to Bangladesh, Pakistan, the UAE, and France. Meanwhile, Uganda imported clothing and apparel valued at $51.27 million, including $42 million from China, a country that imports no cotton from Uganda. Trade with regional partners remains minimal. Kenya imported just $0.8 million worth of Ugandan cotton and yet exported $1.42 million in textiles to Uganda. Imports from apparel from Tanzania and Rwanda stood at only $200,000 and $73,000 respectively. This is a clear example of mixed industrial linkages where raw inputs are exported without value addition and finished goods are imported at a premium. It reflects a broader structural issue across many of our sectors: fragmented value chains, weak regional integration in production, and a continued reliance on external markets for value-added products. To shift this trajectory, we need to move decisively from volumes to value, and from commodity exports to regional competitiveness. And I think this point was also made earlier by our first panel, where one of the panel members emphasized the need to identify areas of competitiveness in each partner state and to build those linkages so that each country can play best where it has the best competitive advantage. Distinguished participants, I want to bring to your attention that the ESC has an industrialization policy and strategy. It has set bold targets, and these include manufacturing to contribute 25% to regional GDP by 2032, value-added content in exports to rise to 40%, intra-ESC manufactured exports to grow from 5% to 25% of total manufactured imports, manufactured exports to account for 60% of all merchandise exports, manufactured value per capita to reach $258 United States, and MSMEs to contribute 50% of manufacturing GDP, up from 35 to 40%. Now, my biggest challenge with the policies and the strategies is we have enough of them. I hope you all agree we don't need new policies. I emphasize this point, we need implementation. We need implementation plans that are actionable, that have measurable indicators, that are well-funded. To realize our regional ambitions, as I have highlighted above, we must also focus on building strategic regional value chains with strong value addition, while strengthening institutional capacity for effective policy design and coordination. This will include equipping industry support institutions to drive competitiveness, expanding access to tailored financial and technical resources, and investing in industrial skills, vocational training, and innovative ecosystems. I'm glad to note that this conference brings together partners from these different stakeholders. Allow me to share another example in the leather and leather products sector. 4 EAC countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and South Sudan, feature among Africa's top cattle holders, supplying backward linkages through livestock, hides, agro-inputs, and machinery, and forward linkages into fashion goods, accessories, and logistics. To what extent have we aligned this value chain within these 4 countries to be able to support each other to grow the leather sector? The leather sector is one of the sectors that has been identified as a strategic regional value chain for the region, in addition to pharmaceuticals, automobile, and agro-processing industry. From the EAC, there are policy measures in place to support these linkages. We have a common external tariff that is applied uniformly across all the EAC partner states. It is a 4-band structure that offers a 0 rate for raw materials coming into this region. It offers a 10% rate for intermediate goods that are coming into the EAC region, 25% for finished goods, and 35% for products coming into the region, but for which we need to protect vulnerable industry. I want to confirm that businesses here in the EAC are benefiting from duty remission schemes. For those in the private sector that are not aware, we have a duty remission scheme that allows you to bring industrial goods at 0 rate, even if those goods attract a common external tariff, just so that we can support your manufacturing in the region. That scheme works. I had earlier challenges around the stays of application of the common external tariff. And I want to ask, who causes the stays of application? It is you in the private sector. You go to your ministers of finance, you advocate for your own industry without looking at the broader regional policy implications of the decisions that you're advocating for. And then these decisions taken at that level are passed down. What we do at the EAC is to implement. If the private sector can get together to work through your respective sector advocacy groups and to avoid advocacy for individual industry, that might address some of the issues that we are challenged with. And that call is upon you within the private sector to address. There are many issues around rules of origin, and these feature also as part of the non-tariff barriers. At the EAC, we are working towards enhancing the rules of origin to make them better trade facilitating, to enable regional sourcing and content compliance. There are policies on special economic zones and policies that allow for targeted industrial growth within these special economic zones. We invite you to come to us, having participated in these schemes, to let us know what is not working so that we can put forward policies to work better in those areas. As a region, we still see significant vulnerabilities in trade, where 64% of ESC imports are manufactured goods, mostly from Asia. And in 2024, for instance, the region exported just $16.14 million worth of goods to China. And compared to what we import for China, this is paltry performance. This stark imbalance demonstrates our dependence on external manufactured inputs and our inability to capture value domestically. And it raises critical questions on whether our trade policies are aligned with the industrial goals and why we would import machinery, textiles, and processed goods that could potentially be produced locally. We have done some research and we have established that industrialization in ESC has been crippled, and as a result of these challenges, trade barriers continue to cause an annual loss of 15 to 20% of annual market exits. If these barriers were addressed, they would boost trade competitiveness by 52% and increase trade by $63.4 billion. All this said, what should we continue to do? The question of non-tariff barriers has come up, and I'm hoping that the commissioner from the ministry representing the minister will speak extensively about the measures in place to address non-tariff barriers. We have committees that are functional. Tariff barriers remain that stone in the shoe. We address one today, it reoccurs in a different form the next day. The mechanisms are working, but there are systemic issues and some issues also around political trust. I can assure you there are discussions that have been held at the highest level by presidents from our region where decisions have been made, signed, and stamped. And the minute the presidents leave the room, that issue does not get resolved. It remains. We receive letters complaining, and we provide responses and receive another letter on an issue that the presidents have provided a directive. If we cannot respect the directive of a head of state, what other directive can we respect? It's really, really important that we don't circumvent around these issues, but we try to hit the nail on the head. Where there's an issue that requires political will, how best can we achieve that political will? What kind of forum do we need to be able to engage on these issues? From the ESC, we are doing our best. I can assure you that 2 weeks ago, we convened a meeting that brought the ministers of finance together to discuss issues around the pronouncements that came from their respective budgets. We had some partner states that imposed new levies, new charges that they didn't even speak about when we brought them together to talk about pre-budget issues, because there's a forum that brings them together to discuss pre-budget issues. The ministers engaged extensively and took very critical decisions from which we expect a change, hopefully by the end of September when they will meet again. We also have a number of forums together with the EABC, including at technical level, technical working groups, and at strategic level with CEOs and the Secretary General to address key advocacy issues and how to turn them into policy action. We encourage that you engage in these discussions. We encourage that at CEO level, you participate and bring these issues to the fore so that they can be addressed and we can take them forward through the different policy organs that we coordinate at the ESC. The treaty is very clear on the role of the ESC. We coordinate, we support harmonization of processes, policies. However, we don't have the mandate to be able to, for instance, impose sanctions on a partner state that hasn't complied. And maybe I'll also appeal through you for that advocacy that we are given that biting authority to be able to enforce some of the decisions, some of the compliance issues that we face in the region. We also need to emphasize, and I heard from the Vice Chair of PSFU, the issue of the youth. They are a key question in the industrial question. We need to embrace their empowerment, and this will mean investing in vocational hubs, investing in vocational training, innovation hubs, youth startups to ensure access to industrial finance, but also from a capacity point of view to empower them with information, because the key issue that I hear is they don't have information, or the information is presented in a way that it doesn't speak to their generation. And maybe I wanted to ask by a show of hands how many we have here that are the youth and are relating to what we are speaking about, but I will leave that because I know that there's a panel coming later that will address that question. But I looked around and everybody perhaps is around my age or slightly older, but not very young. So let's embrace the youth. Let's bring them to the table. Let them tell us what it is that we need to do, because at the ESC we have a program very, very specific for youth capacity building. We are going around borders, emphasizing how they can trade. We are launching, the ministers will meet in the last week of August to sign off on a policy of digitalization for the ESC, and it is focused on the youth. How do we embrace digital technology? How do we embrace other areas on technological innovations that speak to the broader population within our community? As I conclude, I want us to reflect and come up with a workable plan. I tried to look at the outcomes from the last conference and the extent to which they've been implemented. And I also had anticipated that we would receive an M&E plan from the work that came out of the last conference, so that it is additionality. We are not speaking about issues that we spoke about the last time. For me, that's really, really important, because it shows that what we have discussed is being implemented, and we're not here to tick a box. The other conference was finished, and we had 35 actions. Then what happened to those actions? Let's be actionable. Let's be results-oriented in terms of our approach. Let's think about other forums, other engagements that will allow us to be able to enhance the advocacy and that voice that is very important to be able to lead to the sustainable industrial transformation that we are here to engage about. With those remarks, I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to our continued deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mutawe. Mrs. Semwemba, sorry. Hey, thank you, thank you. Come on, give her a big hand clap. I think that has been a very sobering remark, quite important remarks there. We should be implementers. We have the policies we need to implement. We have to fund them. We have to fund the implementation. We have to focus. We have to monitor and evaluate as we go forward. To invite our guest of honor today, allow me invite our CEO of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, if you could have, do the honors of coming to invite our guest of honor to make his remarks. Mr. Asimwe, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. I think that Annette deserves a very big hand clap. She delivered a very good paper, and clearly you can see the foundations of PSFU. When you work at PSFU, you deliver such papers. So watch the space. When I leave PSFU, we'll see the other things. It's my singular honor to introduce the representative of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, who is a very integral member of our policy engagement. The minister couldn't have chosen a better person than Dr. Mutambi. And this is why I think that we have a very well-deserved representative to come and give the minister's remarks. But overall and overarching issues of the discussion on industrialization, especially in the context of this conference, RIC2. So Dr. Joshua Mutambi is the Commissioner for Processing and Marketing at the Ministry of Trade. He has a PhD in engineering, industrial manufacturing, and automation. Very powerful doctorate. He has another PhD, ladies and gentlemen, in techno-sciences and studies and innovation from the development innovation development from Sweden. His first PhD was from Makerere University. His second PhD is from Sweden. He also holds a master's in machine manufacturing and automation from Shanghai University in the Republic of China. He has extensive experience in developing industrial policies and strategies. As a matter of fact, we've done a whirlwind tour with him when we were developing startup policies in the last 6 months together. So he's very conversant with supporting these industries from micro, small, and medium enterprises. He's also been integral in the development of policies and strategies at the ministry, and is still affiliated to Makerere University, where he gives not just academic guidance, but he supports both academia and industry in creating those necessary tractions that support this area. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Dr. Mutambi as he delivers the minister's speech. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Stephen, CEO of PSFU, and colleagues in the House, the East African Deputy Secretary General, the Vice Chairman, East African Business Council, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda Board, led by the Chairman and the Vice Chairman, senior government officials present, distinguished guests, private sector actors, and participants online. I'm informed it is online both, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for your kind introduction, and I want to thank you for patiently waiting for us. On behalf of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, I greet you from Honorable Francis Mwevesa. He was supposed to be here with us, but I think he has, since morning, he has been engaged in a number of commitments, and he has asked me to represent him. So allow me to stand here and convey his message. I want to thank you, to thank all the organizers, led by PSFU, to this second annual Regional Industrial Conference 2025. And the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives appreciates this kind of engagement, as its mandate primarily is to promote and facilitate the trade regionally and internationally, industrialization, cooperatives development, as well as micro, small, and medium enterprises. The focus is on increasing exports, diversifying manufacturing, and growth of cooperatives and micro, small, and medium enterprises. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives works closely with Private Sector Foundation Uganda in formulating policies and strategies, as well as negotiating markets, and also in infrastructure development. Work very closely with the private sector in those key areas. So it is through such conferences and dialogues that we can discuss issues and areas of concern for trade and industrial partnerships. Markets have been negotiated, regional markets and at the level of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the international markets. But the challenge is we still see the intra-trade still very low. And we urge the private sector to make sure that we grow the intra-trade within the partner states. We need to harmonize all the areas that hinder the growth of private sector participation in our markets. All areas have been mentioned by the Secretary General and the Chairman PSFU, but I know that governments within the region are all working tirelessly to make sure that they provide the enabling environment for the private sector to grow. For example, there is a lot of work going on in terms of the infrastructure development. Here in Uganda, of course, major highways are right now being worked on. The SG railway line construction, it is in the final stages. It has already been started on. Development of the industrial parks and free zones, increasing the energy generation, the border markets, and oil and gas projects. All these are being done collaboratively with the ESC partner states. In this era of digitization, let's aim at forging efforts to implement the decisions that are made for the good of the integration. Yes, we hear that the NTBs are being discussed time and again, but as doing business is a live system, it's an occupation, so as you solve some NTBs, others are coming up. And this, of course, goes well in hand as the businesses are also being established. As we identify different opportunities, you expect to go through some challenges, some new areas that you need to develop. Now that we are in the digitalization era, we expect a lot to be done in marketing. The e-marketing, the e-portals are all being developed. What's important is to diversify the production, increase production, work on our standards, and let's support the startups, the youth and women that are heavily engaged in these areas need our support. I know that the measures are being addressed time and again, and partly coming together like this is to enhance the meetings that will discuss some of those measures. So, for example, I know that this is the second, but the first annual industrialization must have come up with some resolutions. And at the end of this conference, I'm sure we shall look at what has been achieved and what needs to be focused on. The government currently is implementing the 10-fold growth strategy, where our priority areas are within the agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, beneficiation, including oil and gas, and science, technology, and innovations. So it's very important that we look at the opportunities that are provided within these key priority areas and work together to achieve the benefits and objectives of these. I don't want to take much of your time because I know that you have been waiting. Let me once again thank the organizers of this conference, those that have traveled from within the region. Welcome you very much, and let's interact freely, because we are in the customs union. What affects us here is the same affects our sisters and brothers across the borders. So I encourage us that let's discuss freely to come up with useful resolutions or recommendations that will enable us to grow for the future of our region. I therefore take this humble opportunity to officially open this conference. I say this for God and my country. Thank you for listening.
Another big round of applause for Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor, for the insightful remarks that you've just given us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are behind schedule. I am really sorry for that, and I know that the next session, the person who is going to moderate it is known for keeping time, and so we are likely to recover some time around that time. May I request the team from Equity to stand up? Are they here? There's something special about Equity. Very special. Please clap for them.
You may take your seats. We just wanted to recognize you. But we must give them a nod. Why? Because they are one of the engines that is supporting and powering this conference today. And conferences like this cannot move on without partnerships. We literally thrive on partners and sponsors. They are not only sponsors, but they are driving enterprise from the grassroots and supporting dreams from the grassroots to the boardroom. So make sure you get to visit Equity's stall and get to speak to the Equity team that is in the room. Another big round of applause for Equity. Now, moving on swiftly, we are switching gears and getting to trade, investment and trade opportunities. And, but before we get to that, please allow me invite somebody who is stepping in on behalf of the chairman of the Uganda Manufacturers Association, an institution that champions the growth, competitiveness, and policy voice for the Uganda manufacturers in Uganda. And that is none other than Dr. Ezra Muhumuza. Dr. Ezra is just not a policy lead. He is a strategist. That's what I know about Dr. Muhumuza. He's also a real advocate and a relentless voice for the industry. Please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Muhumuza to deliver the keynote address on behalf of the chairman, Uganda Manufacturers Association. Thank you.
The representative of the minister, the Deputy Secretary General, East Africa Community, the EABC Board, the Chair and the Vice, PSFU, the Chair and the CEO, captains of industries present, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delivering this speech on behalf of my chairman, and I request that you take his apologies for his absence. One of our founder chairpersons lost a mother, Honorable Rhoda Karema, and he's engaged into making sure that arrangements are well done. It is not his habit not to be in the room, especially when we are discussing such matters of great importance. In his speech, it is an honor to address you at this essential moment in our region's industrial journey. Today, as we gather under the banner of sustainable regional industrial growth, we must confront an urgent truth. The truth is that our vision of transformation will remain unrealized unless we boldly dismantle
the ever-increasing barriers to trade and investment across the region. I therefore wish to thank PSFU and other partners for organizing the second Regional Industrial Conference 2025. Let me highlight the 5 strategic constraints that must be addressed, or we ought to address. In the space of our discussion, we are discussing policy, enhancing policy for industrialization. But before we enhance, what is the problem? The problem, there are 3 major problems that relate to the policy for industrialization in the region. The first problem is that we have policy circus other than policy nexus. The policy circus is that when we are discussing what are the policies that we're actually discussing, are we discussing every other policy and in which country? So, majorly in the regional trade enhancement, there are 2 categories of policy that are very vital. The first category is the category of eyes, 2 eyes, I and I. Then the second category is T and T. In the first category, we have got the industrial policy and investment policy. The other category is trade policy and tax policy. The difference is that industrial policy and investment policy are growth policies, and therefore they are managed by, they are growth tools, and they are managed by regional protocols. But on the other side of TT, these are economic management policies. And these policies, they are majorly coming through physical pronouncements that we hear when we speak of budgets. We are simply talking economic management tools, but not regional growth tools necessarily. So the first policy, what we need to do as policy advocates is to disentangle, because we have seen situations where tax policies are running the agenda for regionalization. And those are some of the mistakes that we are making. We have been in Arusha discussing what? Fiscal reactions, and they are a threat now to the regional agenda. Just the 2 budgets are coming up with tax schemes that are a threat to a regional agenda. So, first thing is to ensure that we create a nexus other than a circus. A nexus where we delineate properly what each of these policies is supposed to do in enhancing the other, not conflicting the other. Because, for instance, how do you simply say that someone puts a plant of steel in a country and there is flow of steel and iron across the region, and then all of a sudden you wake up and say, no, me, I want this, the taxes increased on this. This is not applicable. When we are talking about the intent of these policies, the TT policies about creation of price convergence, convergence within the region, convergence of factors of market play. But the II policies, they are supposed to be creating convergence or investment environment, which is long-term in nature other than day-to-day in nature. So that is one of the problems that we have highlighted, or to be the cause where we need to now to retweak our policy advocacy. The second thing is, what are these policies for? We have been so much embroidered in policies that are regulatory in nature, other than facilitating in nature. So by the time or the efforts we try to reverse that, to make a policy move from being a regulatory, punitive, compliance, into a facilitating policy, there is a delay. And that's where we need to focus advocacy. How do we change policies from being, I will punish you, to I will facilitate you? The third angle is about the transition from domestic policies to regional policies. Where is the mark? When does a policy qualify to be a domestic policy, and when does it transit into a regional policy? The policy I've just mentioned of, do we have a regional industrial policy? Yes. And when you look at the power of the regional industrial policy versus the power of the domestic industrial policy for each of these countries, where do we lie? The same applies to the investment policy. Most of the investment policies we have in the region are actually FDI driven. How do I drive FDI into my country? Other than saying, how do we drive FDI into the region? How do we create our own joint investment projects? That's what the regional investment policy ought to speak to. The other issue is about the regional financing policy. We need to address the regional financing policy. We can be here, we can be there, we can talk, we can do all the harnessing. But the actual thing is that we need to go back to square one, agree that this region has got a regional development bank, and address very simple fundamentals of how we readdress financing for this bank. Should we go to the private sector that there is, and we say we are collecting funds to put into this regional bank, or do we come together as 8 states right now and advance to another regional development bank that will understand us better, whether it is for Asia, whether for where, and we start to mobilize reasonable resources. Lastly, our challenge, Honorable Minister and Secretary General, we need to do strategic level definition of our areas of industrialization. Right now, no one should deceive you that the cause for the increasing NTBs is about personalities or the bad behaviors of any of one of the countries. No. The truth is, in the region, we are manufacturing homogeneous goods. We are producing similar products. When you are talking of milk in Uganda and milk in Kenya, is there a difference in milk? There is no difference. So, at strategic level, we need to define how do we look at the other 2 components of industrialization. Currently, the industrialization that we have in the region is looking at basic goods. None of them, or few of them, are actually into primary industrialization because it requires a lot of money. Few of them are into high-tech. Uganda, we are very glad that we have started with Chira. We are now into automotives. Tanzania is building big ships, and I'm told they want to start manufacturing of planes. Those are the strategic level investments and directions that will take us away from this conflict over the same goods that we're producing. Let's agree that come 10 years from now, the equation will have changed because Congo, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia will add to the same basket of basic goods, and the fight will be increasing. Trust me, and quote me here, that the curve for NTBs in the region will continue to grow up until that question is strategically addressed. The call of action, as I said, first is to redefine and believe that there is a solution in East African Development Bank. The second one is harmonization of industrial policy away from being mixed with trade policy. Industrial policy should be delineated aside from trade policy. Because we are talking about a common market. A common market we are so much concerned with seems to be product market. But the real growth is in factor market. Factor market is what we are talking about, enabling the factors of production. What are the resource levy harmonization we have in the region? The movement of experts. We have been in Arusha trying to speak again and again about movement of workers just across the region. Those are factor market policies that we need to really advocate for. Then we must harmonize trade policies. Then reform trade facilitation tools like free zones. I have a feeling or evidence seems to show that the net benefit from the free zone schemes in the region is not yet coming out as per the expectations. Lastly, the joint industrial scale investments. When do we see a joint industry funded by all the 8 countries and we say this is our what we would call pilot industry that has a semblance of commonality? So with this, I want to again confirm and pledge that as Uganda Manufacturers Association, we will continue to work with the stakeholders and promise that come same time next year, we have the 3rd regional industrial conference. I say this on behalf of my chairman, and he says he brings it to you on behalf of the manufacturers for God and the community.
Dr. Ezra, you can remain right there as we transition into the panel. Would like to appreciate you. A very big round of applause to Dr. Ezra for delivering very, very insightful detail about industrialization and trade. Now, as it is always said, that industrialization without investment is like a car without fuel, yeah? So let us fuel this discussion with a panel that will be speaking about trade and investment opportunities. Sir, may I please invite your panel? I thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to invite the panel to come and dissect the questions that are coming out of the presentation that I've made. Anna Namboze, our representative from Trademark Africa. Mr. Abel Kagumire, the representative of John Msingzi, who was also destined to be here, but at last minute, he passed his apologies to the CEO, and I think the CEO will be also telling, but it's not his habit, he apologizes. Dr. Joshua Mutambi, who had been invited to be on this panel, but I've now been told that since he has been delegated to a higher office, sir, I will not invite you for the panel, but I recognize that you have all the ability to discuss on the panel. Mr. Clever Selumaga from Equity Bank, where is the money? Then lastly, the regional man. This is a man whose figure places him in Rwanda. His birthrights place him in Kenya. His life is in Uganda. His investments are in Tanzania. So what he's planning to do for Congo and South Sudan, Mr. George Allod, come and tell us. I think let's clap for them because they are present. To begin with, my senior was channeling a panel here. He did not mobilize well. He had only 2. So I think I'm a good mobilizer. Panelists, you are welcome. Of course, by default, I have to start with the red, isn't it? Anna, use a few minutes of their time for lunch to introduce yourself, and on top of that, tell them how can trademark Africa, it used to be trademark East Africa. Have we developed such that you leave us? Are you so ambitious that now you have gone to Africa? Next time when we come back here, I hope you'll not be including Asia. So, how can Trademark Africa support regional trade hubs? Go for it.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. As I've been introduced, my name is Anna Namboze, and I am the Country Director for the Uganda and South Sudan programs with Trademark Africa. Allow me, even before I introduce what Trademark Africa does, to recognize the fact that I am glad to have shared a stage this morning with the very first Country Director, Trademark Africa, Madam Annette Mutawe Semuemba, and also with the Vice Chair of our National Oversight Committee, the ED-PSFU, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. For those who may not know, because again, the moderator said I'm standing between you and lunch, Trademark Africa is a trade facilitation entity. Basically, our mandate is to ensure that Africa benefits and grows from the gains of trade. If we increase trade within Africa, we believe we'll reduce poverty, and then a lot of our citizens, all our members, will be able to prosper. So that, in a nutshell, is the mandate of Trademark Africa. We used to be called Trademark East Africa, but again, recognizing that the African Continental Free Trade Area is here, we decided to broaden our mandate. I believe even in the discussion we're having today, that regional expands beyond East Africa, because there are real opportunities from what we have seen. I know you've talked about the homogeneity of a lot of the produce that is coming out of the East African region. But there's a lot of market for what is coming out of the East African region beyond Africa. Beyond East Africa. I'll go back to the milk and dairy you have just talked about, sir. Because although Kenya may have the milk, Algeria is yearning for milk from Uganda. And Uganda has signed market entry agreements with Algeria. We have tried to deliver this milk, but again, we have had to come back and improve because, one, we need milk that has a longer shelf life, and also, if in that part of the world, we need to brand our milk halal. Otherwise, we couldn't get onto the supermarkets in Algeria. So there is plenty of opportunities. Let's look beyond the East African community, which is about 300 people in terms of population, and look to the 1.3 billion and over that the AFCFTA is giving us. So as Trademark Africa, how can we help to ensure that we can improve the regional value chains? I know my previous speakers have already talked about the value chains for it in cotton and textile and what has to be done there. But we'll also look at the fact that to improve the value chains, we need to have the proper infrastructure and trade logistics. I see the chair of the logistics cluster here. Kenneth is around. So it is very, very important that we're able to access the markets. So as Trademark Africa, again, our first tier activities were to ensure that Uganda's being land-linked, the borders were rehabilitated to improve efficiency so that the people that are producing can be able to access these markets faster, so that the perishables do not also stay or go bad because there are delays at the borders. So with that, also the improvement of the customs processes is a continuous job. Well, at the traditional borders, we have already seen improvements with our new states joining the EAC, for instance, the DRC. We still see there's a lot more that needs to be done to ensure that these borders, there's more efficiency. You will also recognize that for Uganda, DRC is one of our largest markets that we export to. So improving this efficiency is very, very key. Speaking of it, just this week, as of yesterday, we do have a team. We are working again with the EAC Secretariat that has gone to visit 4 of our borders on both sides of the border just to check the processes and procedures and ensure that we can see the gaps and then bring them to harmony to improve these efficiencies. When we talk about trade policy and harmonization, I know we've talked about the dialogue. Harmonization is also ongoing. At the ESC level, the standards have been harmonized. When we get down again to actual practice, then you see the differences that have been made. Standards is key to ensure that our produce goes to beyond the borders, not just for safety of our nation and the people in it, but to ensure that we can be able to market and sell beyond our borders. Mr. Akol will tell you that even South Sudan has rejected Ugandan grain just because of standards. So it is very key for us to ensure that, one, everybody in the value chain knows the agronomy practices, and this is a continuous job also. We go to various districts, educating them about these practices, and we also work with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, which I see represented here by the ED, to ensure that their capacity to be able to check these standards is met. We have decentralized with them the laboratories to Mbarara, Gulu, and Mbale, and we're also now working to ensure that we can have more upscaling of this. I'll stop here for now and hand you back.
Before you exit, there is a question that came in the room. My chairman politically cascaded it to us. It's the question of the next generation. Me and you, let's give it a shot. What are those next generation trade and investment corridors that we should tell the young people? They said, I'm not part of the new generation. Okay. The young ones to look up to. We know as Trademark, we do research, and my guest of honor, of course, is a research man. He wants to hear, what are those corridors of business, of investment, of trade that the young generation can look up to?
Okay, so again, for the youth, some of them may be more of the same, more of the old. But if you're looking at trade, again, if you look at the statistics, South Sudan, DRC, Kenya are Uganda's largest trade partners. You may be aware, world over, Africa only contributes 3% to global trade, okay? So again, it's to maximize and make sure we can boost our inter and intra-Africa trade, which has also been stagnant at 15% and more. If we do look at what DRC needs and what South Sudan needs, for sure we will be able to boost that trade for the youth. As Trademark Africa, next week, we are groundbreaking on a market in Elegu. It's a cross-border market between Uganda and South Sudan, again in recognition of the importance of the trade of this corridor. So this will, thank you very much, will not only provide a space for traders, but also there will be value addition for grain sector to be able, again, to improve our trade in that way. But also looking back to what you've talked about, and here being industrialization, we do recognize that among the top 10 importers of food products in the world, about 6 of those are also the top 10 exporters of food products. What does that mean? That again, we are exporting all the raw produce, they are adding value to it, and then selling it back to us. So again, for the youth, it is to get into that value addition space for a lot of the produce that we have here so that they can be able to improve the exports to the world.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the man of the money. Not the collector of the money, but the keeper of the money. Clever. Of course, I'm aware you are a very clever man. Tell this congregation how can banks support value chain financing at regional level. We have seen models that actually work to domestic markets. We have tried to duplicate them and we have failed. What works in SME world for Uganda does not work for Tanzania. The financing models tend to change. Now, at lower level, where the economy is growing, and at a bigger level, higher level, where the economy needs to expand, what do we do? Where is the money? As you introduce yourself.
No, thank you so much, Doctor. Clava Sirumaga is my name, and I'm the Executive Director of Equity Bank in Uganda. I've just joined the bank about 2 months ago. Before that, I was based in Tanzania for 3 years, where I was the Chief Executive Officer for NCBA Bank. And before that, I was based in Kenya, where I did about 4.5 years as the Deputy CEO for Bank of Africa. And before that, I was based in West Africa, traveling the whole of West Africa, especially the ECOMOG region. So I come with a wider lens today, an East African lens, but also, a full Pan-African lens. Obviously, before that, I was here in Uganda, which was about 10 years ago. So first of all, thank you so much for putting this together. I'm very happy that this is the second edition of this Regional Industrialization Conference. This is the first step for us to, if we're speaking about scaling up and addressing the challenges we have in the region, I think this is the first step. And I would like to thank the PSFU team for putting it together. Jackie mentioned about Equity Bank, and she did mention that we are one of those banks that are not only, we are on the ground because we reached the last mile, but we also on the regional scale. But so let me tell you just, how can banks actually play very well in this space? And I'll just use the Equity Bank model. Today, Equity Bank, under our African Resilience Recovery Plan, which you can find on the internet, we've made a very bold statement in there. And we've said we're going to support 12 key growth sectors. And we are committing more than $6 billion for the next 5 years after 2030, just to support key sectors, industrialization, agriculture, value chains, and of course the micro SMEs. That bold statement is a first step for banks like ourselves to make that bold commitment. It's a public document. Read it and challenge us on our commitment on that. But just coming back to, so how are we implementing that? Just one very good example. We realized that just simply coming up with customer value propositions for specific sectors may not really scale up. And what we've done is to pick on certain value chains and try to model certain value chains and understand them. And I was very happy when Mrs. Semuemba was challenging us on leather, for instance. You may not know, but Equity Bank, about a month ago, we held a leather industry trade mission, where we brought players from Italy into Kenya. And we're saying, let's start with Kenya and just understand this before we scale it up in Uganda and the rest of the countries where Equity Bank is. We brought together players in the leather industry from Italy, big companies. You're talking about Redamark. These guys were in the one room. And we brought together everybody who plays in that value chain. The chemical, the chemical people, the machinery people. You'll be very surprised and why we thought about it. Today, if you look at a cow, the skin or the hide of a cow, you know, we sell cows at about what, 2.5, 3 million shillings? The bags that we make from that skin of a cow go for an average of $250, $300. Some of them even go to $500 if you put Gucci on it. One cow can deliver 15 to 20 bags. 15 to 20 bags, just one cow, which you've sold for 3 million shillings. Look at the value one cow is giving you in just the skin, if you go that value chain right. When you put these people together, you'll be amazed at the conversion that happened, because we brought the final end buyer and developer and our livestock community and customers and everybody, put them in one room, have a conversation. And as Equity Bank, our role is to facilitate any financing that you need to facilitate that conversation. That's just one example. We are also exploring another value chain, which is tea. We've all heard about champagne, the champagne model, which is a drink out of France. Obviously, it's been branded nicely, and it sells for a premium. We are saying, can we have a premium tea in central Kenya? We pick a region that produces special tea, make it a specialty, and try to brand it and market it. Value could go up 3, 4, 5 times. That's another conversation we're having internally. And we have specialists that we've hired from all over the world to work with us and work with our farmers to try and see how we can develop this. And what do? Because we have the muscle to bring specialists from all over the world, we then are able to put opportunities in one room. That's the role we're playing. On the leather side, we were recently in Tanzania, did the same thing. We are looking at Uganda. We are picking value chains and saying, how do we bring the real players, have a conversation? And we're leveraging on our muscle. And I'm very sure Stanbic, KCB, they have similar muscle, and I know that they also have their own individual ways of how they're doing this. But that's how banks can play. We've been holding trade missions. We hold a trade mission every year in every country, where we bring different players across the region. And yes, you're very right. East Africa, you're talking about more than $85 billion economy. Only 15% is intertrade. Can we bring everybody together? We've supported more than 500 industrialists and players in these trade missions. You'd be surprised. One of our sponsors today, we had a conversation about a week ago, and we're selling the bank and trying to sell him, financing. I said, no, I'm more interested in finance. The only thing I want from Equity Bank is a trade mission. Take me to DRC. Your next trade mission in September, when you're going to DRC, take me along. What is he looking for? Opportunities. When we speak about the region, it's not simply about, and you've spoken passionately about having the same product, and you're right, it's homogeneous. But we also have raw materials and resources that we can move amongst ourselves. How can we facilitate that so that we just reduce on that cost? And Equity Bank is playing a central role. So I think commercial banks, beyond just financing, because if we're speaking about financing, groups like Equity Bank stand a very, very central role, because today we're a $15 billion group, $15 billion. If we leverage on our balance sheet, we can finance any business up to $300 million, one single business. KCB has something similar. Stanbic has something similar. I think when it comes to accessing resources, that's available. The question is at what cost? Because we access these deposits, access liabilities expensively. How do we manage that? And that's why I like your argument you've put forward to say, East African Development Bank, where are you in this conversation? They are our partners, and we work with East African Development Bank to provide long-term investment finance, 7, 10 years. They provide that, while we provide the commercial and trade finance instruments. So there's a lot of partnership we work with East African Development Bank, which is you've really pushed for to be strengthened. I think that's another conversation, and it would have been nice for them to be in the room to have that conversation around how can we provide affordable investment finance, because industrialization is not cheap, and it requires capital, but capital that is affordable. And I think if we're able to get that, combine it with the muscle of commercial banking that I've just talked about, leveraging on banks like Equity Bank, Stanbic, KCB, I really think that we can drive the agenda of industrialization.
Thank you. The East African ambassador, the man of all countries, George. There is a question that I would have prepared to ask the minister, but the minister is not here, and I want my colleague not to lose his job. Would you give it an attempt and answer it on his behalf? The East African countries are all shopping from each other in terms of investors. An investor comes to Kenya, serves 10 years, then moves to Uganda, enjoys the tax regime for 5 years, moves to Tanzania, then from Tanzania he's negotiating with Rwanda, and you ask, So each of them is pulling investors from the other, but yet an investor in Uganda is supposed to be an East African investor. So is an investor in Tanzania, meaning that we are supposed to be having one strategy for attraction of investors from elsewhere. You are an investor. Tell us, if the Secretary General goes back to Arusha, what should she look at in terms of harmonizing the investment approach for the region?
Oh, thank you, Dr.
As
Ezra.
you introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ezra. I think that's a very elaborate introduction. Just the way I mentioned earlier, my name is George Arodi. I'm the CEO of Uganda Bati. Uganda Bati is part of the Safal group of companies. Safal group is the largest in Africa when it comes to the steel, roofing, and allied products. We are currently in about 9 countries in Africa. But just the way Dr. Ezra mentioned, I'll just say maybe our presence in East Africa. We are the leaders in Kenya under the banner of Mabati Rolling Mills, or MRM. We are the leaders in Tanzania. I think the people who are coming from Tanzania, you know Alaf. We are the leaders. I think Uganda, you know us very well as Uganda Bati. We were in Congo, in Lubumbashi, but I think because of the things that we are discussing here regarding about policies and all that, we had to pull out of Congo. We are in Rwanda under what we call Safintra Rwanda. We opened another branch also in Burundi, but we couldn't sustain it because, again, it was actually a very harsh environment for us. We were in Djibouti also, we pulled out. But the only place where we're not going to, I would say, actually is in South Sudan, which obviously we're going to look at in terms of how can we be able to go to those particular markets. I think just give a glimpse, if you sit in this particular conference, you will find that the submissions are becoming more and more repetitive. I was very lucky at a very young age to participate in the negotiations of the protocol. I was a very young guy of just about 27 years. And I was among the members of the Kenyan business community, private sector member community, that was in Arusha negotiating various facets of the protocol. We know that it was not a very easy thing, especially now that it was not easy with Uganda this other side because of the disparities in what you call in development that time, where you feel that the goods which should be raw material or finished goods in one particular market, the other market considered that to be finished goods. And because of that, it was so difficult to be able to negotiate, especially the side of the CET. We have discussed many things regarding the issues which is affecting the overall market penetration in the East Africa community. But I think we have the answers. We have done so much of just talks, but I think the main thing which is just lying on the basis of the implementation. Talking about investment and what do we go through as investors, especially when it comes to the market access. One of the key issues we have talked about here, I think from morning, and it's actually hinging on the stay of application. We say we are East Africa, and we keep on being flashed with these numbers that are we 420, 450 million people? But are we really 420 million people? Or we are talking about mouths. A mouth is not a market. If I can't be able to access a market, that's not a market for me. Now look at it this way. From the time when we brought into force the protocol governing the East Africa community, there are some members, states, which are always having almost perpetual stay of application. Is that market open to me? No. Is, let's say, for example, Rwanda market is open to Uganda? Let me just pick an example. No. Because these members, they join East Africa community, but where is their feet? They clutch on the stay of application by invoking the provisions of Article 19 of the Common Market Protocol. And it's supposed to be only for about 5 years from initially after you make application to the Secretary General. But now it's perpetual. You keep on renewing it, and what happens is that now we have a situation where those particular markets, just the same way we can export to them, all the members, all the countries in the world can also be able to access those particular markets at zero duty. So basically, we are talking about a very big population, or supposedly a very big market, but really that market is not open to the access by other member states. I think we talked about policies. When we are putting investment, any investor in this particular market, you look at that particular market, you look at the first market fundamentals, and we are talking the size of the market. Then you go into the policies. And when you are going to this market, you look at the tax policies, you say, what is the raw material access? What are the provisions which are there in terms of overall policies, which Dr. Ezra mentioned? But when there's a policy shift, after we have made that particular investment, then really you may find to what extent the investor is getting affected. We have had so many policy shifts, and I think Dr. Ezra mentioned something about maybe the steel sector, where we are actually very, very vast with. You'll find that you put an investment of, let's say, $10 million, knowing that you are secure when it comes to the raw material importation. Later on, you just find a declaration which comes from nowhere because one company made a submission to the ministry. And before you realize, they're given a concession and a duty is slapped at 25%. And because of that, you realize that you cannot be able to access your raw materials. So it's affecting most of the industries, especially the small players who need to be getting that access to material. And again, another thing which is exacerbating the situation is where these so-called companies which are supposed to supply those same raw material to the downstream operations are themselves also investing in the downstream operation in value addition. So what they do first is that they supply to you the raw material at the price at which they are selling the finished goods. And it stifles you, basically just suffocating you. I think the predictability of the policies is something which need to be looked at the regional level. Standards. I think we have East African Community standards, but I think this thing is now becoming to the national standards because you realize virtually every country is operating their own standard systems. They were really thrown out of the East African standards out of the window, if not they use it concurrently. And the one for the national level would actually supersede what's happening at the regional level. On the issue again of the market access would be what we call the transport infrastructure. For the people who know Uganda very well, I don't know if you've been caught up in the traffic of Mukono. And imagine that is a truck which is actually picking the raw materials from the port of Mombasa. and is stuck in a small distance of just about 20 kilometers to Kampala to reach destination, and you find this particular truck is stuck there for almost 4 hours. I know our dear president has been mentioning about investment in the rail network. In Kenya, where I come from, we have invested in the rail. But are we using that to the optimal level? We have extended that rail network all the way to Naivasha. But do we use it? I think it's just an option. So I think those are the key areas that we feel that need to be looked at when it comes to overall market access, and more so on the promoting the investment across the region.
Thank you.
We were discussing about something, just 1 minute. I was discussing something about when the new investors coming in a new industry, in an industry which has already been flourishing with the investors in that particular segment. What we have seen is that the government comes with what we call investment incentives, which comes I think on many occasions they come like some kind of tax holiday, which can go up to even 10 years. I believe that tax holiday should be extended to a company which is coming to a specific sector where the government wants to promote that particular sector, and where maybe you don't have so much of a sector players. But if you have established sector players in an industry which is already been established, then I think it's very, very important for us to reconsider the issue of giving tax holidays to those particular investors or new entrants, because it stifles the growth and performance of the already established players in the sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me come to the man that collects money. Abel, when the integration started, the first system that was integrated was about revenue collection. Ever since, integration of the systems that enhance industrialization and trade, we are told to wait. Now, since the representative of the minister is here, I wish you could try to shed light on what are those enabling systems, because the URS system is an enabling system. What are the other systems that you have actually supported alongside in terms of facilitating trade, not to punish trade? So, you can introduce yourself and you highlight a little bit so that some of our members here can get hope that there is a future for industrialization in the country or the region.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Abel Kagumire. I'm a Commissioner Executive Operations at Uganda Revenue Authority. I'm here to represent Mr. John Musingi-Rujochi, our Commissioner General. Right now he's in a meeting discussing national tax policy. So he could not make it, and he sent his apologies to the chairman. I've been in URA for 22 years, so I've seen it all. And I want to thank you for your support, and thank you for paying taxes. Thank you for paying taxes. We are growing, and this year we are struggling to raise 40 trillion with your support, although the budget is 72 trillion. We hope you'll support us. I want to thank you for inviting us here. One, thank you, Doctor, for asking that question. Like I've said, when I was in customs and I was joining, we were collecting 76% of our taxes from international trade taxes. 2024, the last year which has ended, international trade taxes, these are taxes from customs, things which are imported, is at 36%. And we are collecting more domestically. So we are emphasizing more of domestic revenue mobilization. So domestic taxes, and it's hitting its targets, is now at 66%. We're almost nearing where customs was. What does that tell you, Doctor? Is that the governments in East Africa, their policy on not taxing production is working. And that brings in the aspect of import substitution. So we are growing more of our exports than relying on imports. And that's where now UMA is picking up. That's why we see industrial parks picking up. I think that policy is working. The only challenge is we, the implementers, at Uganda Revenue Authority, at UNBS, wherever we are, the ministries, the departments and agencies, are we implementing that policy at a regional level, at a national level, the way it should be implemented? And in terms of trade facilitation, I think the coming of the single customs territory under the customs union has been a huge game changer to us. When would you expect 60 staff from Uganda Revenue Authority to be given space at the port of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam to clear the raw materials that are coming for Uganda but here? Before, you would wait for Kenya to finish their process, and Tanzania, you receive your goods. And that came after a time release study which was conducted by the East African community, and they said, wow, goods to reach Kampala take 21 days. A container to leave Mombasa to reach Kampala, 21 days. How? What bottlenecks can we remove? That was a study, and it was very clear. And since that time release study was done in 2009, 2008, we have seen a lot of support from Trademark Africa, from the changes in the ports authorities in Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. We have seen many roadblocks being removed on the northern corridor and the central corridor, and the goods are able to reach here in 4 days. What a tremendous achievement. From 21 days to 4 days. I think it was huge. And what was done? Just take your officers to sit in Mombasa. We've been asking UNBS also to send the officers like URA has sent them there. Let them sit in Mombasa.
They are here.
Interface with the goods immediately and release them. Because our first point of entry into the community is the port. And the goods go to the manufacturer's premises without any disturbance. Trademark supported us at one of the critical border stations, Busia and Mombasa for Uganda, and Mutukula. I think Katuna as well. So many borders are now one-stop border. You officers of Kenya, sit on the Ugandan side. You officers of Uganda, sit on the Kenyan side and clear this consignment once. And that's what we've done in terms of fast-tracking trade so that goods move faster. And then on the policy side, in line with that, we've said, okay, since we are not taxing production, then don't tax raw materials. Remove taxes from raw materials. 0%. We have duty remission. Let things come in quickly, and we focus more on exports. Now, the last point I want to make, Doctor, yes, we are seeing growth in exports. We agree. Uma, you are doing a good job. We are seeing a lot of exports, but what are we exporting? What are we exporting? Are they really finished? Are they semi-finished? Or they are still, we're exporting, we just add some little value and we're exporting. And some people add more value. And I think that's where we need to go. As you manufacture, can you support us and export real finished what? Finished goods. If we get to that, I think we'll be there. On our neighboring countries in South Sudan and DRC, for us, we think they are our natural markets as a region, as our neighbors. and they are yearning for our products, but there are still challenges of infrastructure, and I know government should be doing a lot to fast track that so that we're able to access those natural markets that belong to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think, allow me to ask my panelists, since we are going to engage them during lunch, they come up with conclusive, their concluding remarks, so that the rest, because they had prepared a lot, we can engage them during the session of lunch. Anna, this man is very smart. I asked him questions, he turned and asked me questions. Now, you bailed me on the other question, you can bail me again. In your concluding remarks, I had asked about the trade corridors, but now conclude from the perspective of the takeaways on the models that have worked, such that when the guest of honor is writing to other partners, where should we focus them? As a country, you see, donors come, they support where they wish, but how do we direct them? Where are those areas, since you've been in that terrain? It is to Anna, the person that bails me out.
Okay, thank you. So I think where we need to focus, it's been resounded again here today. One, infrastructure. There's no doubt about it. Our road network, even from the areas of production to where we're trying to market, for instance, DRC, is terrible. Let's look at alternative mode of transportation. We have the Lake Victoria. We've seen our neighbors in Kenya with Kisumu make changes. In Tanzania with Mwanza make changes. We have the rail as well, which in Uganda, again, is still slowly coming to fruition, but we need to see it work ably to be able to improve our interconnectivity, bringing in of supplies from different parts of the region to Uganda and our exports as well. Secondly would be to focus on the value chains, right from the areas of production to completion. As we mentioned for Uganda, we already know coffee is one of those. We have to ensure that we're complying with the new regulations coming up internationally and regionally. Grain and staples is also big for Africa. If we're trading among ourselves, it's not going away. There are areas that need a lot of our food. And I think one other place we need to mention a value chain for minerals. I had the privilege of going with one of our partners recently, Solidaridad, to visit a gold mine. And this was in Masindi. This is an area where a lot of artisanal miners in Uganda are making profits. They just need to be organized, they need to be directed. We need the government to come in more to see how we can channel these exports well. So it is an area for job creation, for even value addition, because we're selling 1 gram of unrefined gold at about $80, and this, when it's refined and goes to the international market, there's a lot more that can come out of it. But we also have a whole arena of more minerals that especially Stephen likes to talk about, that we need to harness as a country. Also from within the region, Congo, Zambia have a lot of minerals that can contribute even to other products, for instance, batteries that we have that Uganda exports to other parts of West Africa. So it's for us to be able to strengthen this and harness this as a country.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clever Selumaga, the high table that there is here, in September, there is a meeting that is going to sit in Arusha called STIFI. Basically, it's about financing and investment for the region. Create a park for the high table. All the 4 of them, they will be in Arusha. What should they take to be put on the agenda as unlocking the barriers to financing for the region? The outcry is too huge. We don't have money in the region. What should the ministers discuss? You are the expert. As you conclude.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you for the opportunity. I think one question you asked to a colleague from URA was what systems have been integrated. The one system that actually has been integrated is the East African payment system. Are you aware that 10 years ago, if you wanted to transfer money to Kenya, it had to leave East Africa and then come back to Nairobi? That's what was happening. Today, as we speak, because of the real-time East African payment system, you actually make a payment to Kenya without going out of East Africa. And that simple integration cut the cost of making payments by more than 50%. That was a masterstroke. So how do we move forward? I think largely two. There are very many, but I think there's an opportunity. What I'm going to speak about are opportunities and less about the other things that we know. Cost of credit is expensive because of one of the reasons away from the cost of money is also cost of risk. Now, to reduce the cost of risk, we need to know the character of the person you're either lending to or the person you're dealing with. Today, one of the fastest ways of telling character in lending is a credit reference bureau. But Kenya has its own credit reference bureau. Tanzania has its own credit reference bureau. We have ours. How about if we integrate the three so that we can be able to tell our regional partners and their credit credibility, and whether if we're discussing a structured finance for somebody across the region, we can actually quickly pull and push and confirm data. So that's one area that I think we can have a conversation around. And as we're discussing that, therein lies the opportunity of the data. Can we have a regional data protection policy? So that each country is fragmented, but can we have a regional data protection policy? Because that will also help with how we structure financing. Because sometimes we can't share data largely because of the laws that are stopping us from doing that. So I think there's an opportunity there that we can explore, and I'm putting forward to this table in September as we're discussing in Arusha. Let's start that conversation, because I've just given an example of the East African payment system that simply transformed payments in this region. That data integration and having a common data policy can also change how we work with finance. That's one. The second one, I think, for me is the challenge you put forward. How can we access affordable finance? And obviously, we have an affordable finance on the development side or the investment side, because industrialization, the biggest challenge is not working capital, because working capital is okay. I've already mentioned most of us can provide that. The issue is the development finance, setting up gigantic factories. Those need long-term financing, 7, 10 years. Very few of us have 10-year money. And that's why it comes expensively, because we run mismatches if we lend 10 years, because we don't have anybody saving money for that long. We don't have those instruments. Obviously, there are lots of financing ways how that can be done, but I think the East African Development Bank is a very real example of how we can have a well-funded, financed regional bank that is geared towards development finance, so that the commercial banks will play our role in facilitating trade finance. With that said, I would like to just end by saying that Equity Bank is committed. Equity Bank is a partner in this journey of industrialization. We are a partner. We are very committed. I've given you examples of value chains where we are exploring. There are lots of other value chains we're working on. For me, it's just to reiterate our commitment in this industrialization journey. We'll continue our partnership, PSFU, just like our other colleagues, Stanbic and KCB. And let's have this conversation. And I really believe that we can really transform this country and this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. George, in the room it has been put very clear that raw materials are zero rated. But where there is zero rating is normally where NTBs are born. As an expert who has been carrying raw materials across all these countries, how can the regional raw material sourcing, in 2 sentences, because the high table need to take exactly that proposal to the STIFI. Should they not take it there, I will be there myself. So, what should be done? Because it's a cyclic. There is zero rating, but there are NTBs on raw materials.
Well, thank you so much. One of the key things that I need to emphasize on is that do not touch raw materials when it comes to policy deviations. That's one of the key things that I need to emphasize on. Because I've seen that trend which has been growing in the regional markets, in our markets, where you find that when people are carrying their papers to Arusha, they don't even ask for 10%, when we know raw material at the stipulations of the East Africa Community Protocol actually is 0 rated. But they want to go with the highest tax rate, which is at 25%, which is actually for the finished goods. There's that clamor which is there everywhere. Today, it just calls upon me to make sure the means protect you now. When we are negotiating the East African Community Protocols, there are some provisions which were there. One was that you look at the elements of the quantity. There was a verification mission to verify if that company which is asking for protection is having the quality, is having the quantity to meet the market demand, and is meeting the price competitiveness. There's no way for you to produce some products, a glass at the price of gold. And those provisions were there to be able to protect the final consumers when it comes to the pricing of the final products. So one message which I need to give very, very clearly, and that clamor is there, even after the conclusion of the CET in Arusha, the budgets, there's that clamor which is there still in the background, that they still want to go to negotiate some provisions which is there, which is touching on the raw materials. And then take us long. These days, and again, I want to make it very, very clear, we need, in the region, to respect the member associations, like PSView, UMA, maybe Kenya Manufacturers Association, all those associations, because that's where all the members sit. Like today, I'm here, but there's a meeting which is going on for my sector. The steel sector, I'm the vice chair, but there's a meeting to reconcile our positions. After we reconcile our positions, you realize somebody has gone to see the minister or has gone to meet the president and all that. Before you realize, all the investment we had put are thrown into disarray because concession is given to that particular person or company, and they are allowed to be protected at the highest maximum level of 25%. Then you are just left there wondering, where am I going to get my material? You are forced to lay off the staff. Then what happens? After some 2 months, they realize that we have no capacity or there's no material in the market. Then they go for what? They go for duty remission. So duty remission is a direct effect of wrong decisions which were made on the CET, Common External Tariff. They rush into duty remission. Like last time, what happened to us? They told us 25% duty on this particular raw material. We all said, okay, fine. We packed our machines, packed them on the side. We considered this, what other things that we could do better. Then what happened? After just 2 months after signing this, we were called upon to write our requirements to be given duty remission for us to continue with the importations. So why couldn't they go invoke the provisions of the verification missions to establish that, do we have this capacity? I've seen that thing happen in Kenya. It happened in Uganda for the sugar sector. It happened to us in the steel sector and all that. And that clamor is still there. So the message is, do not touch the raw materials. Thank you.
Annette, please tell your people not to touch raw materials. Thank you very much. The man in the room, today we agreed URA is the best boy. We are not talking anything ill about them. However, there is this issue. Whenever any TBs crop, the letters that communicate NTBs originate from technical agencies like URA. But between, we have had a lot of discussions. URA Kenya is talking to URA Uganda, URA Uganda is talking to URA of the other side. Why is it that you cannot merit out some of these technical issues? We have all the time to look for the president. If there is anything that actually disgusts industrialists and other traders, is there is an NTB, you expect URA to be communicating to the other tax body across, but all the time we have to align now to look for the president in Entebbe. It's a small thing. Yet you tell us you are talking to your fellow technical. Mr. Kagumire, what is happening with the interagency reforms that we have funded again and again?
Thank you, Doctor. I think I want to build your question to what Mr. Rodi raised. There are interpretation issues. We have interpretation issues at national level, whether Kenya, Tanzania, or Uganda, or South Sudan, or DRC, or Somalia. Even when we are seated in a NET's boardroom in Arusha, we really argue around interpretation issues. For example, the definition of the word manufacture alone, what does it mean? Because someone brings almost finished goods, is knitting something and makes a shirt, he says, I've manufactured. Yet in the common external tariff, that is a finished product. Someone brings a textile, not yarn, textile, cuts it, makes bed sheets, I have manufactured. So we've been in those meetings at technical level, and we've been asking our boss, the Deputy Secretary General, to support us. That's what causes some of these NTBs. Because, yes, the policy is there. These are raw materials, but define them. What is the degree of processing? Then we argue on the degree of processing. 1 year ends, we go into another year. Someone in Uma is suffering. Someone in Kenya is suffering. Another one is suffering. I agree. There are technical issues that we can resolve in a harmonious way. We've been presenting some issues in domestic taxes, leave alone customs. The rates are different in the whole region. The VAT is 16% in Kenya. We are at 18%. So we are asking our Secretary General, let's harmonize for us to trade and have a fair balance. So as long as wheat flour from Kenya is priced low, don't expect Uganda to fold their arms and don't fight wheat flour across the border. So they will create an NTB, which is not there. So the whole issue is around, at a technical level, these interpretation issues that we present in Arusha, can we harmonize them? And that's where our secretary is there to hold us, our heads together, the technical people, and we come to an agreement. For example, now we are harmonizing on common products that cross the border, whether it's rice from Tanzania, whether it is milk going to Kenya, steel, and I hope this time the resolutions we come up with will support all our manufacturers across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, but I am not convinced. Interpretation, what is the problem? One of my professors, Kanyandogo, said, the problem is English. Could it be the problem? Deputy Secretary General, allow our people to speak in their vernacular. I thank you. Any other person?
No, I want to thank you very much. Let's give them a big hand. We have discovered the root of the problem. Finally, the issue is English. Let us sort the issue. Maybe we should negotiate in a local language. I mean, we can't disagree on the word manufacturing. But anyway, if you could stand right here, take a picture. Yeah. And we are going to give you instructions on how to go for lunch. Yes, we just need to take a picture for accountability's sake. Mr. Stephen Asimwe needs this one. He needs this picture to remind us, okay? We are also going to ask the Deputy Secretary General if she could join, the Vice Chair, if you could join, the representative of the Minister, doctors. It's not just doctor, it's doctors. Okay, if you could join. Mr. Asimwe, kindly join. We want to request Honorable Victoria, if you could join. Yes, the board members from PSFU kindly come through. Madam Kongai, please join. We really are out of time, so if you could take a quick picture. Okay, Mr. Ragadi, you are very welcome, board member of PSFU. Mr. Kenneth, the logistics chair on the PSFU board, you're welcome. We want to request the ED of UNBS kindly join. We talked about standards issues. We are going to follow up on those. Yes, the chair of EABC, kindly join.
May we request David to join us as well?
Yes.
Mr. David Ozemba.
Mr. Ozemba, kindly join.
The photo?
Oscar,
Yes.
I don't know what you're doing there, but I will call you. Come. Thank you. We appreciate. We want to request Mr. Ruabogo. Yeah, it would be good. Madam Flavia, you can't come all the way from Arusha and you're not in the drawing. You come here, they draw you properly. Very good. Very, very good. I don't know if I've missed anyone. The rest we shall take after lunch. Don't worry. Yeah, after lunch we shall. Yes, choir style, I think. Choir style. Sopranos with Oscar. Very good. Very good. So lunch is ready, and we are going to be going for lunch as soon as we finish taking this diagram. And we are going to be giving you instructions on where lunch is, why lunch is there, and who can have lunch. Yes. Very good. If we can smile, I know it's before lunch, but we can still have. You see? Fabulous. Okay. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Now, this is how lunch is going to be. All those with tags, you look at the tag you have. Have you looked at the tag you have? Yes. If you have no tag, this is when you look for a tag. Okay? If you have no tag, this is when you look for a tag. But look at your tag and go as follows. If you have a tag with partner, speaker, sponsor, or VIP, okay, you go upstairs to Addis. You go to Addis. If you have speaker, partner, sponsor, or VIP. Okay, and lunch is going to be exactly 40 minutes. Exactly 40 minutes. If you have a tag with exhibitor, or delegate, please go upstairs and find your way to Katonga. Okay? Katonga is that way. So, 40 minutes lunch. Now, unfortunately, if you have a tag with MC, like Jackie, I don't know what you are going to do because you are not catered for here. Okay? So, MC, way. Me, I'm going to borrow a tag. So, let's go for lunch. 40 minutes. We need to be back. Very important discussions this afternoon. Thank you very much for being here and for being part of what is going on.
It's something that defines our journey. It's that first step. It's the next sunrise. The desire to achieve more. It's the joy to see things grow and keeps your eyes on tomorrow. As this great nation grows, we believe that we can grow together. Grow your ambition. Grow larger. Grow higher. Grow together. Equity.
please find your way to the lunch room. Those who are fasting, there are places to fast in the exhibition room. You can fast from there, but find your way to the lunch room. Upstairs, Addis Hall for partners, speakers, sponsors, and VIPs. Delegates and exhibitors, make your way to Katonga Hall. Please, we have now, I am counting, 35 minutes to the end of lunch. We don't want to be closing the lunch place and you say you didn't eat. The food is there, local food, traditional food, yes, groundnuts, mulokoni. No, mulokoni is not there. Just greens, chicken, fish, whatever you can think of. So make your way to lunch. Thank you. right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed that sumptuous lunch courtesy of Kampala Serena Hotel, paid for by PSFU, and all the actually the lunch break today was paid for by MTN. Yeah? Is it still everywhere you go? So a big thanks to MTN. They don't just provide airtime, data, and all those things, they also provide lunch. This afternoon, we are in for a very interesting discussion. Discussions around addressing illicit trade and market integrity. We want to talk standards. This morning's sessions hinted on things to do with standards. Why does Uganda have a different standard from Kenya that has a different standard from Tanzania? Why do we, maintain such? Why is it that, for example, our steel industry is dogged with substandard products that are being poured into the market from out, but also some that are coming from in the name of boo-boo? We are going to hear why, how, who is responsible, and what do we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask us to stand to our feet. Stand to your feet. Stand to your feet, everyone. Up to your feet. Up on your feet. Your feet, everyone. Up on your feet. Very good. I want you to turn to 3 people near you and give them a fist pump. This one. Don't shake hands as yet. Just fist pump. Nice to see you. 3 people. 3 people. Because you need to move a little bit sometimes. If you've been just fist pumping with the same people, that's when you realize, oh, your landlord is seated behind there. It is okay. You come closer to the front. If that is the case, then you realize your creditor is seated in that corner. That is fine. You face this side. If you happen to be a debtor, Davis, you okay? Good. You can take your seats. You can take your seats. So, we are going to have a short keynote presentation about illicit trade and market integrity. Can we trust the products that we have on the market? Can we say that as we're advocating for Boo-Boo, or as we're advocating for Build East Africa and, Buy East Africa, that these products are, of that caliber and quality that we need? Then after that, we'll get into a panel discussion to discuss this and unpack it at length. Then we'll have a final session. So we're just going to have 2 sessions this afternoon, and we want to encourage you to be part of this. I want to also let you know, okay, that tomorrow, tell your neighbor tomorrow, you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss, because tomorrow we are taking it a notch higher. So at this moment, welcome with me the Executive Director of Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Engineer James Kasigwa, to come and make his keynote presentation. Give him a hand, a big hand. This is the man of standards. He keeps us safe in more than one way. So give him a hand while he comes to make his presentation. Engineer Kasigwa.
Good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. I have a presentation. I don't know, where is the systems guy or lady? Very good. So let me stand on the established. Okay. Let me stand on the established protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. James Kasigwa is my name, and I'm the team leader at Uganda National Bureau of Standards. This afternoon, I have the pleasure to think with you on a very interesting topic on illicit trade and market integrity. I don't know the programmer why they chose to see the glass half empty. I will turn the topic a little bit upside down and want to look at it from the advantage that quality brings to trade. So with that, I will run really quick. I know we are bad with time. So the topic I'm discussing today is market integrity and illicit trade, but I want to look at it from the point of leveraging what I will call the national quality culture. So ladies and gentlemen, as UNBS, we derive our mandate from the UNBS Act of 1989, and we administer another act called the Weights and Measures Act of 1965. And every morning, we wake up to ensure that we develop the standards, promote and enforce standards to ensure public health and safety of the environment. We also look to ensure that there is fair trade on our markets, our consumers are protected to the extent of value for money, and fitness for purpose of all the products and services that we consume on our market. The other aspect of our mandate as a bureau is that we work to ensure that the locally produced products and services are competitive, not only on our local markets, but also beyond our borders at the East African, continental, and global markets. Under the weights and measures, we ensure accurate measurements and scales and ensure that all the equipment used for trade is well calibrated. From the meters, talk about meters, utility meters, water, we are talking about oil. If oil is not metered well, it will transform into the oil cast. So we are at the center of ensuring that every drop of the oil that comes out of our wells is metered well as it goes on the oil pipeline. So as a bureau, and at this very important timing, where we are moving from the NDP3 to NDP4, and where we have a tall order of growing the economy tenfold from 50 billion US dollars, 500 billion US dollars. At UNBS, we are saying that we grow quality enterprises. Now, that is very important, and it's what I will want to highlight in these next few minutes. So what do we do at the Bureau? We develop, promote, and enforce standards in what we call standardization. There's a very interesting word for, I think, most of the population. Metrology. Metrology is the science of measurements. Every time I say metrology, people think meteorology. I don't know how many in the room know what meteorology is, but this is where our dear president says, do business with Echibaru. In whatever you do, measure. If I can relate, we say we are an agricultural economy. And for every farmer, they know the acreage, but when they are buying seed, you will buy it in a kilo. If you're doing any inputs, whether it's the pesticides, you will either buy in a kilo or a liter. But what is interesting, when you harvest, you will now begin selling in bundles, emirengo, dry measures. So you don't know who is cheating who, the buyer or the seller. So that is our mandate, to make sure that for everything we do with Echibaro, and it is well measured. This concept goes far. You will, when you visit a hospital, from the thermometer they use to test your temperature to any radioactive solutions for cancers and stuff, all that equipment has to be calibrated and verified by the Bureau.
At the Bureau, we also do testing. We have national laboratories to make sure that whatever we use is safe for our health, and also it is of good quality. We do certification. This is to ensure market integrity. For every product, check your product before you buy it. If it is on our markets, it should have a Bureau certification mark, which we call the Q mark. Ladies and gentlemen, we also do inspection for all the goods that come into the country to make sure that they meet quality and safety standards. And we do market surveillance. We have a team that checks the shelves and the entire market to make sure that whatever is on our markets meet the right quality and safety standards. Talking about regional industrialization conference, I picked this slide from a very important source by a gentleman by the names of Ramadan Gobi, who I think had a presentation earlier in the day. And he was trying to map the critical players on our economy in terms of agencies of government who are very critical in matters industrialization. So you will see there are 4 quadrants, and there is a green quadrant which is highly interested and powerful agencies of government. They are codenamed 1 up to 65, so that in case you are in the red, it will take some time before you do what? You realized. So there is the black, who are highly interested but powerless. The blue in the down corner there, less interested but powerful. But particularly about UNBS and industrialization, we are rated both interested in matters industrialization, but also powerful. Because whatever you produce in your industry has to be certified by UNBS. And whatever services, we also have what we call quality service management systems. You must have heard of ISO 9001. We, at the national level, offer quality management systems. So for purposes of this, that is where we rate. Maybe for the audience, you would wonder what agency of government is number 5. The topmost, very interested, but also very powerful. Yes, you guessed right. That is State House. Regarding certification and standards, ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that with quality, there is actually no competition. Quality makes competition irrelevant. So when we are talking about illicit trade, I think the tilt of it, or the other side of the coin, is we should be speaking quality products. And as an economy or as a market, we need to work so much to be known for quality rather than substandard goods. And I've been trying to convince everyone who cares to listen that in the various industrial revolutions, the reason some countries have remained developing economies is because we did not adhere or take up standards seriously. So what is the importance of standards? On that arrow-like figure, I want to highlight 3 important interventions of standards. Standards, whether it is at a country level, enterprise level, or even an individual, they will increase your competitiveness. You will be competitive, you will lower your wastage if you adhere to standards. You will conform to industrial or regulatory requirements. That's conformity. You will conform. But the third, and what I think is most important about standards, they help market access. I want to say that market standards are like two-sided, standards and trade are two sides of the same coin. You can't talk about market access without standards. Now, at African level, we have a mantra. We are saying that we want to achieve one certification, one standard accepted all over. But ESC in the harmonized economy or harmonized market of over 300 people, that's the green, that's East African region, we have moved a step faster than the AFCFTA. That when UNBS certifies your product, then your product will access all the 7 other East African countries, duty-free and quota-free. But also to say that it is the same arrangement we are working for the African Continental Free Trade Area under the African Regional Standards Organization. So this is how standards are networked at a global level. You have groupings like ISO, where UNBS is a member. At African level, we have ASO, where UNBS is a council member of ASO. At ESC, it's already harmonized. It's a harmonized market, meaning that when you produce here a quality product, it will access markets at the regional level and at the global level. Now, to the topic, market integrity, UNBS, we associate with market integrity. We are in the business of selling trust. When we put our Q mark on your product, then it's good for the markets that I have highlighted earlier. What do? We ensure that the products are safe, there is fair trade and fair practices, and accurate measurements. There's been a story of substandard goods, but today I want to highlight the conformity or standard goods of the market. Our market survey shows that over 65% of the products on our market are compliant to our national standards. Illicit trade. Illicit trade is where the goods and services violate the legal and regulatory requirements in the value chains and supply chains, from production, manufacturing, and where they are sold. And this becomes a very complex matter to deal with because of many factors. But key to highlight and show how it's a complex matter, there is globalization. Nowadays, you're no longer competing with your next door neighbor. Goods are coming because of technology and ease in transport from everywhere in the world, China, and name it. But the other aspect is the goods and services are no longer just physical. We have what we call digital goods. These know no borders. Even if you build the what? The walls, some goods will still come in. I've been speaking, for example, in the creative industry. You can watch or download any product virtually or remotely. So it is a very complex matter to deal with, but I normally think that if it is a problem, then it has a solution. What fuels illicit trade? The markets like ours are very price sensitive. They will choose the cheaper one. So I think the culture of the consumers fuels illicit trade. When you look at our SMEs, they look at compliance as a burden rather than an opportunity. We also have, I think, a high appetite. URA would have told us on tax evasion. We have weak borders, but on borders, I already highlighted, we have goods that are not in the physical, but virtual or digital products, which relates to the next item of technology and globalization. And the other issue is corruption and institutional capacity of the institutions that are created to fight illicit trade. What's the role of UNBS in combating illicit trade? We facilitate legitimate trade by ensuring the weights and scales are doing the right thing. We certify quality products. We are leveraging technology in the fight against illicit trade. We are trying to digitize our QMark such that everyone who has a phone can check and confirm the integrity of the products. We do border inspections, we do market surveillance, we do consumer awareness and cross-border cooperation with our sister NSBs and other markets in what we call mutual recognition agreements to make sure that we trust and they can trust our certification schemes. What is my 5 cents in this issue of illicit trade and ensuring market integrity? If you've been aware of what's going on, they say we are on the dawn of the 4th industrial revolution, meaning there have been 3 other industrial revolutions. The first industrial revolution was in the 1700s, driven by the steam engine, which saw the mechanized farming, the agrarian ages. And then we went to the second industrial revolution, where we saw huge industries driven by electricity. We are now in the third or going to the 4th industrial revolution, where it is driven by computing, but in the 4th, where we have artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing or 3D printing, and all that is what I'll call the future. But in matters of fighting illicit trade, the tool that we've been using is regulation. So if you see in these industrial revolutions, in the past, there was limited regulation. Today, I must say that there is what we call over-regulation. And governments have set up all outfits as regulators. Name any sector, you will find a what? A regulator. They come up with policy, we come here and speak good English, wanting to do what? To tackle the challenge of what? Of illicit trade and whatever other challenges we are facing. And I'm calling it is over-regulation. I think the solution for the future, which I believe we are already in, because we're all talking about driverless AI, is about industry self-regulation, where we will let the various industries set standards that will govern how illicit trade should be combated. It is not going to be about manning the borders the more. I think there are countries that have threatened to build walls around them, but clearly, with digital goods and services, you will not survive because you've built a what? A wall. So how does self-regulation in industries work? At the Bureau, we facilitate standards development. And standards are developed in what we call technical committees. Now, the lead industry players come together with academia, experts in the industry, consumers, and all stakeholders to define what is going to be the acceptable good, how the market or the space should be run, and I believe that way is how we are going to regulate the future. You've seen sectors, these innovations and modern tools are aimed at beating and circumventing regulation. I think standardization and promoting industry self-regulation is going to take us further in addressing illicit trade. So the fight against illicit trade is not for government regulators anymore. I think the industries, consumers, and the general public, we need to step up and we build what is called the national quality culture. In the national quality culture is where the enterprise producing the good or service aims to produce quality. But also, on the other hand, the consumers and the general public demand and buy only what is quality. And that is where a buyer or any school child, before they buy and pay for any product, be it a bottle of water, they will check if it has a UN-based quality mark. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Industry self-regulation. Wow. We can't wait for the future because indeed we are over-regulated. Another big hand of applause for the Executive Director, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Thank you very much, Engineer James Kasigwa. Allow me to invite the moderator of the panel to unpack what he's talking about. Allow me to invite the moderator, Ms. Sheila Sabune, the Corporate Relations Director at UBL. You are very, very welcome. Please come, take your place, and invite your panelists. And hopefully we can do this in the next 40 minutes. We unpack how we can address illicit trade and improve on market integrity. Then we can go into the next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here as we prepare for the next panel. Come on, give Madam Sheila Sabune a hand. You're very welcome, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who has managed to come today and who has stayed till now. Thank you, Engineer. I had hoped to, I hope you're still around so that we can get to interact a bit more. He's one of our key stakeholders. I had been meant to believe there was another session before me, but I'm glad we're on now. I was worried the room would empty after lunch or people would be quite tired. So please allow me to call up the panel. I'm not sure if the commissioner is still around. I would like to call Mr. Abel Kagumire, the commissioner, Administrator URA, if he's still around, or his representative. I think I was told that there's a representative. I will let him introduce himself when he comes up to the stage, just so I don't have any errors or any protocols that I breach. I'm told Mr. Kaheru may not be around. I don't know if we have a representative from EABC. Do we? No. The one who's here is not willing. All right. Please have a seat, yes. I'd like Mr. Alan Senyondwa to come up, the Director, Policy Research and Advocacy at UMA. And I'd also like Dr. Julius Biarhanga, the Director, Policy and Business Development at PSFU, to please join me on the stage. And for the representative for Mr. Kagumire, it's Mr. Moses Chomhendo. He works with URA Enforcement, and I think when it's his time to speak, he will give us a bit more details. On my part, I think I've been introduced. I'm Sheila Sabune. All protocol observed. I work as the Corporate Relations Director for Uganda Breweries Limited, and I'm honored to be here today and to moderate this panel. Our panel is going to tackle addressing illicit trade and market integrity. I think we have all heard what the engineer said, Engineer James Kasigwa, and I hope people are paying attention. And his topic of self-regulation for me is really key, because as much as we call on every other entity that needs to do enforcement, we as individuals, we as every company that is in this industry dealing on any issue should actually also take up the mantle of driving the issue of regulation and self-regulation. So without further ado, I know people have been sitting for a while. I will launch into it and give the floor to Dr. Julius Biarhanga to give us a few remarks and maybe also highlight how illicit trade is impacting Uganda's private sector growth and competitiveness. Please give us any highlights you do have that touch on investor confidence, revenue loss, and fair competition and the like. at least from the experience of your companies that have approached you. We've been in many panel discussions and many engagements where you have helped drive this issue and been very vocal about it. Kindly give your thoughts and opinions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shira, and good afternoon, participants or the protocol observed. I was advised that in private sector, you only observe protocol after making money, so I will not observe the protocol. Illicit trade, of course, as was earlier stated by the UN-based ED, has a very significant economic impact, but it stretches beyond the making or not making of the money, but also consumer safety, and we'll probably have time to look into that. Also regional integration, because at the end of the day, some of these illicit products are coming in through porous borders and bad actors in the neighborhood. Investment and business confidence, because if I know that my products are not going to sell in a given economy or economic jurisdiction, I will not invest in that economy. But also national security, because at the end of the day, you don't know where this money is going. And it could, at the end of the day, end up financing terrorist activities and others. And of course, environmental protection, because most of these products are very, very lethal to the environment. Now, in terms of economic value, I will just try to point to some key numbers and just have a selection of a few industries. I will start with the agriculture sector, which is essentially the backbone of our economy. Data from URA shows that we import illicit products or counterfeit agro-inputs to the tune of over 90 billion Uganda shillings. Now, to me, that is just a drop in an ocean. The biggest problem is when it comes to our agriculture productivity and how that facilitates inputs within our industries. The vice chairman of PSFU mentioned that our industry is operating at 54% capacity. Part of the reasons when you look at that study is because we don't have enough inputs, and I think Mr. Rabogo from Kwano can attest to that. And the reason we don't have those inputs in part is because our farmers can't produce enough because they're using fake seeds, fake other agro-inputs, chemicals, and others. But also some of these chemicals are limiting us from accessing the market, are limiting us from feeding our industries, and essentially our farmers are losing money on both ends. You're not producing enough to make the money, but also you're buying, you're spending the money to buy counterfeit products. The other most affected industry is the tobacco industry. Currently, we lose about, only in revenue, about 32 billion Uganda shillings as a result of illicit tobacco products. Now, some of these products, about 49% of them, are coming in through porous borders, specifically talk of Kenya, South Sudan, and DRC. Now, again, the cost of revenue is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the health impact that is having, especially on our young people who are getting adopted into smoking. And earlier on, again, the ED of UN-based mentioned how price sensitive our market is. The reason these young people are buying these illicit tobacco products are basically three reasons. Number one, they are cheap. Number two, they are fancy, they look fancy. The branding is fancy. You find a cigarette packet with apples, and so someone sees someone with a packet of cigarettes and think they have biscuits. But number 3, they are flavored. So you can hide behind the classroom, take your cigarette, you come back as if you've taken chewing gum to class. So it's having a very heavy burden on our health sector in terms of how much we are spending on cancer and other effects of smoking. The other most affected sector is the alcohol sector. With the alcohol sector, for it, it's even worse. In terms of revenue, we lose about 1.6 trillion Uganda shillings to illicit product. So what that means is the biggest market share in this country in terms of the alcohol industry is to illicit alcohol. Now, you've had so many cases of people dying, instant dying, like instant coffee, after taking these counterfeit products in the form of quote-unquote waraji and other illicit alcohol. But again, if I'm an investor and I want to put a brewery in Uganda, it's not a good market for me to invest because the biggest market share is to illicit products. So the economic impact, the health impact, and also looking beyond that, the impact on how we are creating jobs, especially for young people, is very significant. And that's why I would want to somehow digress or disagree with the ED of UNBS that only self-regulation will work. As an industrial player, I can self-regulate, inform my consumers about the effects of the product, tell them when to drink or when to smoke and when not to smoke. But if I see a player on the market selling an illicit product or an adulterated product, I can only stop at pointing at them, but I can't arrest them, I can't prosecute them, I can't confiscate that product because powers of coercion belong to the state. So to me, I think it's something that everybody has a role to play, whether it's UNBase, whether it's URA, or whether it's police, DPP, any other public and private sector player to deal with the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julius. Thank you so much for those insights. Engineer Kasigwa, since you're still in the room, would you like to come up, please, and join the panel if you're not leaving? I was told you might be leaving us, but since you're here, I'd rather you take a seat. I think there will be a lot directed your way. As you come up, I'd like to give you a few words of encouragement because I know UNBS has also done a lot of work with URA. And let me give some statistics. I'm a believer of data-driven conversations, so UNBS and URA regularly seize and destroy large quantities of fake and substandard goods. Just last year, UNBS seized 653 products weighing 5,700 metric tons that failed to meet standards. So they're out there also doing the job of really trying to enforce and stop the people who are doing the wrong thing. But it is correct, Dr. Julius, that yes, we do need the regulatory bodies to come in stronger than they are. So thank you for joining us, Dr. Engineer Kasigwa. As we continue, maybe also to just highlight, I work with the alcohol sector, I work with UBL, and we recently, through the association, and I think there was a panelist who was on before, I think the CEO of Bati said to us all that the power of associations, Uganda Bati, the power of associations is so important. We've had studies done that have equipped us with details and statistics on the harm of the illicit industry. So for the alcohol sector, for example, we see that there's a lot of loss in revenue collection from this industry, and yet we have a deficit in our budget. So some of the report findings show that 67.3% of alcohol products sold on our market are illicit. So when we see the harm to health and we see the statistics on cancer rising and all of this, we have to ask ourselves, is it the standardized adult beverages or is it the unstandardized beverages? So in this regard, I think I'd like to also channel a couple of questions to other panelists, and in the interest of time, I think I shall go to Engineer James Kasigwa. So one of the challenges affecting UNBS is the execution of its mandate, including the fight against illicit trade. I think sometimes it's also inadequate budgetary allocation by government. And so maybe, since a lot is being pointed at what are you doing in this space, maybe you could highlight how it is that you're actually trying to curb the upsurge of illicit alcohol and other commodities, my apologies, illicit trade and guarding market integrity in Uganda.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me first clear the air about the self-regulation. Self-regulation does not take away the mandate of the sector government regulators. What it is meant to do is actually, in the development of the regulations that guide the government regulators, it is where we should have participation of the lead industry or the sector players. In the development, I will call it where the regulations reference the standards. Because the standards are developed by the sector players, then they know the problem better. And once those standards have been developed, they are put in the regulations for government to enforce. So not that it is self-regulation and there's no enforcement by government. I think that is very important for me to clarify. The other approach is at the Bureau, we have a very delicate balance where we have regulation. We want to make sure that we regulate, but also develop the SMEs. So that's a very delicate balance. And in that, we are saying we use a stick and carrot approach. Where you overstep or you have anything that does not meet the safety and quality standards, we use enforcement. But we also need to promote so that our SMEs can meet the standards that we so much want them to do what? To meet, and so that we can help them be competitive both on our local and export markets. So that's why we have departments that are responsible for border control and inspection of the goods that come into the country to ensure that they meet the quality and safety standards. And also we have market surveillance. So I think that is clear. And on the approach, we are using carrot and stick, where we are encouraging the SMEs and hand-holding them to meet the products that, to meet the standards that we so much want them to meet.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the clarifications. Dr. Julius, are you satisfied with that submission? So did you want to say something? Yes. And please, just, I didn't introduce you.
Please
so
allow
go
me,
ahead.
and this is for the benefit of all the manufacturers who are here. Engineer James, my name is Oscar Kamkama. I'm the Senior Business Development Manager at Steel and Tube Industries. I'm also an EABC Board Director and also Manufacturing Sector Head at Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. And finally, Board Member at UNAPSEC, Uganda National Association of Builders, Engineers, Suppliers, and Contractors. Now, sometime at the end of 2024, ourselves in the marketplace, I'm talking about steel. In steel, we have an organization called UGISMA, Uganda Iron and Steel Manufacturers Association. We are hosted at UMA, that's where we are headquartered, and that's where we meet regularly. Engineer James, our sales were being impacted upon by the presence of substandard goods across the market, awash across the market. So what I did, I got my principal, we went and paid a courtesy visit on 2 officials at UNBS. That is Deputy Director Standards, Patricia Bagaine, and Deputy Director Surveillance and Compliance, Engineer John Paul. We explained that, look here, we have an issue and we are not making sales because of the presence of substandard products in the marketplace. why aren't you guys doing your work? The response we got was like, oh, Oscar, you guys, we don't have fuel at UNBS. That is the response we got. That was response number one. Response number two we also got was, at times we receive orders from upstairs not to undertake our work. When you're saying you don't have fuel, so to think your budget is at 50 billion, it was at 50 billion, it has now been increased to 100 billion. Could you please share with us your position today on those remarks, please? Sorry to take over your work.
No problem. I'm feeling sorry for the engineer.
Not at all.
All right.
It's my job. It's my job to explain some of these things. And regarding the steel, not even particularly steel, let's say the issues at the Bureau. I think we should be judged of a bureau we want to be, not a bureau that we have been. I want to tell you that the government has come out strongly to support the Bureau to undertake its critical mandate. To the extent that our budget has been tripled, I think that's a huge leap in the efforts for government to fight illicit trade and substandard goods on the market. So while it could have been true that there was no fuel, I want to assure Ugandans that now it's a new bureau, re-energized to undertake the bull by the horns. So,
fantastic.
Oscar, my brother, now you have a partner in the fight of substandard goods. Political interference and a few other challenges, clearly with a fora like this, it's continuous improvement. But also to say there are other policy issues we have to deal with, like our financing models, so that we become more responsive rather than proactive rather than reactive. But I must say that we are doing a good job and we can only hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. Huh? Making such commitments in front of everybody is quite the challenge sometimes. So I think this is a good thing that has happened today. And I think we'll also be coming to you as an association, to see how do we get all our players as well to get, to first have licensing with UNBS before they can operate or become part of the association. I think for us that will also give good mileage in terms of the fight against illicit. Having all the members who are actually joining the Uganda Alcohol Industry Association to also first be recognized, as by the UNBS, their products to be recognized and stamped by the UNBS, have the seal of approval from you. Because what we see in the market is that many of those in that informal sector do not actually have that certification. And I think that will help us. So over to you, Alan. In your view, just to add to the conversation that has been ongoing, what policy and regulatory gaps in Uganda are most exploited by illicit traders? You've done quite a bit in this area, and you have a larger demography of players, industry players that are affected. What specific policy interventions is UMA advocating for to effectively curb this problem? Please share your insights and some of the things that the team in the room does not know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This issue of illicit trade has to be tackled, as we say, in a holistic manner. The challenge that we face is, number one, a mixture of bad-mouthing, at the same time not doing the fundamentals. Our challenge is one, we live in a country where everything goes. So we have already mentioned that part of the economy, that is 53.6%, is actually in the area of illicit trade. Now, if you're a manufacturer, and on one side you're producing bread, hot loaf, and just downstairs is another company with a name X, and is producing that without any sort of certification, any sort of standards, you are most likely to get out of this market. On top of that, if you are in a system or a community where goods can easily crawl through the borders, example of seeds going to, grain going to Kenya without a certificate of standard, you always are going to face loss of raw materials, the likes of Mukwano. So, what is the particular thing that we have to do? Number one, and maybe let me start from what we did before, because the issues that Oscar has been mentioning of the Bureau not having enough funding, I think now that has been sorted. We advocated for now 2 years until people understood. And I think, engineer, now you're sorted. So what we expect is results. That's the first part. The second part is as well trying to come back home. Is it possible that we as a nation separate, from my good friend here, separate taxation from startups? And that was the issue. That if someone is going to start up a company and immediately you're going to be knocking at the gate to collect taxes, what is going to happen? The companies are going to stay underground. We again advocated, and starting this financial year, any company that has been started 2023, going forward for 3 years, there will not be taxation. So in other words, what we expect to see is a lot more registration. And therefore, going all the way to engineer, we expect to see an increase in the number of companies and products being certified at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. But also at the same time, expecting an increase in registration at URSB, but also at URA. Why do we say this? The answer is very simple. We in the manufacturing sector have been charged with growing the economy tenfold by increasing manufactured exports to 50%. That is a huge toll. And if we stay at an illicit level, we are not going to be able to do that. So you need everyone to be shooting in the same direction by getting everyone on board. I just wanted to mention this one thing of, we have discussed already with our colleagues at the UNBS. If you're not associated, the procedure that you will go through to get your product certified cannot be the same procedure that a company goes through when it is associated. So that one is a done deal. We will ensure that whoever is associated is properly supported at the UNBS to ensure that that certification is quickly done. And allow me to close with this last part. You touched a very important aspect. The issue of being associated, all belonging somewhere. And this starts with our farmers. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not tackle the issues in the backbone of our economy, that is agriculture, we are going to keep on suffering the repercussions in these other sectors of manufacturing and service. Why? If a farmer cannot know whether what he has planted is going to yield, if he or she cannot know where the acaricide and the pesticide that is producing, even the seed that the person is using, is actually proper, we in the manufacturing sector cannot be able to get the right quantities and quality of products to do agro-processing. So it is critical that we support our farmers in ways that many people may not like to hear. Yes, we must drive the issue of cooperatives. whether we want it or not. We must drive it, otherwise we'll not have enough raw materials for our things. So we are trying to drive things in this direction so that the economy actually grows to tenfold in the next 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you so much for those remarks. I think he deserves a hand clap. And last but not least, before we open up to a few last comments, I'm going to ask our colleague from URA Enforcement, Mr. Moses Chomhendo. I was so happy to see on the 16th of February the reports about the counterfeits that were confiscated of the cosmetics, 10,000 kilograms of illegal products. And so I think my question to you would be maybe to tell us from a customs perspective, what emerging technologies or strategies do you believe will be most effective to really enforce our illicit enforcement, and how to help us stay ahead of this, what I call an epidemic or a pandemic really in our society currently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Sheila. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Chomhendo Moses, and I serve as the Manager of Enforcement Operations at Uganda Revenue Authority. Yeah, I'm very glad to be here, and I would like to appreciate the organizers for organizing such a platform where we are sharing ideas. I must say that from the perspective of Uganda Revenue Authority, just supplementing on what my commissioner, Mr. Abel said in the morning, we are doing a lot in terms of fighting illicit trade as the authority. And I must say that what the observations made by the panelists are actually accurate. We still have a very big problem of illicit trade in our country. And basically, because of also the structuring of our country now, as you look at it, we still have majority of our people in the informal sector. And this has partly contributed to the problem. But however, this problem of illicit trade does not only affect the revenue collections that we are collecting, but it also goes far beyond that in terms of affecting public safety and on top of that, undermining legitimate industry. So at Uganda Revenue Authority, we have approached this challenge or this problem in using a pronged strategy. And basically what we are doing, first of all, we have ensured that we build capacity for our staff to be able to know and detect some of these illicit products on the market. And this we have done through international partnerships and our local industrial players here, giving our staff skills and knowledge on how to identify these products. And this has gone a long way because we are working with our local industrialists. We are also working with our international partners like the World Customs Organization, the UNODC, that is the United Nations Office on Drug and Crimes. And these have equipped us with a number of skills that ideally we wouldn't have known. And it has gone a long way in helping our staff be able to determine the risk, where it is when cargo is coming in the country, and being able to profile and target accurately where we have a problem. And we have also gone ahead to leverage on technology. I think Uganda Revenue Authority is one of the institutions that has taken the technology, I must say the technology a bit higher, because in 2019 we introduced what we call the digital tax stamps. Now, when we introduced this, it was a form of game changer because majority of our excisable products, when we talk about the tobacco, we talk about the alcohol and the beverages, were not actually being captured onto our systems. So the digital tax stamp helped us identify and bring into bracket, the tax-paying bracket, a number of these products. And I must tell you, from 2020 July to date, we have seen an increase of almost 15% growth in terms of revenue collections we are collecting from local excise. And this has helped us be able to curb to enter and penetrate a number of illicit markets, especially in the alcoholic sector, where you are having these days a lot of startups in terms of manufacturing, who are manufacturing a lot of beverages on the market. You have heard of the kombuchas, and these are basically, most of them have been in the illicit side of business. So we are trying to also engage these clients by interesting them to be able to join on our digital tax stamp system. We have not only stopped at that, we have gone ahead to ensure that we are implementing the electronic physical receipting and invoicing system. I think we have been having a challenge with some of the traders coming onto the system, but through engagements, we have increased the capacity, and I must say that we have seen a number of our businesses enroll onto the system, and we are able to monitor and track some of these products once they're out on the market. We have also introduced a number of technologies at our entry points in the border areas. We have put in place the cargo scanners that is under the non-intrusive inspection technology. We are able to detect, especially for those products where we have not done physical inspection, we are using our scanners, both at our entry points, the land borders, and at the airport, and we have been able to detect some of these illicit products that are coming through. We have also managed to ensure that most of these products that come into our country or that we find on the market and are illicit, we have actually introduced stringent regulations and laws. And we have gone ahead to ensure that we work with the Office of the Attorney General to strengthen those laws, especially the Tax Procedures Code. And we are also leveraging on our East African Customs Management Act that is giving us the power to be able to stamp out these products. And I can tell you that by last year alone, we were able to destroy cigarettes at Nakasongola. There were over 36 tons, and these cigarettes were worth about 6 billion. And we destroyed those cigarettes. And the beginning of this year, we were also able to destroy a number of counterfeit beverages and alcoholic products equivalent to 12 billion shillings on the market. And we are also planning just the coming month where we shall be going to destroy at least another 40 tons of cigarettes. So you can see how much we are doing on the market. We are ensuring that our traders, our business people are safe. But this challenge is still a huge one, and it needs a lot of support and effort, not only from the authorities in government, but also the partners in the private sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Moses. I was given a hard stop at 5 by the organizers, but I'd just like to ask maybe our panelists just have one parting shot. I'll start. Oscar was going to ask you about the challenges, but you beat me to the question. So if they could just give us one parting shot to the crowd before we wind up the session. Very short, very sweet. Thank you.
Okay, I'll quickly summarize the issues which are pertaining to Engineer James Kasigwa to address, as well as Mr. URM, my colleague here. Now, illicit trade in the steel industry within the EAC states. One, it is smuggling and under-invoicing. This is where importers declare lower values to evade taxes. 2, misdeclaration. This is where declaration of steel products are made under HS codes for lower tariffs. URA, that's yours. The third one is counterfeit and substandard steel. Producing, this is where products are failing to meet UNBS standards and entering the market illegally. Engineer James. Dumping, below low-cost steel imports, sometimes via third countries, to bypass safeguards, UNBS. And lastly, transit diversion. This is where goods are declared for re-export by a neighboring country, but are diverted into the domestic market untaxed. That's URA.
All right, I'll give it to Engineer James to give us a parting shot. And if you need to continue the discussion or anybody else interested, I think we'll have to do it at the table, yes? But
Yes.
also I'd request the organizers to please see that we address these questions and we do circulate some of the input and discussions that have happened today, because I think that's where everything starts. That said, collaboration is key, and he's going to be seated right next to you at the end of this session, chance to unpack. Engineer James.
Thank you, Sheila. I think it's important that we differentiate illicit goods and substandard goods. And I want to highlight with numbers. While I think, Sheila, you said 67% of the alcohol on the market is illicit, I want to tell you that actually our records say that out of 148 alcoholic beverages made in Uganda is all 100% meeting standards. But illicit means that there's alcohol which might be quality or meeting our standards, but passing through the porous border points or being smuggled into the country, and that goes for every other product. So it is important that we differentiate illicit and substandard. Talking about chemical products, I think 70% of the chemical products on our market meet the standard, they are compliant. So it is, when you hear numbers and percentages being thrown around, it's about the dumping, the smuggling, but some of these products meet the national standards. The other thing I think, and my parting shot, is the war can be fought by enlisting all Ugandans to demand for quality and produce quality. Because with quality, I think there is no, quality makes competition irrelevant. And at the Bureau, we are driving that. We are in the lead chair, trying to make sure that we are known for nothing but quality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer James. And now you've given me an agenda number 2 to come to look for you, so that we unpack that report against the data that you have and harmonize, really, because we should be singing from the same page of the choir book, since we are all driving the same agenda to have quality, standardized, approved goods of superior, superior quality and grade for our countrymen and countrywomen. Dr. Julius, parting shot.
Thank you. 2 things. One is where the engineer stopped from. Whether illicit, substandard, or whichever academic or otherwise terminology or scientific terminology you want to use, the product is illegal, is not supposed to be on the market, should be condemned, and that's where all partners, whether within government, for those to enforce tax or standards, need to work together. That's 1. 2, I think it's important for URA and the government in general to ask themselves, and my brother here pointed to DTS, why excise is increasing, but illicit trade, again, the nomenclature as aside, is at the same time increasing. I think there is some homework to be done there. And we've done these studies, as you very well know, and we've engaged here on numerous occasions. These are not just numbers being thrown around. These are lives being lost. This is money being lost to the economy. And this is the private sector being crowded out by illegal traders, for lack of a better description. And again, this is revenue to the government being lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julius Byarhanga. Alan, parting shot. I'm seeing the organizer coming closer to the podium.
And
the
now,
MC.
see, this is why we need to speak about these issues. So, whereas there is illicit trade, what have we seen? Our colleague Moses has told us that excise duty collection has gone up. But the cost of production has also gone up. So, my colleague, that means you are supposed to be bringing down the cost of DTS so that more can be produced, so that you can get more excise duty. To my colleague engineer, that is the reason why we are saying DCM at the lowest cost possible, so that you drive more people into the trade and reduce counterfeit. Those are my parting shots. Your results, your data is showing that yes, the cost of production must go down in order for you to collect more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Moses, parting shots, briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to just respond briefly to the questions that were raised by my colleague. The issue of smuggling and under-invoicing, misdeclaration of the HS codes, and transit diversion. How are we managing this? Yeah, this is a challenge, but I must say that when you look at the capacity I was mentioning that URA has built in terms of monitoring cargo, moving from our ports in Mombasa or Dar es Salaam to our partner states, let us say DRC, South Sudan, we have a system called the electronic cargo tracking system. This is what we are using to track the cargo movement from one point to another. But also, the management came up with a number of initiatives in terms of strengthening the enforcement and intelligence function. We are able to, because we have staff deployed in the different areas, for example, we have staff in Dar es Salaam, in Mombasa, in Nairobi, we get first-hand information. And this problem of under-invoicing used to be a very big challenge to us, but because of the capacity that has been built over time, we are able to detect this and address it adequately. I would like to say that the problem of illicit trade is a big problem because it is not a problem that government alone can fight. It is a problem that can be addressed by us as a team, both the government and private sector. So my parting shot would be that we should continue these engagements. We should continue engaging in terms of where we are seeing the challenges. For example, I must tell you we have had a number of engagements with the steel sector, a number of engagements with the people in the manufacturing of alcohol, and they all have different challenges. And as an organization, we have been able to ensure that we fight this crime of illicit trade by ensuring that we are working together, they provide us with information, and we are able to address that problem. Otherwise, I want to say thank you, and thank you to you, Madam Sheila, as well.
Thank you, too. Thank you to the panel. And my parting shots is that there is power in numbers. So all the associations represented today, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda Alcohol Industry Association, any company or entity that belongs to these institutions as a member, please use them as much as you can to be the voice and the forum through which we actually advocate for what we need. And each individual, you have a duty to report your neighbor if they are brewing in their garage. So thank you all. Thank you, organizers. All protocol observed. I really have enjoyed the session. Over to the MC, and I'm just 14 minutes late.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big hand clap. Great. If you could just come to the front here, take a couple of pictures. Colleagues, early this morning or before lunch, we discovered the problem is what? English. Illicit versus substandard. Are goods illicit or substandard? Now, we are going to go into our last session. We are still trying to figure out how to arrange ourselves, but we're going to go into our last session. And I want to assure you, I have checked outside. Traffic is bad. So just stay where you are. Just stay exactly there. Okay? And I can assure you that within the next 45 minutes, I will be telling you, you know what? You go and love and serve the Lord in traffic. But we want to talk about logistics. We want to talk about how do we move these goods that are manufactured from point A to point B. For us in the mining industry, I'm a miner. For us in the mining industry, that we are mining iron ore in one part of Uganda and we need to move the cargo to the other part. That is one of our problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Mr. Rwabogo Businge, the General Manager of Operations for Mukwano Industries. While he comes, Mr. Kenneth Ayebare, Transport and Logistics Sector Representative of PSFU Board. Please come to the stage. Mr. Deus Muchenga, Chief Commercial Officer, Multilines International, and Ms. Engineer Benon Mwebaze Kajuna, who is Managing Director, Uganda Railways Corporation. Kindly make your way to the stage as fast as you can, and we are going to do this in the shortest period possible. I want to invite Mr. Dennis Muganga. Are you here? Mr. Dennis Muganga. Mr. Dennis Muganga, you are here. Okay. Could the panelists kindly make their way to the stage or their representatives? Yes. Please. You're very welcome, sir. You will have a moment to introduce yourselves. Mr. Dennis Muganga, present. Going once, gone twice. Now, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, very good. You're very welcome, sir. Allow me hand over to Mr. Davis Muchenga, Multilines International, to moderate this session. Mr. Davis, you are the one standing between us and the Rotary this evening. Use that information as you see fit. Thank you. Over to you, sir. You have only 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey Simwe. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for staying behind. I promise that I'm going to be the first to keep time today, alongside my very distinguished panel here. My name, first and foremost, is Davis Muchenga. I head corporate and legal at Multilines International Limited. Multilines is a key logistics player, 23 years of age. We have own offices across the region. We do all sorts of logistics, freight forwarding, air freight, sea freight, customs clearance, warehousing, name it. I must apologize first and foremost. We have a gender imbalanced panel, but we shall work on that for next time. I've got a distinguished panel here, and we're going to discuss logistics and infrastructure. One of the things we've discussed at length today that have come up in different conversations, and probably this conversation should have come up earlier in the day, given its critical importance, is the issue of infrastructure, but also the issue of logistics, and in some aspects, the cost it contributes to accessing markets, to us remaining competitive. I'm going to give 10 seconds each to introduce yourselves, what you do, and then we'll run through some very critical questions. We'll ask 2 questions or so from the audience, and we'll wrap up. Gentlemen, we can start from here.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My name is Richard Businge. I'm not Engineer Benon Mwebaze Kajuna. For me, I'm Richard Businge. I head planning and strategic management at Uganda Railways Corporation. I'm here on behalf of my managing director, who has been held up by other important engagements. And I believe everyone knows Uganda Railways Corporation, but if you don't, I'm here to ensure that I talk about it as an enabler to whatever discussion is going on right now. I thank you.
I think introducing again my second time, I was in the morning panel, Singer Wabogo from Mkwano Industries. As you know, in Mkwano, we do our own logistics. We really import a lot, so really we can tackle the subject matter tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth Ayabari. I'm the board director, private sector representing transport and logistics. I also sit at the board of East African Business Council as a director representing Uganda. I chair an association called Uganda Cargo Consolidators Association that deals with cargo. And I'm also the CEO Maritime Company, a cargo company trading within East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yebare and the rest of the panel for your quick introduction. So we'll get straight into it. I'll start with my friend from Uganda Railways. I am particularly excited to have you here because me and the sector have a bone to pick with you, but we shall be friends by the end of it. One of the solutions to easing logistics challenges from cost to otherwise is alternate infrastructure. We've spoken about water transport, and one of them certainly is also railway. Currently, over 80% of our goods plus move by road. We've had Uganda Railways here for a very long time. We've had some news regarding SGR. But it's also said, apparently, and you'll tell us, that over 30 to 40% of the logistics costs currently can be reduced if we explore some of these alternatives, such as railway. We'll make this very simple. Why are we lagging behind? How do we catch up? And how do we harmonize with our partners? How do we harmonize meter gauge railway with a standard gauge railway, especially when currently we have issues when we use Uganda Railways and sometimes they are not in sync with their counterparts, for example, in Kenya. It's a bit of a loaded question, but if you could really just highlight some critical answers there and give us some comfort that we are going to solve this problem once and for all.
Thank you, moderator. Looking at logistics, as you have highlighted, logistics, industrialization, industrial needs for industrialization, and then when you look at the major critical questions that we have to address right now, why are we lagging behind when we have Uganda Railways Corporation, and then industries find it difficult to manage cost because of the transport accelerated. So the issue is we really understand that transport plays a very key important role when it comes to reducing cost of any product in any country. And if we have to do any growth model, you cannot forget a variable of transport. And in this case now, we are going to talk about Uganda Railways Corporation, how it plays an important role, and how it can play an important role to reduce that cost. So, and the issue is, why are we lagging behind? It is simple and easy to understand that to those who are slightly older than me, or much more older than me, are aware that Uganda Railways Corporation was very efficient some years ago, very reliable, and to those people who used to transport cargo using Uganda Railways Corporation, you know Good Shed, Kampala Good Shed, used to have a number of trains moving up and down, and you know, but until that time when we got into a concession arrangement as Uganda, as a country, to RVR, that was the worst concession that we went through, and it dilapidated everything, it brought down everything, and these are some of the challenges that we have faced. And my namesake here, Mr. Businger Wawogo, will bear witness with me, because for him, he has been our client for some time, and he has seen all the days, URC 1, URC 2, during the RVR time, and he knows why currently he is not a big transporter using Uganda Railways Corporation. So one of those challenges are aging infrastructure. Uganda Railways Corporation suffered from the RVR time, and because of deferred maintenance, the current trend that we are in is where we'll come to how do we catch up. I'll bring in that opportunity, which opportunity do we have. But we have also limited network coverage. The current Uganda Railways Corporation is supposed to have 1,266 kilometers of rail. You have the western line, you have the eastern line, you have the northern line. And when you look at all those ones, all those lines are not operational at the same time. As of now, we can talk of 269 kilometers of rail. That is operational. And it is very simple because the western line is no longer operational. The northern line, we are now rehabilitating Tororo Gulu. And then Gulu Parkwatch is not operational. So all these compound themselves into a challenge. And that one is affecting Uganda Railways Corporation. And so because of those challenges, and of course inadequate financing of the infrastructure, all those things bring the issue of why we are lagging behind. But all is not lost. We have opportunities, members, and we are still in business. We have the line, the eastern line is operational. From Kampala to Malaba up to at Mombasa border, it is operational. We may not be 100% reliable, but at the moment, if you are looking at a bulk cargo transporter, Uganda Railways is there for you. And so the opportunities we have, right now, we are already into the rehabilitation. We are rehabilitating. We did an emergency repair for Kampala Malaba, so the line now is in a fair condition than before. We also have, we did Kampala Mukono, and as of now, we have I think we have improved the speed for the commuter rail system. I know some of you stay in Mukono, and you must be using the commuter rail system right now. We have trips, 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening for passenger. But of course, the purpose of the discussion now here, we are talking about cargo, we are talking about goods, we are talking about industries. Yes, but I wanted to bring out this aspect that if you spend much time in jam, your productivity will be affected. And of course, that one will also affect whatever you're talking about in terms of industrialization, whatever you're talking about of manufacturing. So the commuter rail system is back. We did the rehabilitation of Kampala Mukono, using the concrete sleepers, and it is more stable now. Even yesterday, to those who watched the CHAN, we were able to transport most Ugandans to go and watch their team playing. It was unfortunate, yes, we didn't win, but we are determined that even the next match on Friday, we shall still carry all Ugandans to go and support their team, because we are very hopeful, because I'm a sportsman, we are very hopeful that the next game we shall be able to win. So we encourage all of you to use the rail system. The other opportunity, we have Tororo Gulu. Tororo Gulu, it is under rehabilitation right now. And Tororo Gulu, as of now, we have reached a station called Lira. And we are moving forward because we anticipate next year we shall be able to be in Gulu. And therefore, that line is coming back to life. And we believe by the end of next year, we shall also be able to commence works from Gulu to Pakwach, so that we know that loop is complete. Now, we also have African Development Bank financing, which we have come by and we have been able to access. So we are planning, and we are in advanced stages to rehabilitate again the Malaba-Mukono line. Because as of now, yes, it is in fair condition, it is running, but the speed that we expect, so that for us we can be reliable, so that all these manufacturers, all these traders can come back to rail system. Because the problem is reliability and efficiency. People are preferring to use the trackers because of the issue of reliability and efficiency. But we are working against that one. We want to, again, rehabilitate this line so that we can make it more efficient. So I can say that there are many other opportunities that we have. When it comes to modernization, because we have been in the expansion phase to ensure that we restore the previous 1,266 kilometers. But now the country has focused their development to ensure that they commence even standard gauge railway system. Some people think that going standard, to do standard gauge railway means forgetting about meter gauge railway. That is not the issue. Because the issue is the way you see, you have the expressway, you have the community access road, you have all the things. So even in rail, we have different gauges for different solutions. And therefore, we are rehabilitating the meter gauge, and we are also going to commence the works for standard gauge. I think, briefly I can say, that is what I can put up, because that's how we are catching up with the current trend of growth.
Thank you. I'm not sure I have gotten enough comfort, but we shall come back. Mr. Rabogo, you spoke for many of us earlier today. You spoke passionately and rightfully so, amongst a couple of things, various range of non-tariff barriers, issues of access to market, harmonization, and so on and so forth. But as we wind up to a couple of these, from a practical standpoint, from a businessman that's in the market, in the fields daily, where are the solutions from where you sit? What needs to be done urgently? And what's the take home for the different stakeholders that need to make those decisions as soon as yesterday?
Thank you, moderator. First, the topic is on logistics and infrastructure. Whatever you're putting on, whatever you use, has an origin, and once you have it, you become the consumer. So if you take all that line from origin to the time a particular product, mention it, to that is logistics. So it involves transport, involves storage, involves the movement of services, involves warehousing, and it involves customer satisfaction. So when we put that to industrialization, whatever you use is manufactured in one way or the other. Even when it is grown, it will go through an industry. So we're talking about industrialization. So logistics to a person who is in industry is a key subject. It is a key factor. And in actual sense, some people say 35%, 40% of the input cost is transport. That is part of logistics. If you don't have right warehousing, your cost of production will go high. If your transport cost of transport are not catered for, your cost of production will go high. So if we have to become competitive, we must bring our costs down. To a marketing person in this field, you'll make sure that it is easier to bring down your logistics cost than to increase on your marketing, on your sales percentage. For example, if I was using road Mombasa to Kampala to bring in my raw materials, just shifting it to rail, which is efficient and effective, like Mr. Singh said, it must be efficient and effective. I can definitely cut 10% easily. But it is hard to raise 10% on a product and put it to a consumer, and the consumer accepts that. So in terms of us in industries, we look at logistics as a key input, and we take it very conservatively. And that's why we're saying any means that handles transport, let it be rail, airport, ports, all of them should be in top-notch conditions and really favoring the industrialization. Now, the other part, which is infrastructure, that goes without saying. So infrastructure is really compact. You will have communication, you will have transport again coming in there. Now, with communication, you have internet, that part of the infrastructure. How do you put your goods on the market? You must have a very good network. You have financing. That's why the banks come in. That's also another infrastructure to the part of people in industries. Because the product you are buying, instead of negotiating maybe 90 days of credit, you're using a lot of capital. So you must look on how to mitigate factors for your costs that you put in. So logistics and infrastructure are two key areas that must be looked at. But much more, the bigger percentage, like we said, is transport. So, and the best would be water and rail. And maybe for spares and the rest, you need the airlines and the airports. So when you look at the region, airfare within our region, I think, I'm not very sure on this, maybe it could be the highest in the region. Because if you fly from here to Mombasa and back, and you pay $500, the same money can take you to Glasgow. So sometimes they wonder where we live. Is it in a third world country, or we are living somewhere near New York? So, Mr. Moderator, those two factors, logistics and infrastructure, I believe PSFU, we're being helped by Trademark. Really what Trademark was doing is working on the infrastructure side. And what is PSFU trying to do is guide us on advocacy. How do we get these things running? I've heard from railways, and we've waited for railways to come up for the last 30 years, sorry to say. I believe this time they have come up to really go working and running. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ebari, you wear many hats, which I think allows us to tap into different perspectives. But the first one is, what is PSFU doing to facilitate advancement across the logistics and infrastructure corridors so that we can bring these costs down, we can access markets better, we can fast track access to the opportunities that there are, what policy changes need to be fast tracked. You also see it on the logistics side. There's been policy changes, especially for the consolidators. They're still banging on doors. Across different non-tariff barriers we've also covered today. what is being done, and what do we need to do faster as a priority?
Thank you so much. The main role of private sector foundation is mostly policy and advocacy. And one of the biggest things that we have been doing in the last 5 years is engaging in discussions with different stakeholders. Because when we are talking about infrastructure, others are talking about transport, others are talking about poor roads, but what have we used, how have we used the existing infrastructure? Even the list that we are talking about that is existing, how have we used it? If you look at a number of infrastructures that we have, which we would call, let's say, hubs for logistics, how many manufacturers today are using the kilometers that have been made, have been repaired of railway? Because you would start with those to encourage even the URC to continue and make more. But how many are using those? So there's lack of communication between these infrastructures and stakeholders. Now, whenever we talk about logistics, one thing public sector looks at is transport. We are building roads, we are repairing roads. Roads is just one component of transport. But logistics is bigger than only roads, because you'll have 1,000 kilometers with no economic activity on it. It doesn't still contribute anything to the economy. So as long as you don't put more than the road only, you can't get anything. So to us, it is more of advocating for issues like storage facilities. In every other area, nothing. If you look at different product supply chains, most of them are having a problem of storage. So logistics is more than only transport, build roads, repair roads, and all that. And allow me to give you some few aspects. We look at packaging and unitization, that is logistics. We look at storage warehousing, that is logistics. Material handling is logistics. Inventory and information control is logistics. And then we also do customs support. All that is logistics. But whenever we only look at it as an aspect of transport alone, we never get anywhere. Private sector in the last years has been engaging in different business forums. But whenever we get there, we are excited. There's market for milk in Algeria. There's market for this in the other area. Then when we get back here, how do we transport? How do we consolidate? Because of these infrastructures lacking and those being there not being used, we find ourselves again lacking that market. Today, if you look at a report by the manufacturers, 40% of their cost is logistics. But not only transport, there's distribution, there's warehousing, all those are costs. So we are engaging differently. We even engaged URC. I remember around the COVID time, we were asking ourselves, why don't we use the railway? If you're saying that drivers, the other side, are the ones bringing COVID to the country, let's stop and use the 1,023 kilometers you're talking about and bring cargo here. But we failed. So it is not about the infrastructure alone. One is policy and then efficiency and effectiveness. How are we supporting? Is government supporting URC to develop? If we have water bodies that God gave us, they are godly given. You don't have to develop anything or repair anything on the road, on the water. Sorry, on water bodies. You have water connecting from Kampala to Jinja. How much cargo is moving from Kampala to Jinja now? And as private sector, we can only invest in water transport if there is supportive policy. I don't know if you're understanding each other. Do we have supportive policy to enable me to invest my money in a cargo vessel from Gaba to Jinja? Will I get the cargo? So if there is supportive policy, then you reduce the $12 now, because water transport, let's say from Mwanza to Port Bell, is $12 per kilometer per ton. road transport is 24 per kilometer per ton. So how do I push the cargo now to water instead of road? About three vessels have made trials on Mwanza to Port Bell, and they have used about 19 hours. But we are still moving fuel on a road on top of another fuel, and then when we get here, we say the fuel is high, the cost of fuel is high. So these are all discussions. It's not about infrastructure, roads, transport. No. The policies and decisions we make, are we making them right? So those are the discussions mostly we are having. Then when we get to customs, you made some comment on consolidators.
Sorry, just to hold you there. When you speak about supportive policies, you speak about you spent the last 5 years advocating. What supportive policies do we need to prioritize? What supportive policies specifically need to urgently happen to facilitate the advancements that you rightfully speak about?
I'll just give a simple example that will summarize all. Today, a truck from Mombasa to Kampala is charging me about $2,700. Now, it is carrying 28 tons. Globally, we are supposed to be using $1 per kilometer, actually $1 per ton. But today in the East African region, we are using 1.8, and some countries are going to $3. Now, the amount of cargo supposed to be carried on the roads, which is 28 tons I'm talking about, if reduced, will have pushed all the cargo to railway. Because the only option you have is railway or water. But because the infrastructure is not there, the policy is not there, no one takes the cargo there. All of us go for road, while the other side would be cheaper. So if there was a policy that limits the tonnage on the road that you'll end up repairing because of that weight you're putting on it and the pressure on the roads, then that policy would enable one to invest in water transport and another to give URC cargo. But there's no policy, so I still have a choice of going for the truck. That's one that summarizes all because of time. So such a kind of policies are the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All countries that have developed in manufacturing, in export, have made one decision, developing internal logistics. Because the manufacturers are not fighting about the imports and exports. They are fighting about even the cost of distribution here. You find all of us clogged in Rugazi. There's one truck going to pick goods in Jinja, empty. Another coming from Jinja to pick goods in Kampala, still empty. All of them meeting in one area. We are not communicating. We are not using the existing technologies. I should have booked an empty truck that is in Kampala to deliver in Jinja, other than getting a truck in Jinja to pick cargo in. So there are those that we don't need investment that are immediate, like technologies and policies. Let's start with that. And those are the discussions we are engaged in as Private Sector Foundation Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebari. While the railway people take their time, I can assure you that multi-lanes can move your cargo cheaper than 2,700. So after this, let me know, and I'll solve that issue for you. Back to Mr. Richard Businji. You mentioned correctly that reliability and efficiency is the ultimate answer. It is the reason why your neighbor, Mr. Rabogo, is saying that 30 years later, even when they are bulk mover, they are not necessarily giving you their bulk of their goods to move. It is the reason why they have had to invest over the last 30 years in having an in-house logistics fleet and department. And I think what we're looking for here is two answers. Number one, how quickly are we going to bridge the reliability and efficiency question? And this time you don't have to speak for only Uganda Railways, but really the railway sector. including the SGR that's coming up. And then secondly, how do we harmonize once we have the SGR up and running, once we improve some of the issues that are happening at URC, how do we harmonize those links with our regional partners? Because I'll give you a very live example. We had a client. The client brought things using Kenya Railway up until their bulk cargo got to Malaba. When it got to Malaba, the line that was supposed to connect from Uganda Railways either wasn't operational or wasn't where it was supposed to be. And in the interest of reliability and time, trucks were dispatched to collect that cargo from Malaba and deliver it to the final point of delivery. So what we're looking for is that even when the infrastructure is there, reliability or not, that harmonization, the communication that Mr. Yebare speaks about, we don't want to come back here 5 years and we're talking about how we improve communication between you and your partners, or us and our partners across the region and the regional links. So how quickly are we going to solve that reliability and efficiency question? Do we wait another 30 years? And two, how do we harmonize with our regional partners to ensure that once we're up to speed, or as we're getting up to speed, we are speaking the same language so that Mr. Rabogo's 10% is achieved sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I want first of all to make a correction. The transporter or the person who could have had goods coming from Mombasa to Uganda and reaching the Malaba border finds a certain challenge. I think perhaps that could be the issue of inter-rail, regional issues, regional connectivity. But for the line is operational. From Kampala, rather from Mombasa to Kampala, you can have your cargo cleared at either Mukono Inland Container Depot or up to Kampala. You can terminate at Kampala. So that one is, and we have had a few issues with our sister rail networks, where you find wagons of Uganda not allowed to cross to Kenya Railway line network, and then theirs they bring, and then they offload from they have a yard there at Malaba. That one, over the weekend, the heads of state met. And from their meeting, the resolutions that came out is that now the wagons can cross. The wagons for Kenya Railways, the wagons for Uganda can cross to ensure there is smooth operations and to ensure trade facilitation is happening in the region. That's number. Number two, the issue of reliability. And the issue of reliability, there are a number of interventions that the government of Uganda is trying to put across. One of them is that we are believing that the African Development Bank project that we are implementing right now is going to be a game changer. We want to rehabilitate, as of now, for those who have tested the commuter rail system from Kampala to Mukono, which has been rehabilitated with concrete sleepers, you realize now it is totally different from the previous one. I want to give you a case scenario that the first time I joined the Uganda Railways Corporation, first of all, when I was studying, had never known and realized that I will ever work for Uganda Railways Corporation, and had never used rail transport during my school days when I was young until the time I joined Uganda Railways Corporation. So I had used previous railway systems which were very efficient. I used the UK rail when I was doing my master's. I used the Chinese. But by that time, I did not know that whatever I'm studying will help Uganda to plan for Uganda Railways Corporation. So when I came and was given a ride we were trying to move on the line from Kampala up to Tororo. We got our coach, we went into we started the journey from Kampala to Tororo. So I went, that time I went, it was like this. So at a certain time I would touch this side, at a certain time I touch this side. I said, now shall we reach Tororo? That was the time before this rehabilitation that happened. Then I asked the managing director. The managing director said, this one will change. Previously, it was better than this, from Kampala to Kasese, from Kampala to, But to cut it short, we have done rehabilitation. When you compare that time and the current state of the railway line right now, is better. So we are moving forward. And I believe that the number of things that I told you that are happening, the way we are restoring the other line of the northern route, and I did not talk about the warehousing. Mr. Wabogo talked about warehousing. When you're talking about logistics, you cannot forget about warehousing. Realizing that Tororo Gulu will be completed soon, the Gulu Logistics Hub is already done as a consolidation center there for cargo, for the northern side. So that one is already there. It's happening, even for businessmen can start using. But we are trying to connect that once this line is finished, then that connectivity of the warehousing, the transport business is connected there. We have the Mukono ICD. We also have the Kampala Goods Shed. But I had not highlighted that we do also marine business. So we do marine services as part of our mandate. And therefore, we transport cargo Kampala via Port Bell to Mwanza, to Kisumu, and Jinja Pier. That one we are doing. But someone mentioned, I think Kenneth talked about it, that you may have the facilities, but people may not use the facilities. Now, when we look at from the RVR experience, for them when they were given business, they prioritized the eastern route, that is the northern corridor, and they neglected the central corridor, and that is the southern route. And so the route from Kampala via Port Bell to Mwanza, then Dar es Salaam, is completely, I don't know why the traders, because of that experience, of the previous experience, they are totally few who are using that. Majority is now roofings, which are, of course, exporting mabati and other things. But we want to implore the Uganda Manufacturers Association, kindly inform the traders that the vessels are there. The private vessels are there, the government vessels are there on the Lake Victoria. They can go to Kisumu, they can go to Mwanza, they can go, So there is an alternative for Northern Corridor. Don't just look at Northern Corridor, there is also Central Corridor. So the issue of reliability within these 5 years, I believe the 5-year strategic plan that we have formulated recently is going to address that using the African Development Bank. And within these 5 years, that's when we expect even we expect that this time, SGR, we believe that by the end of the 5 years, it will also be completed. Now, we did the assessment. There is cargo for SGR, there is cargo for meter gauge. As I said, you can talk of a highway, you can also talk about a commuter. Already for the industries in Namamve and industries in Tororo, we have some sidings we have already done for roofings in Namamve and then for Tororo Hima Cement. And so this is to ensure that when SGR is in business, we still remain in harmony. Currently, we are doing a human resource capacity development plan to ensure about SGR manpower and Uganda Railways Corporation manpower. How do we harmonize when we start the business of managing? Because the current project team or project unit of SGR, for it is just to implement the construction and then hand over to Uganda Railways Corporation. So we believe that this harmonization, which we have started between the project unit and the Uganda Railways Corporation, is to ensure there will be smooth running of the two gauge railway systems, meter gauge and standard gauge railway system.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause, please. I can let you off the hook now. I have a level of comfort, and my senior elder, Mr. Rawogo, also nodded that he has hope. And if in 5 years we're not up to speed, we shall look for you wherever you are and bring you back here, and you'll explain to us what happened. My plan was to seed 1 or 2 questions to our very good audience, but thank you very much. Mr. Humphrey Asimwe has very kindly permitted me, I think as a sign of goodwill to those of you who have remained with us. 1 or 2 questions. There's a hand at the back. Mr. Oscar here has a question. We'll do 1 round. Oscar, send me your text, I deliver it.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Robert Waswa. I work with Youth Corporation for Ideas in the capacity of communications director. It's an NGO. This goes to the panelists because of their submissions. On a number of, when we come to meeting forums like this, we're given an opportunity to extrapolate more conversations around issues. A number of interventions and strategies have been discussed in the past, but it seems these strategies remain on paper collecting dust in the cupboards, and we don't take the initiative to implement them. How can we become real, and when shall we become real? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question on your way.
Thank you very much. My name is Vian Sika. COVID-19 taught us something to do with integrating different solutions for our issues and challenges. Could you lean into, when we talk about infrastructure and infrastructure and procurement, what means for goods and services, and how we need to integrate at policy level to make sure that what you talked about, that the policies and the level of implementation and the things that we need to see for a harmonized system to enhance service delivery is done. How can that harmonization happen so that there is that communication that you are referring to? How can that harmonization happen for us to see results at the end tail where the manufacturer, the service providers need to see that transformation? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Businje, not Mr. Dwawogo, the gentleman of URC.
I was about to say,
today is a day of namesakes.
Please clarify.
Okay. Mr. URC, I'm speaking on behalf of Steel and Tube Industries. I'm trying to figure out how long the process of getting a siding takes. A siding is when there's a railway line here, and for us, let's say Steel and Tube Industries at Namamve, we want a train, just a small construction to bring the cabina into our factory, so to speak. Now, we know there are 3 players. 1, the landlord, who is Uganda Investment Authority. Player number 2 is us, who have the need. And player number 3, and most important, is you. So we've, over the last 24 months, over the last 36 months, been communicating about it, but things are in slow motion. So maybe you can articulate how long the process takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much to those that have asked questions. Panelists, just really summarize, for those that have gotten the questions, we'll start from here. Just really summarize in a minute, and you can fuse in if you've got any pressing parting shots on what we need to do to advance logistics and infrastructure need as you answer those, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
All right. The issue is how long for someone to get a siding. It is very unfortunate if you've been trying to get answers and you have not got the answers. If you had those communications, for me, I would be strict today. I go with your communications and I discuss them together with managing director and the person you have been talking to. so that that kind of delayed response is addressed for once and for all. Because if roofing has siding, and Tororo Hima is also about to get one, so why should others fail? Others should not fail. That one is going to be addressed. From here, we are going to agree, and we find a way how we can solve it. That's number one. Number two, no. We are enablers to promote industrialization and growth. We cannot go into 10-fold growth strategy without facilitating trade. Yeah. Then the issue of how can we become real? Everything is on paper. Gentleman, Mr. Robert Waswa, I gave you a scenario where we have come from the time I joined the Uganda Railways Corporation, the strategic plan that we have ended in NDP 3, and where we have reached so far, and where we are heading. I told you that the time I took that train to Tororo, it was nyege. At a certain corner, you touch this side. At another corner, you touch this side. Yet, rail system is supposed to be, and then you are there, you know? As of now, when you look at Kampala, Mukono, those people who stay in Mukono have enjoyed the service. And our issue is we must expand the commuter rail system in the GKMA to reduce congestion in the greater Kampala metropolitan area. That's why in African Development Bank project right now, we have a plan to expand to Chiengera. The study has gone on ahead to expand to Bujuko. We want to ensure that we expand to Bujuko, and then we also go to Port Bell, and then if we get the rolling stock, we shall also expand to Jinja. That is for commuter rail system, to ensure productivity is emphasized because we spend much more time in jam. Now, as the moderator said, the parting shot, when I was there seated, Doctor, I think the gentleman is called Doctor, in charge of, I think, Doctor, or Mr., is a Mr., Mr. Alan Senyondwa, indicated that he has been lobbying for a number of agencies, but I have not heard him lobbying for Uganda Railways. So now I want to indicate that Uganda Railways Corporation can drive Uganda's industrialization as long as government take it as a strategic investment. Because you realize that if you compare ourselves with the sister networks, Kenya, Tanzania, they've done tremendous activity. This was specifically a government policy and decided to cut off other things, and they invested in the rail system. That's why they have the meter gauge running, they repaired it, and they ensured the standard gauge railway is there. Now, we want to implore all of us here who are here, if we love our country, there are strategic investments that we must promote, whichever level we are, because we can be heard at different levels. So I noted that this gentleman could be a chief lobbyist because he's the Director Policy Research and Advocacy, Uganda Manufacturers Association. I'm telling him, but others are also listening. So we believe strategic reforms and investment needed for the country can be implemented by Uganda Railways Corporation. We believe that we can turn the challenges into opportunities. You realize during the COVID time, that's when Uganda Railways started being talked about, after realizing there are issues with the road transport and with other things. So we believe we can cut down the expenditure on road if we invested in railway services. We are not saying we should forget about other modes of transport. We are talking about a multimodal transport system. But we have tried to do that, and we have spent much money because we have neglected railway system.
Thank you so much.
Lastly, logistics modernization is the future. And how do we do that? We must promote multimodal transport system.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds, Mr. Wabogo, 30 seconds, Mr. Ebere, and then we wrap it up.
I had said it all, that the two factors, logistics and infrastructure, are all key factors for industrialization. So,
thank you.
PSFU having put it on the subject matter for discussion, they need to go deeper into it. Because if those two factors are not addressed, you cannot grow industrialization. Infrastructure helps you to grow the markets, because, for example, we cannot sell in the Central African Republic. There's no road. Freight from here to go to take any place in DRC, you'll pay 100 times because there's no proper road, no infrastructure, no communication. It's until recently, because of the air network, there was no communication between here and the port of Dar es Salaam. So we in Uganda were only left to have port of Mombasa. So we must have clear airports, clear ports. So it goes without saying that whatever is manufactured here must be sold. So you have a market. Consumers are outside there. So the whole of that must be looked at. So I thank PSFU for having thought this, that it is an issue that actually requires advocacy, and not any day, yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Ewe.
Thank you so much. I want to first talk about the southern route that you talked about. The southern route was the most, for those who have lived more years than me in the logistics sector, they will tell you the southern route was the most popular route than the northern corridor. Now, when you say it is now the least, because about 60,000 tons is what is being transported on the southern route. 80% of the cargo we are bringing in is going through the northern route. Even those that have been, other countries that have been, because I do multiple country logistics, even those routes, even those countries that have been using the southern route red levelette are going back to the northern route, then something is not being done. Now, one of the things that discourages is access to services. You'll give cargo to Kenya Railways, and then there is no coordination with Uganda Railways. You're asking Uganda Railways, you have a meter gauge railway connecting to Kenya, where is my container? No one is telling you where it is. There is that communication issue. Wagons are not, I think that they don't coordinate, something like that. Now, when it comes to sidings, I remember a discussion in 2021. We said, let where your railway is passing, at least put cargo hubs. 90% of the manufacturers, if UMA can tell you, are small and medium-sized. But sidings will only work for bulk cargo handlers. What of the other cargo? And with you, your business is you're looking for cargo. Okay? So why is the Mukona ICD, the Good Shade Railway, not make them hubs? And then make connections with the region, so that if I put my cargo in Good Shade, I find it in Mombasa. That is how you promote that. So to me, as I conclude, communication between sector players is key. The manufacturers are sector players. The consolidators are sector players. Transporters are sector players. All of us need to sit down. We have a lot of redundant facilities like the Good Logistics Hub, like your Good Shed down here, but we are still complaining our logistics is crumbling. Why? Let's sit and have solutions made, and I think private sector can facilitate such a kind of engagements. I thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you, PSFU, and the organizers for facilitating this important conversation. Most importantly, thank you, the audience, for remaining behind. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand clap to our logistics and infrastructure panel. Great discussions. I think these people need to go find somewhere to sit. They give them some drinks and they complete this discussion.
Absolutely. For that matter, I'd like to invite PSFU Vice Chairperson and ED to come and join this panel in the last photograph.
A group
we shall
photo, if
also
you could
then
come
get
close.
our full group photo. I must say, blessed are those who have stayed till the end, for the kingdom of God looks closer for us than those who left early.
Amen.
I'm almost sure that we shall make it to heaven.
Good.
So can we have the photo,
Let's take a picture.
Vice Chair, please?
Yes, they, like I said, they need to get a table. But before you get a table, Mr. Ruabogo, please come take a picture. Then we shall show you where the table is.
And well done, our dear moderator. You've done really well.
The board members from Agora, from PSFU, please, if you can join in that you're here. Sir, Mr. Vice, please join. David, yes, I was kindly join, yes? So that the picture looks better. Those things. The more the merrier.
Yeah, as the rest of us gets ready, get ready for the group photo, please.
You need more photogenic people there. Good. Great.
I think we need another gentleman the other side, so we can.
You never leave a lady at the end.
Yep.
Good. Say Rick. 1, 2, 3.
Well done. May I request us to join the photo, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, please come join the picture so that we can take a picture of everyone who is here. Thank you so much for staying till the end. Tomorrow we have something very packed and amazing for you. You don't want to miss. We are going to tell you some of the things you can expect tomorrow. But we want to invite everybody who is in the room to come. Yes. We shall fit. The stage is big enough. William, we are waiting for you. Mr. Castle Logistics, we are waiting for you. There is a table there that is saying, come collect us. We won't collect you.
They will come. Let's appreciate all the sponsors for making this
very
happen.
good. Our sponsors, our partners, we are really, really humbled by your generosity. Thank you very much.
So for those of us who have remained seated, what exactly is our plan?
You know, sometimes...
I'm just asking, because we may be having another plan, but please join us.
Sometimes it's about being photogenic. Yeah, some of us, we know the problem.
We learn. I'm sure we learn on the go, so please join the photograph.
So we all look at the middle camera, okay? And please smile. Smile like your life depends on it, because it does.
Humphrey, I think we also need to join the
Oh, we join?
Yeah, please.
You know, my best side is the right side, so I don't know where to stand. Very good. Can you see everyone? Is everybody in the diagram?
Where has it ended? On me? Okay, so we need everybody in this frame, please.
Very good. 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we say industrialization. 1, 2, 3, industrialization. Industrialization. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Please tell your friends, relatives, business companions, partners. Tomorrow we shall be here. We have great discussions from early morning. We'll be starting at exactly 8:30, so make your way to the room. We also have drinks in the evening. Tomorrow evening we shall have drinks, a cocktail. And since we have Uganda Breweries as one of the sponsors, I have been reliably informed that the bar shall be open officially. The bar shall be open.
Open. And
So
we also
you
have
come
a raffle.
ready.
We also have a big raffle tomorrow, so you don't want to miss it. Yeah? So let's catch up tomorrow, guys. Thanks a lot for being a part of this and for staying till late.